Well, hello everyone. Happy Friday and welcome to another live lawn care Q&A. My name is Ron Henry and I am here to help answer your lawn care questions. If this is the first time you have graced us with your presence on the live stream or on the YouTube channel, welcome. Super happy to have you here. The way this works is super simple. On your screen, you will see a chat box. On that chat box, you will enter your question, concern, comment of the day, and I work through them in the order that they come in. Sometimes I have the answer, sometimes I don't. But either way, we have an awesome time talking about lawn care. So guys, we got a bunch of stuff to go over tonight. We're going to talk about some scalping, some things I want to show you guys about that's been going on recently. Some soil test samples that some viewers sent in that we'll review really quick. And of course, we're going to be answering all your questions as well. We're also live on Instagram, YouTube, the Facebook, and Twitter as well. You know, for the few of you guys that are actually following us on Twitter, we got you there as well too. We also have a guest this evening. We got a representative from SuperSod in tonight in the chat as well. So if you guys see her talking about an offer they have, definitely take advantage of that. You know, they asked about coming in. I said, yeah, absolutely no problem. Love the products. And as a way for you guys to save some money and you know, get what I consider is really one of the best top dressing mixes out there. It's the best that I've used anyway. So hope that helps. All right, let's see who we have in the live stream this evening. All right, so we got VMH just kicking it off saying, hey Ron, happy Friday. What's going on, VMH? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Thanks for coming to hang out. And guys, before we even get into this, the gauntlet has been dropped. Archie Amos came in before the show, and just to ensure that orders are stored, he gave a super chat. I don't see it really reflected here. There it is. Actually, it's right there. So he gave a super chat, and again, he says to set LG off. I think he's just being generous. I'm not going to say that he's, you know, picking a fight with Archie, but for whatever that is worth, Archie, here you go. Or he picked with LG anyway. But here you go. Your name in lights for whatever it's worth to you. Thank you so much for the super chat, sir. I appreciate all the love and support. All right. Hope you guys are all having a great time this evening. We got the Lawn Whisperer checking in on the Instagram. What's going on, Lawn Whisperer? Yo, hope you're doing well, sir. Hopefully that house is almost done. I know you've been putting a lot of work into that, so hopefully that is working out well for you. All right, next up we have Ben Raham. The first question and concern of the day. Let's get into it. Ben says, got the soil test back. I did not expect such a swing. Where did all the iron go especially? I'd be curious if the test in June, again, after running the program, like last year, the pH goes back up. So Ben sent his soil test results in here before the show started, actually via email. He emailed them to me. And this is what he's talking about, guys. I think I've got it up here. And let's see if I can get that to show. Yeah, there we go. So these are Ben's samples. Get his name off here real quick. So you can see what's interesting about this, Ben. Just I got to look at it like 30 seconds before the show started because you emailed it right before we were getting going. And what's interesting is, yes, I do see where your iron, like that's Fe, is did plummet. But if you look at your other nutrients as well, like you had some that went up, but like your nitrogen is lower, your potassium also trended down. Phosphorus went up a little bit. Your magnesium went down, sodium went down, manganese, manganese went down, zinc went up a little bit, copper went up a little bit, and your pH went down. So the thing with this is that overall it looks like, I can't tell what the first sample is or when that first sample was taken, which is the dark blue line. But the thing that's interesting is that it looks like, so I can get my face up here while I'm also talking about this. Let's see if we can insert this. No, it's not working. Let me see here. No. All right. So the thing that's interesting about this sample, Ben, is it looks like whatever you're doing from a standpoint of feeding in the first part of the year, or the dark blue sample, like you reduce the amount of nutrients that went in afterwards. That's what I'm seeing in this. So it's, even though you're focusing on the iron, it's not just the iron that went down. The most of your nutrient levels also drop to include your pH, right? And remember, when pH begins to drop, begins to get out of that Goldilocks zone of between 6 and 7, the nutrient availability, not just for iron, but for a lot of your other, even your macros, becomes less available in the soil. So what I would say is, given your results, we can bring that up one more time here, is a balanced fertilizer, like a complete fertilizer, like the complete 14-7-14 that we offer, like that is what I would run in this lawn. Because that's going to help bring your nitrogen, your phosphorus, your potassium levels up, and it's also going to address some of those micronutrients as well. So again, as to why the reduction, I'm going to say that I don't know the time frame between the dark blue line and the second sample, but it looks to me that you just, like, whatever you were doing when the nutrient levels were adequate, those have, you stop doing that, and hence you see the reduction. Again, if it were just iron, I'd be like, that's kind of weird, but it's multiple, several other nutrients as well fell off on that soil test sample. So as far as what I would recommend, the complete, the 14-7-14, I can get you a link to that really right here. That is what I would roll with to get, it's gonna address pretty much everything you've got going on there. Also, your pH is trending a bit low. So if it were me, I would also look at getting a lime application in. Again, you're in the lower end of the Goldilocks zone, but if you haven't done a lime app, I would do that. As far as a type of lime, I would go with the dolomitic lime, because you see that right next to the calcium, the Mg, the magnesium is a bit low as well. So dolomitic is going to have a higher percentage of magnesium in it. So go with dolomitic lime to help bump that pH levels up, as well as introducing a balanced fertilizer, complete fertilizer. So again, as far as getting you covered, I'll get you back up here, Ben, I would go with this product. So I'll link that for you here in the chat really quick, and then complete 14-7-14, and yeah, that's what I would roll with. So. Great question. Thanks for sending it out. And yeah, I think that if you get your pH up a bit more, and then also whenever you introduce that balanced fertilizer, that all those levels should all come back up without issue. Just as like whatever you're doing in the first sample, you stop doing between that time and when the second one was taken. So great stuff, man. Good job getting your soil test done and tracking your how your soil and how your nutrient levels are trending over the season. Good stuff. All right, next up is Mariella Estrada. She says, hi. So Mariella is, again, she is here tonight as a representative from SuperSod. So if you see her in the chat talking about an offer they have going on, I've mentioned it to you guys as well. They have like this early bird special they've got going, where if you order before February 28th, so really I think that's what, Wednesday of next week, you save $30 just by going to their website. But to help sweeten the deal even more, if you use the discount code, which he's linking in the chat, ronhenry.com/top dressing, that'll take an extra $5 off, and it'll save you $35 on your soil dressing mix, on your top dressing mix. So, and that applies to their level mix. I can show you here. We have the technology. I can show you what it all applies to. Why not, right? All right, so that applies to just their straight compost, the soil cubed, the veggie mix, which I have not gotten a chance to use as yet, and then my favorite is this guy right here, the level mix. So the level mix is 70% USGA sand, like, so it's a very clean quartz sand they're using, and then it's 30% of what's over here of their compost. Again, guys, as far as I've used a lot of different top dressing products, especially here in the Northeast Georgia area, and this stuff by far is the cleanest I've ever used. Like, literally, I show a video here every now and then when I show how much material or how much like trash is in it. So I did my entire back lawn, and this is from a couple of years ago, and so it's like 9,000 square feet. And as far as doing the entire lawn, this is what came out of it. So figure that's like 6 or 7 bags is what I put down back there, and that's all that came out as far as debris. So if you look, what's there for reference is a dime. So over 9,000 square feet, 9,000 square feet, that's the only debris that came out of all that material. So when I say this stuff is really clean, and you're not gonna be hating life by using it, I'm telling you from direct experience. So great product. If you're looking to top dress your lawn and save some money, there you go. All right, so next up, we have Ben. He says he's ready to rock. You already answered your question, Ben. You already set us off this evening. And this here's Mariella. She says that she's looking for super sod and that they've got their offering, so good stuff. And we've got a question here from Zach Salinger. So Zach is here from North Carolina. He says, was curious if you knew any places in my area that rent top dressing machines when the time comes to top dress. Been looking and can't seem to find a good place. I do not know, Zach. So what you could do is find out, when other viewers have asked me this question, what I've told them to do is to call local golf courses and ask them like where they get their equipment from. Because oftentimes if they're not getting it directly from the manufacturer, or even if they're getting it from a distributor, oftentimes those companies will be able to tell you, they'll either offer rentals themselves, or they'll be able to point you in the right direction. Also, there's likely a super sod location in North Carolina, so reach out to them too. I mean, I'm sure they get that question all the time. Hey, I'm buying this huge big bag. I don't want to have to use a shovel and wheelbarrow. Who can help me with renting a piece of equipment to help spread it and help put it down? So reach out to super sod in your local area. I mean, if anyone's going to know, I'm not sure if they're in Raleigh, but they would be able to at least also help point you in the right direction as well. But again, for viewers that have asked this question in the past, I've told them call local golf courses and ask and say, hey, I'm looking to rent a top dressing machine. I know you guys don't do it, but can you point me in the right direction? Like, is where I might be able to pick one up. And they've had pretty good success with that. And depending on how big your lawn is, that's definitely something that you're going to want to do. I mean, it certainly makes the job a lot easier. Like I do my front lawn for the most part manually. But once you get past 4,000 square feet, 3,000 to 4,000 square feet, having some equipment really does make the process a lot more enjoyable. Unless you got like a bunch of friends to help you out, it does make it enjoyable. I mean, because you got to remember with top dressing, there's 2 parts to it, right? There is the spreading of the material, which is not difficult if you have a machine, but then there's also the working it in, right? And that is where like a leveling rake or like that's where the second, like phase 2 happens. So if you can minimize the amount of work in phase 1, meaning getting that material spread out evenly over the entire lawn, and then using your leveling rake to work it in, that makes it a lot easier. But if you're pushing a wheelbarrow around, I get it. That makes it a lot less fun. Makes you not want to do it. I will tell you, every time I've top dressed my lawn, and if this is the first time you're going to be doing it, I'll tell you what to expect. The first 30 minutes, 45 minutes, you're going to be ecstatic. You're going to be like, this is awesome. I can't wait. And about by hour 2 or 3, you're going to be questioning your life choices as to why you did this. But then once you get through it and it's all done and you've got it all worked in there and you're lucky to know how it looks, you're going to be, you know what, this is well worth it. And the way your lawn's going to look afterwards is going to totally make it worth it as well. In addition to all the benefits of the improved drainage and everything like that. So good stuff, man. Hopefully that helps out. If you need anything else, definitely let me know. I was over at the Real Rollers here lately, and they were out doing some scalping work, and something that came up with them is an area of the turf part that's going to need some top dressing. So I can show you here, like to give you an example. So this is their El Toro zoysia plot. And if you look, you see where it's really dark there, like it almost looks like it's there's maybe some root rot or just some like that area is really darkened out. What you can't see in that picture, unfortunately, because the angle that I'm at, it doesn't show up that well, is that's a low area of the lawn. So this entire area was scalped with a mower, and you know that area in there in that center that's all dark, that is where water pools on this area, on this particular plot, which they have that has zoysia. So you know, one of the things that top dressing will fix, and again, I always talk about this, like one of the biggest benefits I got out of top dressing, is not that the lawn looks awesome, because it does look awesome after that, but the biggest benefit is just the improved drainage, right? Like the first time, I mean, I've done it multiple times, but the first time I did it, it was a night and day difference as far as how water stays on the lawn. Like it rains, it can pool for like maybe 30 minutes, and as soon as the rain stops, it pulls it right away from the surface and it drains nicely. So that's one of the projects for this year over at the Real Rollers Turf Park, is to get that cleaned up, to get that top dressed and get it looking gorgeous. You know, that's how we do it. All right, so we have a question here from the Instagram from Rosette 007. It says, for heavy clay soil, I'm looking to put down some gypsum after core aerating. Should I expect that to lower my pH due to the sulfur in there? Would it be counterproductive to do both lime and gypsum? Well, it depends. I mean, so applying gypsum to a clay soil, there are some benefits to doing that. What I would tell you is that if you're wanting to do, after you do your aeration, that's going to do a lot for loosening up the soil, for reducing compaction. A lot of people that don't want to aerate, they'll introduce gypsum as a way to do that. So I'd almost say the gypsum is optional, to be completely honest, Rosette 07. But if you decide to do that, that's fine as well. How much it's going to lower your pH, I don't know. It's hard to say. I believe my soil, like the soil lab, have done some testing on that, and from what I remember from that video, it wasn't really conclusive as far as what shift it made in pH levels. As far as adding lime, without knowing where you are, it's difficult to say, you know, whether you're gonna need to do a lime application or not. So here's what I would do. If you're gonna do your aeration, that's great. I'm a big fan of doing that at least once a year. If you want to do it, go ahead and do your gypsum application along with that. Go ahead and go for that. And then what I would say is a month afterwards, do like pull cores, like do a soil test. The one that I like and love, you guys knew this was coming, couldn't help it, is the one from My Soil. And then based on what comes back in your soil test results, then you can address it accordingly, right? So if your levels drop, you can add lime. If they are fine, then you don't need to add lime, right? So let the soil test data drive your results. That is what I would do. So great question. Hope that helps. If you need anything else, let me know. Appreciate you tuning in from the gram. All right, here. So guys, we have a super chat here from Mr. Luis Ayabarreño. He says, get the super chat here real quick. Super chat received. He says, would love to use the Super Sod products. Any future plans on expanding availability to my area, Midwest? Thank you. Yeah, that's a good question, Luis. You have to ask them. I don't know. I believe, and if they're in Himalaya, you can keep me honest. They offer their products in, let's see, it's Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, South Carolina, and North Carolina. I believe those are the areas that you get the same, you have access to the same material that I'm using. They may have expanded that since then, but those are the states that I'm aware of. I don't know about them expanding it anywhere else, but again, they're in the chat. They'll be able to tell you. They will be able to tell you. We got another super chat here from Mr. Travis Winston. Thank you so much, Travis. Appreciate you, sir. Super chat received. He says, happy Friday, Ron, and the rest of the Golf Course Lawn Squad. Ever so gently hit that like button. Yeah, guys, we got 100 people in here right now. You know, we got 34 likes. We can certainly do better than that. So if you guys are enjoying the show, I know we're just getting started. I know it's greedy of me to ask already, but if you guys would not mind hitting that like button ever so gently, I'd really appreciate it. It doesn't cost anything. It's a great way to support the channel, and sends good vibes to the algorithm and says, hey, there's other lawn care crazies out there. Let's get them over to Ron's channel and see if they have any questions that I can help out with. So I'd really appreciate it if you guys would do that. All right, next up is Eric B. Eric says, Ron, in all caps, it's kind of serious when that happens, right? He says, Ron, thanks for the weed video. If I did a blanket spray of Pre-emergent on 2/6, okay, so beginning of February 6th, you did that, and then spot spray fescue with tenacity on 2/20, Will the yard be able to reseed it for spot areas this spring? Confused from both apps done nearby. Okay, so so you're probably not gonna like what I'm gonna tell you here, Eric. So I'm not sure which pre-emergent you use. So the thing is, Tenacity, like what you're trying to do, Tenacity would have been the right product because even though it's really a post-emergent, it does have pre-emergent capabilities as well, right? So if you're looking to use it as part of a seeding project, you can apply Tenacity, water it in, and for about 3 weeks, it behaves as a pre-emergent. So if you think about how that would work out, is if say you're preparing a new lawn, right? Or in your case, you're doing some reseeding, but you want to clean up some weeds. And while you're done cleaning up these weeds, you have some bare areas, you want to prevent new grass or new weeds from growing in there. Tenacity is a good product for that. Now, you said you did a blanket spray of pre-emergent. I'm not sure if you use prodiamine or dithiopyr or really anything else other than Tenacity. If you use an actual proper pre-emergent, it's going to be working against yourself for getting that reseed to work well. I'm not saying you're not going to get any germination, but remember, pre-emergent doesn't really discriminate as far as it hurting the ability of like your grass seed or the certain weeds that it targets to be able to germinate in your lawn. So you can try it. I mean, it's not going to hurt anything to still throw some grass seed down. But if we had a time machine, if I could do it all over again, I would have used Tenacity. Or here's the thing: if you sounds like you're only spot seeding, so if in the areas where you're planning to put down seed, I would have avoided pre-emergent in those locations. And if you wanted to still clean up weeds in those areas, you could have used Tenacity to do that because it's the residual on that is only a few weeks. It's 3 weeks or so at best. Whereas something like prodiamine or dithiopyr, depending on rainfall and other conditions, you could be 3 to 4 months. You know what I mean? So it's going to be left to be seen. You can still go ahead and try your seeding project anyway, but if you get less than stellar germination, it's because of the blanket spray of pre-emergent that you did in February. I mean, imagine that since you have a fescue lawn, you're likely going to be doing your seeding next month, right? So it's only a month out, and the pre-emergent is going to still be quite effective at that time. What you could do that could help some. I mean, I don't know how else is going to really improve your seeding project, but what you can do is if you can get like a rake, like a heavy rake, not like a grass rake, and really disturb the soil in that area, like rake that area quite a bit where you're trying to put the seed down, try and break that pre-emergent barrier. It could help some, but I think that given that you're a month out, you're still likely going to, have your germination rates be impacted due to the pre-emergent from a couple of weeks ago. So just something to keep in mind. Give it a shot. I mean, worst case is going to happen is it's not going to work, and you can just wait and see how things go. But yeah. So hope that helps, sir. And great question. Good job on getting your pre-emergent down, right? So that's good. That's going to help keep weeds out of your lawn over the spring and summer. But unfortunately, it's also going to likely hurt your reseeding. So great question. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate you joining the show tonight. Next up is Doug 350Z Twin Turbo. He says, happy Friday, Ron and everybody. What's going on, Doug? Hopefully you're doing well, sir. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream. And then next up, we got Jermaine Battles in the house. He says, my front yard greens up faster than my backyard. Yep, that's not uncommon. So what you're probably going to find, Jermaine, is the front yard likely gets more sunlight. It's exposed to the sun for more, not just heat, but just from a standpoint of the amount of daylight that's hitting it is likely longer than the backyard. And what's something that can happen too is depending on how the lawn is angled, believe it or not. So I wish I had a video of the front lawn to be able to show you guys this, but in my swale area. So if you guys have seen my front lawn, say from the street, so looking at the house from the street, right? The right side is sloped, it's sloped down towards the neighbor, and the sun passes on that side. So literally, it catches sunlight. Once it gets past noon, like that area is catching sunlight all the way until it sets, because the lawn is slightly angled. Like it's like if the grass is literally pointing at the sun until it sets, and that area, in addition to the area between Alex and myself that is also angled in that direction, also greens up faster. So it's likely a sunlight thing, also can be a heat thing. So if I show you my back lawn, how that's greening up, it's starting to come in. I mean, I'm not as green as some of you guys. Some of you guys are way ahead of the curve, but if you want to see how I'm coming in here. So if you look right there, right, that's near the house, which you can't see, there's shrubs there, and then there's the house. and the heat from the house that it catches, and also the pavers that are currently covered up in leaves you can't really see, like that helps improve the heat there and helps with greening up. And also, I mean, you're seeing the lawn here, but also near the patio, which you guys are not seeing right now, is also greened up. And then as I swipe over here to the left here in a second, you'll also see that the area right there near the house, near the mulch bed, is also greening up faster than any other spot. So it's a heat thing, and it's also a sunlight thing, particularly mainly sunlight. But yeah, that's the reasoning behind it. I wouldn't sweat it. With my lawn, what you find is the areas that turn green soonest also go dormant last, and you likely have the same thing with your lawn as well. So nothing to worry about. With all the heat and warmer weather we're going to be having here, and additional like longer days, it's going to be all green here soon. So don't you worry. You're gonna have to be out there mowing, even if you don't want to, fairly soon. All right, so we got Mackenzie Jones here in Instagram chiming in. What's going on, Mackenzie? Manu, Greg Lyon, Off-Road, a couple other folks chiming in. So hopefully you guys are doing well and enjoying the show. If you do, hit the heart or whatever you do on Instagram to show that you're enjoying the show. All right, next up, we have Archie Amos. Archie's up next. He says, "Evening, young man. Complete initial scalp pre-emergent application, and the grass is looking like the end result will be not good, but fantastic. I also did turf raking, 13 garbage drums worth of debris." That's a lot, man. So I'm trying to think how, if you could do a conversion from like garbage drums to refuse, like lawn refuse bags, there's probably what, a ratio of 3 to 4. So like 3 or 4 bags to one 13-gallon refuse drums. That's a lot. That's a lot of material, Archie. Your lawn's gonna thank you for it. The thing is that I've been doing a lot of turf raking over the winter and here this spring. So as far as scalp, not very much came off. Like the lawn, for the most part, has been thatch free due to all the work I've been doing in the off season. So when I did my cleanup cut, not a whole lot came off. I set the mower. Right now the mower is set, the outlet is set to 0.7, and barely anything is coming off of the lawn. So I may leave it there. I may take it down a little bit lower next month. We'll see. And then again, my goal, you guys already know this, is to maintain the lawn around 3/4 of an inch, between 5/8 and 3/4. I tend to start out a little bit lower, closer to that 5/8, and then as by the end of the season it gets to 3/4 of an inch, and that's where I like it for adequate stripe action and not having real mowing ruin your life. Because I did that one year where I did the 1/2 inch or just below 1/2 inch thing, and while that sounds cool, it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and I don't know necessarily, to me, that the juice is worth the squeeze. All right, we got Real Mowing Life joining in here from the Instagram, saying happy Friday, Ron, and everyone watching. What's going on, Real Mowing Life? Thanks for coming to hang out. Appreciate you, as always. And next up, we got Gunny Grasshopper, who says, "Hi, Ron and all. The heat is on here in Tequila, Georgia. I think I will move up my lawn plan and apply fertilizer next week. Thoughts?" I would wait until your lawn is greening up. When you have the green fuzz, right, to where the lawn is looking, you're out there, it's green enough to where you can actually get there and mow it. And there is, pretty much, if it doesn't look like this, if it looks like how my lawn looks now, like I would not be fertilizing this just yet. It's still too early for my particular lawn. But if you look at like Robert Rainey's lawn, I had a picture of his lawn to show you guys. But if on his lawn, where it's largely, it's green, like I'd say it's almost like a 60-40, more 60% green, 40% dormant. If it's like that, then you can introduce fertilizer. But I would wait until the lawn has woken up, it's greening up naturally, and then you can start introducing a bit of nitrogen to the lawn. If you want to apply some biostimulants now, as it's beginning to green up, I'm fine with doing that. But I would just wait until the lawn is waking up itself before you start hitting it with a lot of nitrogen. That's my thoughts on the matter. So hope that helps, sir. I'm glad that your lawn is waking up and that the heat is on, that things are, the season is starting the way that you want. And again, if you have anything else you can help out with, let me know. You said, "I'm getting crazy green up on my lawn." Okay. So if that's the case, I don't have a picture of your lawn, but if your lawn is getting, it's like, use your words, getting crazy green up, to where the entire lawn, it looks green. It doesn't look like how it would look in, like, say, May, but it's definitely has started transitioning out of dormancy and into into the late winter, early springtime, to where you could get out there and start mowing it if you want. If that's you, then sure, then you can begin introducing fertilizer. What I would say is go with a lower nitrogen fertilizer and a higher potassium. That's a great way to start the season out. So something like this, I'll show you real quick. So as far as how I would wake up your lawn is using a product like this. So 12% nitrogen, 24% potassium. This is a good general way to wake things up, get the lawn going. And you also have some micronutrients in there, a little bit of kelp, a little bit of humic acid. You're just an overall great way to start the season. That is what I would go with. So good stuff, man. Next time, send me a picture so I can show everyone how your lawn's looking, how your lawn is greening up early. All right, Archie Amos is back. He says, oh, I forgot to mention that I mix Prediamine, Certainty, and Celsius. Should take care of all my weeds. Yeah, so it sounds like you got a good blend there. You're going to be preventing your weeds, and you're going to be taking care, you got some post-emergence in there to take care of weeds that are in your lawn as well. So sounds good, Archie. Yeah, you sound like you're well on the right track to get going to, again, clean up the weeds that are there, the few that you should have, hopefully, because I know you did your fall pre-emergent. And then be good to go for this spring and summer as well. So good stuff. Good job. Good job. All right, next up we got Patrick Schultz. He says, hey, Ron, or happy Friday. I know I'm a little late getting my pre-emergent down, but I have a question. You have a question. All right, no problem. He says, my local store has 2 different types of pre-emergent on sale. Which would you recommend? Okay, it's difficult to answer without knowing what the 2 pre-emergents that they have are. If you look at the active ingredient, Patrick, if you see the pre-emergent, for as far as the active ingredient, you see one called Prediamine or dithiopyr. Either one of those is going to be great. Pretty much anything that either of the ones that your lawn care store has on sale is probably going to be fine. But the ones that I had the most experience with that I've gotten good results with are Prediamine and dithiopyr. So when you look at the label, and it shows the active ingredient on the bag of pre-emergent, it will just look for one of those 2. Again, Prediamine or dithiopyr. The way they are spelled, you can see how that looks, would be like this. So if we go to pre-emergent, they'll be spelled like dithiopyr, like that, or Prediamine. So if you look at the weed control section on the Golf Course Lawn Store under pre-emergent, you can see how those are. If you have any of those, you're gonna be good to go. And yeah, get it down. Definitely get your pre-emergent down. It would have been, I'm not sure where you are in the country, but if you're in the Southeast United States, you want to get your pre-emergent down, because we are definitely on a warming trend. We may get some cold snaps here and there, but for the most part, we are closer to warmer weather than we are to cool weather. So get your pre-emergent down to prevent dealing with a lot of weeds in your lawn this spring and summer. Great question. All right, next up is Jason Harrison. Jason's up next. He says, what's up, guys? Happy Friday. The waiting game is tough. My lawn is thinking about waking up, but I know it's not totally ready yet. I know, Jason. I know what that's like. You're ready to get out there. You want to start fertilizing and doing all the things. What I would say is patience is the order of the day. Unless your lawn is greening up to where it's, you've got like the green fuzz across your entire lawn, I would give it some more time. This time, definitely before this time next month, but like you figure it out in 2 to 3 weeks from now, you just see a quite a big difference in the appearance as far as color in your lawn. And then you can look at it and gauge for yourself whether or not you're ready to start introducing fertilizer at that point. There's plenty of time. If your lawn is just starting to green up, like it's starting to wake up, I am not opposed to getting out there and putting some biostimulants down. If you want to get out there and spray the carbon kit, there's no issue with that. I mean, those are all very low nitrogen products. As a matter of fact, I'll show you like here really quick. The only product in the carbon kit that has any NPK in it is NutriKelp. So I'll show you here real quick. So you see like the release 0, there's nothing in that. There's none of the macros in that. And in NutriKelp, you have 1% nitrogen, 1% potassium, 1% nitrogen, 1% phosphorus, and 4% potassium. And then the biospectrum is strictly a biostimulant, right? That is strictly microbial food. So this is good to spray on your lawn if you're looking for something to do. You want to scratch that itch and also help the lawn get going, without introducing a lot of nitrogen too early in the season. So something like this is a great option. So there's there's 2 here. There's the release 0 version and there's a 901C version. I would not do the 901C version this early again, unless your lawn is already greening up. If your lawn is you're starting to see a taste of green here and there throughout the lawn, the carbon kit with release 0 in it would be the one that I would go with. But again, just patience. You're going to be out there sooner before you know it. And then you'll be like, man, I really wish that it was, I could catch a break. I got to be out here mowing all the time. It's like work. So enjoy the time off that you have, because soon it's going to go away here shortly. Okay, Off-Road NV says, snow in Reno, won't be mowing anytime soon. Sierra Nevada mountains, lots of snow. Yeah, well, I'm sure you're not gonna have snow, you're not gonna have mowing anytime soon, but I bet it's beautiful there. I bet it looks awesome. So that's definitely a thing. And then he says, Wise One, this is on Instagram, guys. He says, it took me a month to scalp this season. Yeah, it definitely, man. Scalping is a lot of work. I was talking to Lee over at Real Rollers. If you guys want to see him, you guys want to see someone else doing some hard work, so you can live vicariously through him. So you see him out here, he's running this mower, he's scalping. And, I was chatting with him and he said, yeah, hey man, dude, the way you do it, where you break it up into a couple sessions, like that's the way to get that done. Because it's, this is a lot of work. I think he told me he has like a tractor and three, with like a, I don't know, one of those DR machine, one of those DR pull behind like drums that you can use for catching debris, like a big bin that you can pull with a tractor. And he had three of those full, and that's only over 6,000 square feet. The turf park is three plots, two Bermuda, it should be two Zoysia. There's El Toro, Xeon, and then I believe it's Tiff Tough Bermuda. And he hadn't even got to the Bermuda yet. He's already taken three, like a big pull behind worth of debris out of there. So it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. Wise One as far 90 as far as scalping, which is why for me, given the size of my lawn, I like to break it up into multiple sessions. Or this year, even better, is to turf rake, occasionally throughout the season, to where I don't have a lot of debris to have to take out of the lawn. That's another option as well too. Good stuff. Great stuff, guys. And so Lee was out there doing the work. So you see, it's not just me. He was out there putting that work in, sweating, cleaning up the lawn. All right, next up is Jermaine Battles. He says, Ron, are you aware of a top dressing company that services Texas, San Antonio? I don't know of one personally, but I am certain I'd be shocked. I mean, you figure Texas, you got a lot of flat land and you got a lot of sunlight, right? There's not like a lot of hills, and San Antonio is a great area for lawn care. There's likely a service that will do it. So what I would do is get on the Google and search for San Antonio top dressing or San Antonio lawn leveling service, and you'll likely find someone or likely more than one company that does that type of work. There's no shame in doing that, Jeremy. And I got to tell you, like I've done it both ways. I have top dressed the lawn several times, as you guys can see through the content, and I have paid to have it done. And the pay to have it done approach, while more expensive, is not a bad thing. I mean, you do save. I should say this. You do save money as far as doing it yourself. And if you have a smaller lawn, I'd say if you have a lawn less than 4,000 square feet, paying someone to do it, I don't know that for me that it's necessarily worth it, because it's not that much. It's not too bad to do it yourself. Once you get into a larger property, 5, 6, 7,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet, it's a lot of work to do a good job top dressing all that, especially if you don't have help. So I would, again, to answer your question, I don't know of any personally, but I would just simply Google your area, San Antonio lawn leveling or San Antonio top dressing, and it's highly likely you're going to find more than one service that can do that. So great question. As far as it's the season, guys, as far as top dressing goes, the time, I mean, San Antonio, you guys might be doing a little bit sooner, but really the time for that, if you're in Georgia, for me is April, May timeframe. I've done it in April and I've gotten good results, but really late April, early May is a good time period that I have found consistently from year to year. That's when the season for top dressing really opens up. You're gonna get a good result. It's not gonna get cold again. The grass is gonna be fully woken up from dormancy, and it's you're still gonna have the benefit of regular rainfall to help settle that top dressing mix in. So this is something to think about if you're in the Southeast United States or if you're my neighbor in Georgia. All right, next up is Mariella Estrada. She says, to take advantage of the sale, use the code golf course lawn 23 and get an additional $5 off the price on the website. Use this link, ronhenry.com/top dressing. So I'll also push that link in the show notes as well. So if you guys are watching this after the fact, and you don't feel like going through the chat to find it, I'll have a link in the description of this video as well. Because I know some of you guys watch on Saturday, Sunday throughout the week. They'll be in there as well in case you're wanting to get that top dressing mix and save some money in the process. So thanks again, Mariella. Appreciate you coming to hang out this evening and doing that. All right, next up is Patrick Schultz. Okay, he's back. He says, one of these has these ingredients, dithiopyr, okay, then 25% nitrogen. Let me see, is it 25% nitrogen? The other has prodiamine, 0.37, 6% nitrogen, or 25% nitrogen. Thanks in advance. So here's the thing, Patrick. I don't, if I'm reading your comment correctly, 25, if it's 25% nitrogen, I wouldn't use either of those. That's a lot to use on the lawn this early in the season. I mean, that's like a weed and feed type product. It sounds like it's likely a slower release nitrogen, but that's still too, in my opinion, too heavy to start the season out with. If it were me, and again, I get that it's on sale, but I'll show you. If you want to get it from me, you can. If you don't want to get it from me, that's fine too. But I'll show you something along the lines of what I would recommend, a formulation that I would recommend instead of that. So if you go to the golf course lawn store and then go to weed killer and then filter by pre-emergent, dithiopyr is currently sold out. So really I'll just show you prodiamine. So this formulation here, so no nitrogen, no phosphorus, 7% potassium. That formulation is what I would go with, something along those lines, like a higher, like a pre-emergent product that has potassium in it. I would not go out this time of year with like a 25% nitrogen. That's, I mean, for me anyway, my opinion, that's too heavy. That's more for people that decide they're going to put down a weed and feed in like April timeframe, and they want to feed their lawn and also get some pre-emergent down, even though you're really applying a pre-emergent when it's not going to be as effective. If for this time of year, I would use something like this. We do have this in stock at the golf course lawn store, but again, if you don't want to get it from us, that's fine. But just shop around your local area and find a formulation that's more like this, like a 007 is what I would go with. So that's my take on the matter. I would not go out with a 25% nitrogen product this early in the season. If you want a link to the product that I'm talking about, I'll put it here in the chat. If for anything else, you can always just reference it. But it's a good product. Lots of people use it, have great results with it, and that ratio of macronutrients is what I would go with. I would not do 25% nitrogen this early in the season. So hope that helps, sir. And dithiopyr, same thing. If it's the dithiopyr is like a 007, that's a great formulation too. I would not go out with 25% nitrogen this early. So hope that helps. If you need anything else, let me know. All right, we got Randall Lard up next. He says, good evening, Ron and Lawn Care crew. I emailed you my neighbor's soil test. Please take a look when you can. You did, in fact, you did. Right before the show started, I got it and I was able to find it. And I think I can get this up here. I had to do some math, some screenshot action because what you sent me was kind of small, Randall, but we'll make it work. Let me see if I can get this up on the live stream now. All right, there we go. So this is Randall's neighbor. And as you can tell, let me get you off here real quick, Randall, is this soil test result needs some love. So his pH is a little bit on the higher side. I mean, I really honestly wouldn't do too much about that because it's at 702. Once you start introducing fertilizers of this regularly, some of the salt and fertilizer might help bring that pH down a little bit. I wouldn't do too much about that just yet. But really, as far as what I would use on this is a complete fertilizer. So something like the like our 14-7-14. That is what I would go with for this. So again, I'll bring it up here one more time. If you look at across the board, Randall, everything is low. Your nitrogen, your phosphorus, your potassium, your micronutrients, like all of them are low. So if your soil test results look like this, what I would say is to go to the golf course lawn store, go to shop, and then go to the lawn fertilizer section. And then I would go with this, the complete 14-7-14. This has got nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and it also has a bit of kelp, bit of humic acid. So you're also helping improve that soil biology as well, helps feed the soil. In addition to that, you've also got some micronutrients in here as well to go with that. So you got some iron, some magnesium, and a bit of manganese. So as far as like I would use this as the foundation. Randall is what I would say for him. And then if he has access to the ability to spray products on his lawn, something like, let's back up here, something like Nutrizolve as well. Like a micronutrient product is not going to be a bad idea either. Something like Nutrizolve, So like this, along with that complete fertilizer, is what I would use on that lawn based on those soil test results, because it definitely needs some love. It looks like it just hasn't been neglected. It's like it's been neglected quite a bit. And with a good nutrient program and coupled with regular mowing, it's going to look awesome. I mean, if it looked decent last year, I mean, I can't imagine it looking too great with soil test data looking like that. But if it looked decent last year, it will look even better this year with the introduction of like that complete fertilizer I'm talking about and the Nutrizol. So actually, let me give you links to that in case you want to pass them on to him. So let me see, at Randall, this is Nutrizol. And this is the fertilizer that I was talking about, the complete 14-7-14. That is what I would roll with, given what you showed me in those soil test results. And it's good for you, man. See, here's the thing, Randall. One thing I like. Oh, this is also nice as well. It's nice that you're helping your neighbors out. Here's the problem: a lot of the folks that come on the live stream, like, they're a competitive bunch, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be on here spending your Friday night talking about lawn care. So I know you guys are trying to get ahead of the game. You're trying to create the lawn your neighbors are going to envy. You're trying to be that guy or gal, on your street, maybe even in your neighborhood. But the nice thing about you, Randall, is you're helping your buddy out. Like, sometimes, a lot of these guys in here, not you, but a lot of the folks in the live stream tonight, when their neighbor comes by and says, "Hey, what are you doing? Why does your lawn look so green?" Like, nothing. I just mow it. I put a little fertilizer down every now and then. And these are the kind of people that they dispose of their fertilizer bags like in a dumpster somewhere because they don't want their neighbor going through their trash. They're trying to keep it, keep all the secrets for themselves. But you are not that way. You're sharing the love, which is good. So kudos to you for helping your neighbor out. You're not like, keeping all the secrets for yourself. And hopefully that helps as far as what I'd recommend for helping get his lawn in good shape. So good job. Good. It's very nice that you're you're helping your neighbor out. Plus, it's good. It's always fun to bounce ideas off of. I mean, that's what I do with Alex. Alex is up next. He says it's time. He's my neighbor. He moved in. When did you move in, Alex? 2020, 2021, 2019, whatever it was. Almost 4 years now. It's been a while. And as soon as he moved in, and he's like, he got interested in his lawn, I was like, ooh, I got someone I can go play in the lawn with. This is gonna be awesome. So yeah, I share all the secrets and everything. He turf rakes his lawn. He gets out there. He does all the stuff that I do, all the things that I do, and his lawn looks awesome. So good on you for sharing your knowledge and your tips, the little secrets with your neighbor. It's a good thing. All right, next up is Joseph Roberts. He says, "Happy Friday, Ron, and everyone. Have a great weekend." Thank you so much, Joseph. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming to hang out in the live stream, dude. You're like one of the biggest mascots for the channel and for the store. I really appreciate all the love and support that you give. So it definitely does not go unnoticed. All right, next up is Chris Howard. I'm imagining he's a Georgia Bulldog, so we definitely can answer this question. I mean, other sports teams fans are welcome as well, but Bulldogs, we definitely gotta make sure we give a very thorough answer. He says, "What can I do for Bermuda lawn that has several shaded areas caused by a privacy fence and just the location of the home?" There's not a lot, and unfortunately, Chris, there's not a ton you can do. About to really help that. I mean, the thing with Bermuda, the kryptonite for Bermuda is lack of sunlight. Nothing will hurt Bermuda faster than shade. Like it'll grow in not great soil. It'll grow with not a ton of water, but the one thing Bermuda needs is sunlight. It needs all the sunlight. Not like, some people say, 8-9 hours of sunlight. It needs as much as you can get, as much as you can give it. And not just any sunlight, direct sunlight. So not passing through a fence, not passing through trees or shrubs, like direct sunlight is what it needs. So there's not a ton really. I mean, unless there's something you can do to increase the amount of light that's hitting that area of the lawn, it's just, there's not a ton you can really do to boost that. I mean, what you're going to find is the middle of the lawn is going to be nice and thick, and as you get closer to the fence the shadow of the fence is casting, it's going to begin to thin out. If it really bothers you a lot, you could not let the grass go all the way to the fence and maybe put like a flower bed or put some other treatment there, some kind of landscape treatment that looks nice to kind of dress it up. But as far as shade in Bermuda, there's not really a good answer for that other than you got to increase sunlight. Like shade tolerant Bermuda, even though you go into like some of the big box stores, they'll be like, "Hey, this is shade tolerant Bermuda." There's no such thing. It doesn't exist. Like Bermuda and shade are like ice cream and mayonnaise. They just do not go together. Like some things go together. Some things you can say, you can do like ice cream and pepper. I've done that before. Ice cream and hot sauce. that can be a thing. But ice cream and mayonnaise like just doesn't go together. That's like Bermuda and shade. They just don't mix. So sorry, I don't have a better answer for you, but hopefully this answer prevents you from going out and spending a bunch of time and effort on trying to make something happen that just isn't going to. Unfortunately, you've got to. The only way really is to increase the sunlight. I'll tell you how sensitive Bermuda is. Like in my front lawn, you guys know I have the one shrub in the front lawn, and the only reason why it's still there because it's hiding like the meter box. So if I got rid of it, it would look ugly. And just a little bit of shadow, a little bit of shade that shrub casts, the grass that grows near it is noticeably thinner. I mean, not like night and day difference, but it's noticeably thinner than just 3 feet away from it that gets more sunlight. So Bermuda is incredibly sensitive to shade. So just to put it to you that way, and that a shrub is allowing some sunlight to pass through it, whereas like a privacy fence isn't going to. So sorry I don't have a better answer for you, but again, at least you know now that it's going and spending all the time and money to try and get something to happen with Bermuda that will not happen would be a wasted effort. So hope that helps. We got Robert Rainey up next. He's saying, hello everyone, what's going on, Robert? What's going on? Thanks for coming to hang out. I appreciate you as always. And then we have a question here in the gram. So Wise 190 says, is soil pH levels sometimes favorable for moss? Yeah, so like if your soil tends to get more acidic, Wise one. So if your pH is, once you start getting into the 5s and even the 4s, those types of conditions, moss tends to like. So moss likes damp, and areas, shaded areas, and also more acidic soil. So yes, so if you can get your pH, keep it in that Goldilocks zone, 6 to 7. That's good for grass, not as good for moss. So yeah, great. That's a good question. All right, next up is Justin Cherapy. Justin Cherapy says, Ron Henry, what's going on? What's going on, Justin? I appreciate you coming to hang out. There's a guy that says my name like that. I don't think his name is Justin. I think you're somebody else. So I don't think you are the person that I'm thinking of. But I'm glad that you're here and decided to come hang out. And hopefully I'll make the show at least entertaining, if not informative. All right, Patrick Gates is up next. He says, hey, Ron, you're the man. Glad I put down pre-emergent 1.5 weeks ago. Getting really warm here in North Carolina. Need some leveling mix from Supersod. Yeah, so they're in the chat tonight, guys. The discount code, if you just want something you can click on, it's she just linked it. But if you want a link to be able to save a bit more money and also support the channel in the process, is this one right here at Patrick. At Patrick Gates. But yeah, the thing is, when it comes to pre-emergent, and again, some people will tell me, oh, you don't need to get it down so early. There's no point. Wait till it's 55 degrees. Here's the thing. When it comes to pre-emergent, I've seen no negative, none whatsoever, to getting it out a bit earlier. Like I've gotten great results from getting my pre-emergent out early. There's not really any benefits that I have seen for doing it late. You know what I mean? So good job getting your pre-emergent out. What's nice is it looks like we're gonna still get warm weather here going forward, at least what I'm seeing in the forecast in Georgia area. And yeah, so if you've not done it yet, guys, get it down. Get your pre-emergent down. It's not too late. The longer you wait, the less effective it's going to be. Even if you apply pre-emergent in April, you'll get some benefits from it. It's not going to be as good as if you applied it in February, though. It's not going to be as good if you applied it in March. So February, if you're in the Southeast U.S., February timeframe, in my opinion, is the ideal time to get your pre-emergent down. I mean, the most correct answer is before the average soil temps are at 55 degrees, because that's when some of the weeds that we're trying to prevent begin germinating. So don't wait until they're there. I'd say once you get into the high 40s, low 50s, get your pre-emergent out. There's no reason to wait till it's right at 55 degrees to start applying pre-emergent. So good stuff, Patrick. Glad you got yours down, and I sent you the link there for the Supersod level mix in case you want to get some and save yourself some money in the process as well. We got another super chat here in the show. Make sure I'm not missing anybody. One here from Mr. Lance F. Thank you so much, Lance. Received. He says, off-road envy is correct. We have snow in the forecast for 4 of the next 4 days. This time last year, the first snow was March 1st. The first mow was March 1st. It says, not this year. Sierra Nevada mountains are crazy. Yeah, buddy. Happy Friday. God bless. Yeah, but I mean, you get the scenery. I am pretty sure if you sent me a picture of what it looks like in that area, the part of the country, I'm sure it's gorgeous. So like most things in life, you can't have it all, right? You can't have it all. It's like people that say, hey, you know, I want no weeds in my lawn, but I also want to establish my lawn. I want to do a renovation project and I want to do it with seed this spring. It's like, you got to pick one. You can't do pre-emergent and do seed and get them both to work well. You got to pick one or the other. And in your case, you can have like gorgeous scenery, or you can live in the Southeast United States where we have decent scenery, but not like the Sierra Nevada mountains. And, you know, you get an earlier warm up. So you got to pick your poison, right? Pick what's important to you and just forget about the rest, you know? But yeah, you got to send me a picture if you get a chance, Lance, of what it looks like in Sierra Nevada. I'm sure it's pretty awesome. All right, next up is, I got to speed up here. Got a lot of questions, and I am jibber-jabbering too much. All right, next we have Luis Ayabareno. He says, good evening, Ron. I am planning on installing an irrigation system late this spring. Can you share thoughts on using liquid fertilizer through the system? Oh, it's like fertigation? I've never done that. I've seen, I think, who did that? I think it was the Lawn Tools had a video last year, either last year or the year before. And when they talked about doing fertigation, I only watched when they were installing the system, where they were like plumbing the system in. I didn't actually see the results. So I can't speak to that, Luis. I've never done it myself. Here's the thing. The products that we sell on the golf course lawn store are not designed to be applied through a fertigation system. You know what I mean? Because the rates, I mean, I would think that the rates are going to be, I don't know. They're not designed to be applied that way. The concentrations aren't such that if you apply them through that you're going to be applying them at the correct rate. So I can't speak from direct experience on that, unfortunately. And you know, I guess you have to ask yourself, where would that make sense? If you have a larger property, let's say you have a larger property and you just don't feel like taking a backpack sprayer and mixing up products and going out there and applying them manually yourself, I could see that being a benefit to it. But the nice thing about a backpack sprayer is you can mix and match, right? You can say, hey, I'm going to be putting out, you know, my fertilizer, my biostimulants, like your carbon kit. If I want to do for example, growth regulator, if I'm putting out some Primo Max, you know, that I can put through my backpack sprayer. You can't spray those types of things through a fertigation system. So, you know, I'm sure they do have a use case, but as far as like the program that I like to use and the products that I like to apply on my lawn, they're not a great fit. You know what I mean? So I don't, you know, I'd have to do some more research into it, but for me, I just don't think that that it would be a great fit for my lawn, even if I could get one, because again, a lot of products that I use simply just can't be applied through a system like that. So great question though. And I'll do some more research and I'll get you some feedback, because I know we email back and forth sometimes. But yeah, no, that not something that I would do on my lawn. All right, next up we got another super chat. Let me get down here really quick from Mr. Doug 350Z. Super chat received. He says, "Hey Ron, I sent you some pictures of some of the holes I discovered today. Hoping you might be able to help." So you sent some pictures of holes in your lawn. Okay. All right. I don't have anything from you, Doug 350Z, as yet. So maybe it hasn't come through my email as yet. So I guess I'll just stay posted. I'll stay posted and see if it pops up. If not, try sending it again. Maybe the pictures you sent were too big, and maybe that's why they're not showing up. But if you guys are, but yeah, I'll take a look at it. Even if I don't get the pictures now, I will help you out after the show, because you have my email address. If not, it is ron@golfcourselawn.com. Send me a picture of it, and I'll let you know what I think, even if I'm not able to show them on the show, because I don't have any email from you just yet. All right, so let's look for the next comment. And while I do that, let's go up here and look for the next question, concern, comment of the day. Mr. Robert Rainey showed me his stash. He sent me an email here. I'm show you guys what he's working with. So he's taking advantage of that sale. He just sent me this picture. You can see what my man is rolling with. Looks like, how many bags is that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 bags of that good, the super sod level mix is what I imagine he's got there to do some top dressing. So he's taking advantage of saving some money and that discount code. So good job, Robert. Very nice. Looking good. You will enjoy the results you get with that product on your lawn. So again, as far as the leveling products or leveling mixes that I've used, by far the best. By far the best stuff that I've ever used on my lawn. It's an excellent product. Excellent product. Okay, next up, let me get through here real quick, so I'm going too slow. Is Emilio Flores says, Ron, what do you think of coffee grounds? I think they have they have benefits. You know, Essential G has coffee grounds in them. As far as you know, not super sad. The folks at My Soil did a test on this, and what they found as far as when you initially apply them, especially if you're just using a straight coffee grounds, nothing that's like infused or anything like that, is that initially you will see a slight dip in nutrient levels, and then it all comes back and then some. So they, as far as being a good biostimulant, as far as something that's good to add to your soil profile, lots and lots of benefits. I mean, I've been putting reclaimed coffee grounds in the form of one of the ingredients in Essential G for over 2 years now. This is going to be coming up on year 3 of doing that, and I've had good results with it. So I think by themselves, I've never applied them just by themselves to be able to say how they would perform. But if you look at what's in Essential G, I can show you here really quick, Emilio. So shop, and then under the Miramichi Green biostimulants, if you look at the makeup of it, it's got 45% compost, 35% reclaimed coffee grounds. So it's compost and then reclaimed coffee grounds. And then you've got some biochar, humate, and silicon. I've applied a ton of this stuff. I mean, lots and lots and lots and lots, like tons of it, literally pallets worth of it on my lawn over the years, like over the past few years, tons of it stuff. So I love the results that I get as far as being able to apply less fertilizer, goes less as far as the nutrient inputs into my lawn, and still get a great result. Like the color is excellent. You know, the lawn does great with having Essential G as part of my overall lawn care program. So I'm a fan of them. I've not done coffee grounds just by themselves. I have done them for an extended period of time as part of Essential G, and I do like the results that I get with that. So hope that helps, sir. I'm looking over here at the Instagram and see what other questions we got here. He says, "Hey Ron, what would cause high sulfur in my soil?" It could be just where you are, the kind of soil that you have. Like some soils do have higher sulfur content. He says, "My pH is 5.73, nitrogen, and all others are low." If you can, Ray Hemi, send me an email with your soil test results. So take a picture of it or a screenshot of it and email them to me, and I'll answer it. It's hard to give you a good answer without actually having the results in front of me. My email address is ron@golfcourselawn.com. So, just go to just how it sounds, ron@golfcourselawn.com, all spelled out. Or you can go to the Golf Course Lawn store and click on the contact us link. And then, that email as well, like shop@golfcourselawn.store, that works too. But if you want to go directly to me, email it to ron@golfcourselawn.com. I'll take a look and I will get you an answer of what I think. All right. So I'll give you some feedback based on what I see in those results, but it's hard to answer without having your results in front of me. So great question, and I will look out for your soil tests. Let me look here, see if we got any other super chats. We got one here from Ben Raham. Thanks so much, Ben. I appreciate the super chat. Super chat received. He said, "I get holes I have to live with. Cute chipmunks." Oh, chipmunks are getting at you, man. That's yeah. I mean, I don't think there's anything really that you can use to get rid of chipmunks that's not permanent. And chipmunks are cute. They are nice. They're not like moles. Moles are they're mean, evil creatures. But chipmunks, they are nicer than moles. So I'll look out. I think you and Doug are dealing with sounds like some kind of hole problems in your lawn. Yeah. So this is an example. So Doug just he just sent me a picture here really quick. This is what he is dealing with as far as on the topic of holes in your lawn. I'm not sure what that is, man. That's not a mole. It could be chipmunk. It could be some other animal that's burrowing in there. I don't think that's a mole though. I don't think it's a mole, Doug. That's definitely something else. Again, could be chipmunk, could be a snake, could be a lot of different things, but I don't believe that's moles, because moles typically leave like tracks or tunnels, not big holes in the lawn like that. That's no fun, man. Sorry you're dealing with that. I'll look at your other pictures here after the show and let you know what I think. But you guys can see the size of them next to his feet. It's a good size. It's a good size hole in the lawn. So yeah, that stinks, man. I'm sorry that you are dealing with that. Any thoughts, guys? What do you guys think? Any suggestions for Doug as far as what he can do to keep the moles out of his lawn? Also, could be so lawn data officials chiming in and says could be possums, could be a possum too. But yeah, I don't think they're moles, but a chipmunk or a possum, rabbit. I'm getting a bunch of different feedback here from the guys and gals on the Instagram. But yeah, until we know what's causing it, it's difficult to know what to do to get rid of it, unfortunately. So sorry that you're dealing with that, Ben and Doug. And let's see, Ben is chiming in again with another super chat. He says, based on those pictures, they look like chipmunks to me. So it could be chipmunks. And I don't know of a way really to get rid of chipmunks that, I mean, I have to do some research on it. Maybe there's like you can put like some kind of peppers in the lawn, something that maybe it'll be like an irritant to make them like stay away. But I don't know of a non painful way to get rid of chipmunks. So that'd be good. Actually, you know what? A screenshot that. I'm gonna do some research into how do you keep chipmunks out of your lawn. It's good. That's a good question or talking point for next week. Good talking point for next week. Thanks for chiming in, Ben. I really do appreciate it. All right, let's go back up here and see what other question, comments, concerns that I am missing out on that I left out from. Lawn data official says security camera. I got to tell you, you know, guys, I have security cameras all around my house, right? And to see, it's one thing to just wake up in the morning and you see, yeah, like a mole dug tracks in your lawn. It's an entirely different thing to catch them on camera, to literally watch the path that they're carving in your lawn, the savagery that the crime that they're committing to my stripe action, and have it caught in 4K in crisp videos I can actually see it. So I could relive. It's almost like they did it on purpose. It's very different when you can actually see it yourself. So yeah, I mean, I promise, I'm not bitter. It sounds like I'm bitter. I'm not. I'm over it. I'm not, you know, moles, I'm good with them now. I'm really not bitter, even though it may sound like it. I'm really, I'm good. I'm past it. All right, next up, we have Alex in the house. He says, hey, Ron, thanks for helping me on Wednesday. You are very welcome. I'm trying to think what did I help you with on Wednesday? But at any rate, you're welcome. No worries at all. Happy to help out. And then next up is Michael Carroll from Martha's Vineyard saying, happy Friday from Martha's Vineyard. Thanks for coming to hang out in the live stream, Michael. It's also a nice part of the country as well. And next up we have Dwayne's World, party time. Excellent. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. I threw down the awesome Certainty Celsius combo plus surfactant. Had inspected rain 4 to 5 hours after application. Should I be concerned? You should be okay, Dwayne. I mean, it'd been better to not have rain, but given that you use surfactant, it likely was dry and you're still going to get a good result with it. You know, guys, on the topic of Celsius and Certainty, so one thing some of you guys have been asking for is Celsius here recently has made available Celsius in a smaller packet. So actually, I'll show you guys here on the store. Or actually, I'll show you. Yeah, we'll do both. We'll go with this. We can, on the topic of Celsius and Certainty. So you go to shop, go to Weed Killer, and Celsius before was really only available in this 10 ounce, right? Which is really, to be completely honest, this is the best deal. As far as, even though it's like $160, this is still the best deal as far as like the amount of applications you get, the cost per application, and just being able to have enough product that you're not going to have to buy it anytime soon for years and years and years. However, some people just want to be able to get a single application down, do a bit of cleanup, do a bit of spot spraying. So here recently, there's been a new option that's been introduced that is a single application, a single dose. So this is 0.226 ounces of Celsius. So what that looks like, I've actually got one of them here. We got some in and it sold out really quickly. So we've already got some more coming in. So I think it's before March 10th when we expect our next shipment. And so if you guys want to pre-order it, you can. But this is what it looks like, right? So what's cool about this is that if you have, again, you're doing some spot spraying and you don't think you're going to be having to do it regularly, and you just don't want, and you don't really care that you're paying a bit more for the application, this 0.226 is enough for 2 gallons of water at the high rate. Now, they also say you can use the same amount with 4 gallons of water. That's a lower rate, and if you were gonna use that in the summertime when it was hot, I'd say you could get away with using one of these over 4 gallons of water. If it were me, I would limit like one of these to 2 gallons of water, because that's a concentration that I find you get a better control, you get a better result with. So for those of you guys that were asking for it, we got some in and it's all gone. We have some more coming in, but now as far as Celsius, you've got an option here for a single use packet. Again, this is 0.226 or in my opinion, 2 gallons worth of water, enough for 2,000 square feet. And there's going to be more available here soon. I say March 10th, we intend to have some in before then. And again, if you want to get yours locked in, you can pre-order it, and as soon as it comes in, it'll go out to you. Or if you want to wait, you can wait too. But again, the best deal is still the this one, the 10 ounce, as far as just what your cost per application goes. But for those of you that just want something, a single use, or just wanted to be able to do some spot spraying, you can now also have these single packets as an option, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Options are a good thing, right? All right, next up, we have No Name in the house. He says, hey, Ron, happy Friday. The green up has started in North Georgia. Let's get those likes up. And Ron, how about those small Celsius packets? So I literally was just talking about it. I promise you, I didn't see his comment before I looked at this. But yeah, these are cool. This is what I was talking about just a second ago, No Name. Again, this is 0.226, which if you look at the video, you look at my video from, it's been 2 years ago at this point, on using Celsius and Certainty together. The rate that I like to use, and it's not going to show up on camera because this is, let me see if I can get this to show up in here. Maybe we'll see. You guys aren't going to be able to see that because it's not a great light. So the rate that I like to use is the 0.452 rate of Celsius with 4 gallons of water. So 0.45 with 4 gallons of water. That's a good rate that does a great job cleaning up, pretty much, all the weeds that Celsius is going to target, is labeled to target. So I like that heavier rate than the 226 rate for this. So if you're going to use these, for me, I would go with, I need to do one of two things. Either I would get 2 of them and mix 2 of them with 4 gallons of water, because that's going to get you the concentration that I show in that video. I think is frankly going to produce a better result. Or you could just get, the big one, which this again is the best deal as far as like having enough product and for years and years and years worth of application. So it just depends on which way you want to go. But these are an option for people that want to just want a smaller option. We're gonna get some more here and soon. If you want to pre-order it, you can. That option is there for you on the store. All right, next up is No Name. He says, looks like an inexpensive way to spot treat a lawn. I don't know. I mean, it's less expensive. It's less expensive than buying this. So if you think you're going to be spraying your lawn one time and taking care of weeds one time, then yes, this is less expensive than buying the 10 ounce. However, the cost per application of this is much more expensive than the 10 ounce. So it depends on how much you intend to be using it. You know what I mean? If you're just going to be doing some cleanup here and there and you just want to, or you just don't care. You don't care that, hey, the application rate is higher. I'm just going to buy what I need for the season. And every year I can just buy just more packets if I want to do that. That's completely a way to go as well too. It really depends on the person. I think for someone with a smaller lawn, so 5,000 square feet or less, then the smaller packets are an attractive option. You can pick up a couple of those, and that's a good way to do some cleanup in your lawn for weeds, especially if you are doing pre-emergent in the spring and fall, and you're just looking to do some spot spraying. Not a bad option, you know what I mean? But if you have a bigger property, if you got, above 5,000 square feet, it really becomes, in my opinion, a better decision, because you're just getting more applications. Your cost per application goes down dramatically versus the single-use packets. So I hope that helps, sir. Again, you guys want options, so we aim to please. So hopefully that is useful for you guys. It's another way for you guys to get your lawn weed-free this spring and summer. All right, next up is Randall Lard. Let me make sure I don't have any super chats here. Nope, I don't. Yep, one from Randall Lard is up next. He says, question, I'll be using 901C. I also have Carbon Pro L. Should I use them both together? You can. It's not going to hurt anything. You can use them both together. From what I remember, Carbon Pro L has a little bit of iron in it. I believe it's been years, man. It's probably been 4 years, at least 4, maybe 5 years since I've used Carbon Pro L. It's been a while. So if you still got some laying around and you want to mix that in with a 901C, yeah, there's no issue with doing that at all. I mean, you're mixing 2 biostimulants. The Carbon Pro L has a small amount of micronutrient, if I remember correctly. I think it has a little bit of iron in it. So, there's that. And if you already have it, since you already have it, yes, I would absolutely use it. I would use it. But I mean, if you're looking to supplement the micronutrients that 901C does not have, I think Nutrizolve, or a more complete micronutrient product, is a better choice than using Carbon Pro L. So if you want to, again, if you got Carbon Pro L, use it up, but I would not use that as a replacement for something like Nutrizolve, as far as adding, iron, zinc, manganese, copper, boron, like all the micros to to your soil. So hope that helps, Randall. Yeah, definitely throw it down and you should get a great result. Shouldn't be a problem at all. All right, we got a comment here, someone chiming in from the Instagram saying it's Premium Green Turf. All right, I like the name, I like it. It says, hello from Melbourne, Australia, from down under. Very cool. Thanks for coming to hang out, man. I appreciate you guys from down under taking the time to come hang out on the live stream as well. Hopefully you guys are enjoying it. You know, Australia is on my bucket list. It's one of the places that I want to visit one day. I've already made it to Tokyo, made it to Japan. I have not made it to Australia as yet. So at some point here, got to make that happen. Got to see what you guys are working with as far as your lawns go, you know? All right, next is Demarculus Thompson. He says, greetings, Ron and Lawn Care crew. Can you speak to using the electric backpack ULV fogger to apply Miramichi Green pest control? Yes, so that's a great question. So as far as options for applying the pest control, you can use a fogger or you can use a traditional backpack sprayer. The application rate with a fogger goes a lot further. So if you're going to, it's something like 7,000 square feet, something ridiculous. It's a huge difference. I'll tell you here. Yeah, it's like 7,500 square feet when you use a fogger, or like 1,500 square feet if you use a backpack sprayer. So as far as you know, just as far as just the coverage, it's a lot greater when you use a fogger. And I like a fogger for a couple other reasons too. If you are going to be spraying shrubs, if you're going to be spraying the sides of your house, you're going to be spraying patio furniture, a fogger is going to produce a finer mist than a backpack sprayer is going to do, right? So that's another reason why I am a fan of using a fogger with this product. You don't have to. You're not going to hurt anything if you don't. But you're going to get better coverage, and it's going to, you know, as far as being able to spray and not, you know, spray like your gutters and just spray shrubs, spray everything. You know, it's easier to do it with a fogger than it is with a backpack sprayer. If you want to see, so if you look in the product description here for the Miramichi Green Pest Control, this video, I actually show using a fogger within here. And I think I have a link to one in here as well. Maybe I do. Yep, there's a link to a fogger here, the one that I used in that video. There might be a newer one now, but this is the one that I used in the video, and it worked great. But yes, you can do it either way, Demarculus, fogger or backpack sprayer. Fogger gets you more coverage, and it is, you know, as far as if you're going to spray patio furniture, using a nice mist or a nice fogger to just mist it all, it's going to dry out faster than if you use your backpack sprayer. But both work just fine. Great question. All right, next up is Jamar McKinney. He says, I wish I could get some of that topsoil in Texas. Yeah, I don't know, man. You got to keep, you know, start pestering them. You know, the squeaky wheel gets greased. So if they, you know, just keep harassing the folks at Supersod saying, hey, listen, here in the great state of Texas, we like the good stuff on our lawns too. Why can't you guys like open up a facility? What's going on? Why can't we get some? Just keep bugging them. You might be able to make it happen. All right, next up is Tutrilla. He says, happy Friday. I hope everyone is well, and it's almost time to kick it in gear. Yeah, man, it's close. Tell you, over the next like 3 weeks, if you're in the Southeast United States, if you're in Sierra Nevada, it's not gonna make much of a difference. Between now and next 3 weeks, you're gonna see a big change in the color of your lawn, especially if it's already greening up and we're still in February. Good times are on the way. All right, Robert Rainey is up next. He says, is there anything else that might be more efficient than a leveling rake for handling worm castings before mowing? I've seen some courses use a whip before mowing greens. Any input? Other than a leveling rake? Not really. I mean, turf raking will knock them over too, but that's probably more work than a leveling rake, because you got another piece of equipment you're going to be going over the lawn with, right? Yeah, I don't know, Robert. I'll tell you, with worm castings, what I do, and you know, I'm not saying it's necessarily the best way to do it, but because whenever I mow, like my mower has a front roller on it, when I'm like mowing the lawn, the worm castings get mashed down by the front roller. So, you know, I don't do anything special for worm castings to get rid of them. You know, the front roller mashes them down to where all I'm doing is I'm cutting grass. It's not like I'm running over the little bit of dirt that's exposed with the worm castings, like pop up over the lawn. So try that. I mean, see what results you get. But for me, I don't do anything in particular to get. In other words, I don't go rake my lawn or do anything in particular to target worm castings. When the mower takes care of that, because I have that front roller in front of it, so it's not really an issue. I guess you could do a whip. You could do the whip like what they use on greens in the morning to knock the dew off, or you could use a leveling rake, but that seems to me like a lot of work just for castings. I don't know that I would necessarily do that. I never have. So I'm just talking to you from experience, and I've never done that, and my mower holds up just fine. It's not like I'm dulling the reel or bed knife by running, by doing that. The front roller does a good job of knocking them down before I mow the lawn. So just something to consider if you've not tried it out as yet. All right, next up is Patrick Gates. There's a question from Mariella. It says, hey, Mariella, glad to have you. If I want to get 3 yards. Okay, that's not for me. That's for Supersod. They should be able to help you out there. And then next up is Andrew Stockdale. He says, hey, Ron, do y'all sell smaller bags of the 14-7-14? Thanks for the great show. We do not. So that comes in a 40-pound bag, Andrew. It comes in a 40-pound bag, and that 40-pound bag covers, I want to say 11,000-ish square feet, because again, it's a slightly smaller bag than the Humic Max. And just logistically putting it in a smaller bag is it just, believe it or not, it's not as simple as just saying get another bag and just and bag the fertilizer in a smaller quantity. The labels have to be redone. It's a whole process that's involved in doing that, unfortunately. What I would do is just get a 40-pound and just you've got enough to be able to do several applications. You know what I mean? So if you figure like a 20-pound or an 18-pound bag of fertilizer, a 40-pound is like double that, and all that means is you've got enough product to be able to do multiple applications. So I would just get the 14-7-14 and just know that you're paying less per pound of nitrogen, less per pound of product by getting the slightly larger bag, and then you've got enough to do multiple apps. So hope that helps. Yeah, no plans at this point to do a smaller bag of or smaller size of for those that know what he's talking about, of the 14-7-14. So Humic Max, this is a 45-pound bag, and the Complete and the Stress are both 40-pound bags. So no plans at this point to do anything smaller, because just logistically it's kind of a pain to do, and the market for it is also not as big. Maybe in years to come, but it will not be for this season. How about that? I'll give you that much. It's not going to happen this season. Okay, next up is Jamar McKinney. He says, my yard is flooded with weeds, unfortunately. I intend to spray Celsius Uncertainty whenever I can get it in. Is it okay to cut my lawn low with my reel mower prior to spraying? You can, but here's the thing. Celsius Uncertainty are post-emergent herbicides that work by getting sprayed on the foliar or on the leaf of the weed you're trying to target. So if it were me, I'm not sure if you already ordered it, if you already have some. It sounds like you said you've got some on the way, or you're getting some in. What I would do is I would wait. I would spray if you're gonna blanket the entire lawn, I would do that prior. I would do that first, and then give it 2 days. So if you sprayed, say, on Monday, I would mow. You could do it Wednesday, but really I would mow on Thursday to give it 2 days for it to be for the weeds to dry it and to really take up the herbicide, and then you can mow the lawn down. And then what's going to happen? You're going to find is, because you're cutting it after the weeds that are being targeted have taken up the herbicide, it's going to be a lot harder for them to grow back. Versus if you cut the lawn first, so you hack off all the leaf, all the foliar that you really need to get the herbicide into the plant to kill it. You're gonna be working against yourself. You're not gonna get as good results than if you do it the other way around. So for me, once you get Celsius Uncertainty, spray the lawn as it is. Don't mow it for 2 days. So again, if you sprayed on Monday, plan to mow Thursday if you want. So give it a few days to really get taken up, and then you can mow it short if you want, and that's going to make it a lot harder for the weeds to come back in your lawn. That is the sequence that I would do it in. I would not mow first and then spray. I would spray and then mow. That's going to get you a better result, Jamar. Hope that helps. Because the thing is, right, is if this were in the summertime where everything is growing quickly, and you wanted to mow your lawn and then give it a week or so and then spray. I mean, that's, in my opinion, it's still better to spray when there's as much leaf material as possible. But in the summer when things are growing aggressively, it would be less bad to mow, wait a few days, let some leaf grow, spray, and then wait another few days and then cut it off. But now where the lawn is just waking up and plants aren't growing that aggressively just yet, I would maximize the leaf that you currently have as far as those weeds go and spray them let it dry, give it a few days, and then mow afterwards. I think that's going to get you a better result than the opposite. All right, next up is, let's see what we got here. We got Doug 350C says, at Zach Sellinger, Home Depot, Verena rents heavy duty and regular lawn equipment. So there you go. That's sounds like you got an option there for so some of the equipment that you were looking for, Zach. Doug is trying to come through for you. And next up, we got Jim Carson says, hello, everyone. All of my grass is doing well. Fescue is growing. Tip-top Bermuda in the area is still green. Yeah, Jim, I think you're in Southern California, right? So I'm not surprised. You probably have like Florida weather. For the most part, your lawn may lose a little bit of color in the wintertime, but for the most part, it stays green year round, which is pretty cool. And Mariella saying, hey, Patrick, we have level mix all year. I recommend to order at least 3 weeks before you need it by a certain day. That's good advice, especially as you guys get further into the season, guys. You saw what Robert did. Robert is not messing around. Like this man, my man is like, you know what? I want to get that's not it. My man is like, I want to have my top dressing mix sitting there because you can see how it comes, right? It comes in the big yellow bag, and at the top, there's like tarpaulin built into it to where it's sealed up. So even if you have to leave it out in the elements where it's getting rained on, like it's not going to get a bunch of it's not going to pick up a bunch of water, is what I'm trying to say. It's closed up pretty well. But if you wait till April, May timeframe, it might be a few weeks out, like Mariella is saying, to be able to get in their schedule to be able to get your product. So getting it early, especially if you have somewhere to put it, like where Robert is not a bad plan, and it saves yourself some money as well too, which is always nice. Always nice to do that. All right, let's see what we got next here as far as questions. We got Neil White up next. He says, hey Ron, if you had to choose between Xeon Zoysia, Zenith Zoysia, and Emerald Zoysia, which would you choose? Between those three, it'd be Xeon or Emerald. And yeah, it'd be Xeon or Emerald for me. I can't say those two would be in the running. One I would not choose is like El Toro. I am not a fan of it. I know Lee has that at the turf park. It's the plot that is closest to their building. And I don't like it. The leaf blade of it is too thick. It's almost like compadre zoysia, like the zoysia that I have on my back porch of the little planter. Like that is compadre, and the leaf is a bit thicker. It looks almost, it's zoysia, but it almost looks like how thick the leaf of St. Augustine is, along those lines. So I am not as much of a fan of that as I am the finer leafed zoysias. So Xeon or Emerald, either one of those would be nice. Nice color. Yeah, so those two would be in the running between those. But again, it depends on you. That's just my opinion. You have to look at it for yourself and say, to my eye, which color looks best to me and which leaf texture looks best to me. I will tell you that this area here, so if we look at the area that I showed you guys over at the Real Rollers Turf Park, like this area here, and again, this is not necessarily reflective of the plant so much, but this plot is the El Toro zoysia. The plot that you can't see over to the right, so right there, the far one, the one that's furthest away from us here on the right side of the frame, that is Xeon. And that is not super level either. it's level, but it's not like pool table smooth, and that one didn't have any issues really as far as with the water settling there and causing a problem in the grass. So it's hard to say because it's likely that the El Toro had a bigger depression, so water was able to really settle there. But just from a parent standpoint, for me, Xeon or Emerald would be my particular, suits my eye. Okay, next up is Alex Ristano. He says, I put down 800 pounds of lime, timed it for a light rain over the weekend. We ended up getting a little over 2 inches within 6 hours. My neighbor's yard should look great this year. Oh, so your neighbor got some of it too? Yeah, when it comes to lime, a little bit of heavier rainfall isn't bad. That's not, a light rain, you want to water that lime in. So 2 inches is a bunch. It's a bit, but that's good. That it's definitely watered in, which is exactly what you want. I wouldn't sweat it too much. And if some of it got into your neighbor's lawn, then it's likely going to benefit them too. Here's the thing, guys, unless you have a heavy clay soil and a sloped lawn where literally your lawn just turns into a river, water just running off of it. Like this whole thing about you putting, products down, and then if you get, an inch and a half, 2 inches of rain, that it all washes out or all runs away is really it's really overblown. It doesn't happen. Like it doesn't move as much as you guys think it does. So I think Alex, most of what you put down, or I'd say 95% of what you put down, is likely right where you put it. I wouldn't think that it would move too much, because think about this too as well, Alex, is once like the lime gets wet, or like pre-emergent, if you're doing like granular pre-emergent gets wet, once it gets wet, it begins to break down. It's not like it stays in that granule form that's easier to float and perhaps move, locate to another part of the lawn. Once it gets wet, it really stays where you put it. So it's something else to consider as well. All right, McNasty Motorsports is in the house. He says, Ron, it's go time for me. He says, sprayed out the rye last Sunday. This week, redefining bed edges, removing some things that didn't survive the winter, and scalping. It's the week of lawn and house projects. Great point. So guys, that's something I want to talk about tonight. I've been trying to get through the questions, but it's a good talking point. Is you guys will notice the thumbnail for this live stream is the sprinkler heads that I put on, that I replaced in the lawn over this past week. So in the evening, I took an evening and I went out and I had to replace, there are 4 sprinkler heads that have been in there since the house was built. So a little over 8 years at this point. And, sprinkler heads are a wear item. They can, you do have to replace them occasionally, especially if you do a lot of top dressing and you allow sand to get in them. They don't last as long if you do that. So, as far as the time of year to get any kind of lawn surgery from a standpoint of like irrigation or, sprinkler head replacement, like now's the time to do it, because you figure, you replace sprinkler heads now, the lawn isn't really green, or it's only now starting to green up. It's not going to be much of an eyesore because the lawn's already brown. No one's going to really notice it. But now if you wait until when it's like May, June timeframe, the lawn is already looking awesome. You got your biostimulants down, you're fertilizing it, it's on that PGR life, and it's looking, it's going to pain you. It's going to hurt. Trust me, take it from someone that's done it. It is going to hurt. It's going to hurt you in places you didn't know you had, to have to go dig up a 12-inch, circle, a chunk of material out of your lawn, remove that, replace the sprinkler head and put it back. It's going to grow back in, but it's still going to hurt. I'm telling you, just if you know there's things in your lawn like irrigation heads that need to be replaced, do it now. Like get it knocked out now when the lawn is not looking nice, so you don't have to deal with it when you've already got it pretty and everything's looking nice. So just word of advice, small PSA. Any kind of maintenance you got to do, that kind of thing, drainage issues you have to fix, now's the time to do it. Do anything like that kind of stuff now, so you're not messing up all your hard work whenever when it's go time, when it's really lawn domination and becoming the envy of the neighborhood time, right? Just something to think about. All right, Doug says, oh wow, Mariella, I didn't know you guys rent equipment too, and yes, love the location by the farmer's market. Yeah, cool. So I guess like Supersod rents equipment as well. I did not know that. See, learned something new as well. So yeah, reach out to them if they happen to rent, if they have a branch nearby where you are and they'll rent like material equipment for spreading it. That makes it even easier, right? Good to know. Papa Mo's Low says, I'll have my order in first of the week. Very good. And guys, it's a good point. Like that discount code I know we're a little bit late. For any of you that are joining, we have a representative here, Mariella Estrada, that's here from Supersod. She's in talking about a promotion they're running that's going to allow you to save $35 if you use the discount code that is in the chat. Save on top dressing, that is in the chat now. But it only runs until the end of this month. So if you live in Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, North Carolina, or South Carolina, and any other places that she may have mentioned that I don't know about, you can use that discount code. It only is good until the end of this month. So February 28th is when it expires. After, I think March 1st is no good anymore. You'll still be able to save some. Like use the discount code after that, you'll save some, but the big discount is getting your order in before the end of this month. You'll save $35 off of a bag of what I think is really one of the best top dressing leveling mixes that you can use on your lawn. I've used a lot of them. And by far, it is the best. I mean, you get what you pay for. It's more expensive, but it's definitely the best stuff that I've ever used on my lawn. So if you guys want to save a bit of money, by all means, take advantage of that. All right, next up is Isaac Momperouse. What's going on, Isaac? He says, what's up, fellas? Jersey on the check-in. I bet you in Jersey, you guys probably still have snow on the lawn, right? You're not out mowing or doing anything yet, but still, I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming to hang out in the live stream, representing for Jersey. And then Mariella, if you guys want a phone number to call, there it is. That's their phone number, or off her direct line if you want to call an order in, or if you want to also call and say, hey, listen, when are you guys going to start bringing it to my area? Sorry, Mariella, if that's not what it's there for, but if you want to, just or tell them how much you love their products, or any other suggestions, you can call that number. All right, Neil White says, I'm putting in an order for Superside next week. Love that place. It is good stuff. They do make good product. All right, let me look here. I got some questions over here on Instagram. They are getting rowdy. So let's see here. Hot Fashion's in the house saying, what's going on, Granger? He says, last year I top dressed and got bad rainstorm after. All my sand stayed in place. Yep, that's a good point. Hopeful Fashion is saying, if I buy the supersod level mix today, can I have it shipped at a later date? I don't believe they're delaying it too much, Granger. What you might be able to do is you can call them and ask. I don't know how much you want to delay it by, but call them and see what they say. I mean, if you give them the same discount code that's in the live stream, that they might be able to honor that. But I would call and ask. I don't know how much they're delaying it if you wait. All right, next up we got here is Mike Harvey. He says, hi, Ron Henry. I'm still battling POA. I've done 2 applications of certainty, but the POA is laughing at me. Okay, so Mike, what rate are you using certainty with? And are you using surfactant with it? Because I'll tell you, like I did an application on the turf park, the Real Rollers Turf Park, and I also did one on Alex's lawn near his mailbox where he had some POA as well too. And it's been... The turf park has been 10 days, and Alex's lawn has been about the same thing, and it's already dying off. Like it's already yellowing pretty strongly, and it's another week or so, it's gonna be pretty much dead. So I'd like to see. Tell you what, if you don't mind, send me pictures of what you're dealing with. So this is my email, ron@golfcourselawn.com. You should have it. Send me a picture of how how it's progressing. The rate that you use for POA is heavier than the rate that you need to use for sedges. So for sedges in the summertime, you can get by with, and I did this in the video that I posted last week, I think, on controlling weeds in your lawn. For sedges, this rate, let me get over to another camera. You have 2 scoops, 2 spoons when it comes to using certainty, right? For sedges in the summer, you can use 3 of these, 3 of the small scoops, and that works just fine in the summertime because sedges are more sensitive, and it's also, you got the heat, you get the heat of the summer that helps this work faster. For POA, you need to use the large scoop. So one of these covering 1,000 square feet. So per the label, it's just to mix one of these with 2 gallons of water and spray that over 1,000 square feet. But the way you need to think about it is 1 large scoop over 1,000 square feet. That is the low end of the rate that they recommend for POA. So if you are spraying it at that rate and you're using surfactant, you will get a good result. And you're also using a good spray tip. If you're using like the, I think you're doing all these things. If you're using the foliar tip, like this is what I use to spray the turf park and also to spray Alex's like the POA that Alex has in front near his mailbox, and it's doing the thing. It's doing what it's supposed to be doing. So if you don't mind, send me an email with some pictures of what you're dealing with, of how it's looking, and tell me everything you've done as far as like how you've mixed it, the application rates you've been using, and see if we can get to the bottom of it. Because again, certainty is excellent against POA if you apply it at the correct rates and you use surfactant with it. So I'll definitely help you out, Mike. Send me some pictures and we will get to the bottom of what you're dealing with. Good stuff. Great question. All right, next up is Todd Gleaves. He says, thumbs up done. Happy Friday. Spot sprayed 2 days ago in some breakthrough areas. 20-degree weather back in the past couple of days. Scalp and Pre-em maybe this weekend. Chicken coop build is taking too long. It sounds like you got a lot going on, Todd. Like you have quite a bit going on with your lawn. But again, get your pre-emergent down. I mean, again, a bit early is better than late. It sounds like wherever you are in the country, you're still dealing with some cool weather. But once it begins to get on a warming trend, get that pre-em down. Don't wait too long. Don't wait too long. And Neil White says, Mike Harvey, POA is the devil. It is. And especially if you let it get out of hand. Like if it starts to really take off and you don't get on it quickly with some certainty, it can be a pain to get rid of. The thing with it as well to consider is that when it gets hotter, that will cause it to also die off too. But the thing with most weeds, the earlier you can catch them, the earlier you can spray them out, you can introduce the herbicide to target them, the better it works. Kind of like with crabgrass. Celsius does work against crabgrass if you apply this when it's young. If you wait till you've got fully developed crabgrass, then you got to go to something like quinclorac. And even if you wait too long, if you wait till like July time frame where crabgrass has been growing since spring and it hasn't had you've not done anything against it, even quinclorac is going to have hard time killing it. Like you got to start using things like like a methylated seed oil to really try and get, to help get the herbicide to take effect. So when it comes to POA, I say all that to say this: when it comes to POA or really any weeds you're targeting in your lawn, the earlier you can target them, the better. And like with POA, the best way to prevent them is, or to get rid of them, is to not have it in the first place by using a good pre-emergent program. So for POA in warm season grass, Spectacle Flow, in my opinion, is the best. Is the best product you can use. I used to have a bottle here. Yeah, actually, I still do. Yeah, this, again, this is only for warm season grass. So if you have warm season turf and you don't mind spending more money, this is the best product, in my opinion, for POA in warm season lawns. Like, you'll spray this stuff. Like I did an application on my lawn and there's no POA in sight at all. You know what I mean? So it's great stuff. It's about as good as you can get. And then Doug 50Z says, Mike, are you sure it's POA? That's a good question too. Yeah, send me pictures of it, Mike, because at this point, I'd be interesting to find out if what you're dealing with actually is Poa Annua, because certainty should knock it out, man, especially if you're applying it at the correct rates along with surfactant. All right, JP says Vransky is up next. He says, every time Ron recommends a soil test, an angel gets its wings. That's good. He says, keep up the great work. Love the live streams. Sprayed certainty on my POA last weekend. It's already yellowing. Yeah. What you're going to find too is, as now that we're getting the temps are getting warmer, you're going to start seeing results sooner with when it comes to herbicides in your lawns. If you're spraying POA or any broadleafs, they're going to take effect. You're going to see the results faster than if you'd done it a month ago, So yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one, JP. I've not heard that one before. So guys, if you guys are enjoying the show, enjoying the live stream so far, if you guys would not mind hitting the like button ever so gently, it's free to do. It doesn't cost anything. It's a great way to support the channel. So if you guys wouldn't mind doing that, I'd really appreciate it. There's like 150 of you here in the show tonight, and right now we're only at 93 likes. It kind of hurts a little bit. So if you guys wouldn't mind, hit that like button ever so gently. It's a great way to support the channel and costs you absolutely nothing. Costs you absolutely nothing. All right, so we have a question here from Instagram, from Heartfelt Fashion. He says, when you get your reel sharpened, over time, will it thin out the thickness of the blades? Well, not really thin them out. It's like whenever you think of it this way, if you think of the reel as like a cylinder, whenever they are putting a grind on it, ever so slightly, you are reducing the diameter of the cylinder, right, of the reel. So it's not like they are cutting. How can I explain this? It's not like they are cutting or thinning out each individual blade itself. It's they're putting a grind on the entire on the entire reel. So think of it as don't think of it as it's thinning. Like, I don't have a knife here to be able to show you. I don't think so. It's upstairs. Yeah. You don't think of it like it's sharpening it like you're sharpening a knife, like you're trying to put an edge on a knife. Think of it like you're sharpening, you're putting a grind on the reel, and instead of it being this big, you're taking it down. It's not that much, but you're slowly reducing the diameter of the reel as you grind on it. So it's not thinning the blades per se, but you are reducing the diameter of the reel. So yeah, so hope that helps Granger. Yes, it does. You can get to a point where after you sharpen enough times that you do have to replace the reel. Like, there is a limit of how much you can take off, but yeah. So hope that helps answer your question. Hopefully I explained it in a way that makes sense and clears that up. Next up is Mike Harvey. He says, no yellowing. Maybe it was too cold. I'm in upstate South Carolina. I can hit it a third time now that it's getting warmer. I would give it a little bit of time, Mike. So I would give it 3 weeks between applications. So if you did an app like last week, I would give it a little bit more time. If it's been 3 weeks since you've applied it and you want to give it another app, you can. But again, certainty, again, if you're using the correct race with surfactant, it really shouldn't take that much to get rid of it. At this point, I almost want to see pictures of it if you don't mind. Like, if you don't, just humor me, send me a picture. We're on a golf course lawn. Send me a picture of what you're spraying, like a close-up of it. It should look like, I can actually show you here. It should, and I'm sure you know what POA looks like. It should look like this. So if we go to the golf course lawn store and go look at certainty, and we go over to here, it should look like that. So you'll see here, it's within Bermuda, it's the one thing that's going to be green. But if you look close, you'll see the flowers there in the middle. Like, see the little white flowers there, the little seed heads like that. You should see those on it as well. That is Poa Annua. So that's what it should look like. And as it begins to die off, it's going to start looking like that. You see, the color is going to be coming out of it, and it's going to be like, why? What did I do? Why you got to hit me so hard? Why is it got to be like that? This is not nice. It'll be like that. But again, the warmer it gets, the better certainty, or all herbicides work, not just certainty, but all herbicides work better when it gets warmer. All right, let's see what other questions and comments we have here. Mike is asking, did you add Celsius as well, just in case it's not POA? That's a good point. If you're sure it's only POA, then certainty is all you need. But if it's not POA and it's a broadleaf or something that you might be confusing with for POA, then that's where Celsius would be a good addition. All right, next up we got JJ Price in the house. He says, "Hey Ron, happy Friday. I am installing a small 3-head section of sprinklers tomorrow in my front postage stamp. Any advice?" No, not really. Not really. I mean, it sounds like, you're doing it now. This is a great time of year. If you want to get irrigation installed, this is a great time of year to do it because the lawn is dormant, or it's coming out of dormancy. So you're not going to be messing up your pretty lawn in this middle of summer, which is painful to do. And as far as that goes, no, not really. I mean, you put the, I don't have a sprinkler head here. If you're doing it yourself with the hunters, how can I explain this? I have a video on that shows how to set them, but with the hunters, you rotate to the right. When it goes to the right is when you adjust how far the stop to the left is, the sweep to the left is. And I'm trying to think, make sure I'm explaining this correctly. So if you want to see, I've got a video here on irrigation, on replacing sprinkler heads, in case you're putting them in yourself, that will show you like how to set them, because you can only set the stop in one direction with the little key that it's included with. The other one, you have to hold the base of the sprinkler head, and you have to literally, like, it takes some arm strength to do this, but you got to kind of it's almost like a ratchet. Like you have to like turn it like forcefully, and it will click. It'll click and click and click until and that sets the right stop for hunter sprinkler heads. The left stop is set by the key, and the right stop, if you're looking at, looking from it face down, like when it sweeps to the right, that is set by physically clocking the sprinkler head. And I've got a video here on irrigation, how to install sprinkler heads, that I will link here in the chat for you. In case you're doing it yourself, that is helpful to watch. But outside of that, yeah, it's everything that you're gonna need to know about setting up at least the sprinkler head portion of it is in this video. Now, as far as like doing the plumbing and all that kind of stuff, I've never done that. So you're kind of on your own there. But as far as setting the sprinkler heads, I can help you with that portion. So here you go at JJ Price. At JJ, and yep. And irrigation video. There you go. Hope that helps. If you have any other questions, let me know. Next up is Andrew Phillips. Andrew is in the house. Actually, before Andrew, we have Superfly, not Super Duper Fly. Says, when I do that, it kills my grass. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Superfly. I'm not sure what you're doing that causes it to kill your grass, but if you add some more context, I can revisit the question, but I'm not sure based on what you're saying, what you are asking. All right, Andrew Phillips is up next. He says, "Hello, Ron, checking in for some lawn talk. Backyard greening up without any treatments just yet. Front yard, not there yet, but it sounds like you're not in any rush." Oh, sounds good, Andrew. I mean, it's all going to eventually come in, so don't sweat it. I imagine the back lawn is getting more sunlight, which is likely why it's greening up first, and the front lawn will just be a little bit behind. It'll catch up. Like my back lawn greens up before my front lawn, or I should say this, as a whole, my back lawn greens up before my front lawn does, in general. That's what normally happens every year. All right, next up is Oliver. He says, Oliver Ridham, he says, "Hey Ron." Hey Oliver. He says, "I have weeds in my flower bed. How do you usually handle those?" Let me see here. Yeah. How do you usually handle those? Is it safe to spray pre-emergent and herbicide without affecting the plants? Yeah, so you got to be careful when it comes to ornamentals, Oliver. The label for like Celsius and Certainty will let you know, especially for Certainty, it has them on there, will let you know what ornamentals, what types of plants you can spray the product on and it not harm them. What I would say is this, is for pre-emergent, you're likely to be fine with that. Like pre-emergent, I'm not terribly worried about doing pre-emergent in your flower beds. As far as post-emergent, what I would do is I would limit the herbicide to what you are trying to target. So say you got like a rose garden or whatever. Even if certainty and Celsius are safe for spraying on roses, which I don't know off the top of my head if they are or not. But you've got some weeds that are below the roses in the garden. I wouldn't spray the roses. I would get like a piece of cardboard and shield them and just spray, like just you put the herbicide on just what you're trying to target. The thing to keep in mind when it comes to herbicides is even though, you look at the label for Celsius and certainty and they say, yeah, safe for warm season grass, and it lists all the grass stuff that it's safe for. All herbicides, all post-emergent herbicides anyway, do introduce a little bit of stress to the plant. So even though it's not going to kill it, if you can avoid getting it on what you're not going to target, that would be best. So if you have like shrubs or you have your rose garden or whatever it is, if there's a way to spray the weeds and not spray the flowers, I would do that. Again, a piece of cardboard does a great job as a shield to keep it off the plants you're not trying to target. The pre-emergent I'm not as worried about, but when it comes to post-emergent, anything foliar based, that is where you're more likely to cause injury if a plant is sensitive to that particular herbicide. So hope that helps. Again, the best thing is a physical shield, physical piece of cardboard to not get it on what you don't want to target. In the event that the weeds you're targeting are covered by, say, Celsius and certainty, but the ornamentals are sensitive to it. And again, we're talking about like foliar-based post-emergence. Just use like a piece of cardboard to not get it on what you don't want to harm. All right, next up is Mike Harvey. He's up here. He says, what do you think of burning Bermuda instead of scalping? I think if you want to do that and you live in a part of the country or an area that allows for it, so like your HOA is not going to get mad at you and you're not going to have the fire department or police department show up and you have to get like a permit to be able to do it, and you want to, you can. One thing that you find is that the burning of Bermuda, like burning a Bermuda lawn, or to help like clean it out, works better when it is longer, when the grass is longer. So if you got like 2-inch, 3-inch grass and you want to go set it on fire, and you've got like I'm not saying you should go do this, but if you decide you're going to go do that, like it's legal for you to do it there, and you've got, you're not going to get in trouble with like local like law enforcement or whatever, your community. It tends to work better with longer grass, with taller grass than it does with shorter grass. I was talking to Lee at Real Rollers about this. They have, their turf park where they have 2 zoysia and 1 Bermuda plot. And I believe last year they tried burning it, and because those plots are literally all they're all isolated, and it didn't work that well because the grass is so short, it's maintained so short that they really couldn't get it to the fire to pick up. They had to use like a blowtorch and just literally use the torch over the entire lawn, over the entire plot to burn it. It's not like you see in some of these videos where people will set it on fire and then it spreads and burns the entire lawn. So if you're going to do that, it works better with taller grass than it does with shorter grass. So it's really your call. I've never done it on my lawn because I can't do it in my neighborhood. It's not legal to do it. And also, given that my lawn neighbors, I'm up near other people's lawns, I don't want to take the chance of setting it on fire. So I just, for those reasons, I just have never, I've not done that. So it's up to you. There are people that do it and they swear by it and they love the results they get with it. I just do a plain old-fashioned scalping, man. Scalping, turf raking, just use the mechanical means to clean up the thatch and get the lawn ready for the spring. But burning can work. But just keep in mind that if your lawn is real mode and you're already keeping it relatively short, it's not going to work as well as if you have like 2 or 3 inch Bermuda. So just something else to keep in mind. Or if you have a lot of thatch, if you don't have a lot of thatch in your lawn, it's not going to work as well that way either. So just one more thing to keep in mind. All right, we have a super chat here from Mr. Robert Majoros. Thank you so much, Robert. I appreciate you.
Super chat received.
He says, something to add about herbicide resistance. Apply the panel recommendations of any herbicide on the panel. Thanks for sharing your knowledge, Ron. So something to add about herbicide resistance, apply the panel recommendations. Yeah, exactly. So apply it at the correct rates. You don't want to under apply herbicides. You don't want to over apply herbicides. So whatever the rate they specify, use that rate and you will get a good result. While I find the next question, I got a good one here that I saw here really quick while I'm scrolling up. One from R. Carter. He says, who makes the red spray tip that you keep showing? This one right here. This one is from T-Jet. T-Jet makes it. So there's you on the gram. You can see there as well. So T-Jet makes these. And if you want one, I will send you a link here to where you can pick one up. So the T-Jet tip, there's really two that you really need. You need the foliar tip, which is this one, which is great for spraying post-emergent herbicides and for liquid fertilizers and plant growth regulator, pretty much anything that sticks to the plant leaf that benefits from a finer droplet size. The foliar tip is what you want to use. And then for pre-emergent fungicides, anything that's or some biostimulants, anything that's soil-based that benefits from a larger droplet, you can use that one, that spray tip. So there you go. You're all covered. All right, so let me see where I left off. We got past Mike Harvey's question. And next up is Eric B. Is a question about acelepryn. He says, with this early spring, seemingly in North Carolina area, similar to your area, Ron, is it good to put out acelepryn early? I plan on buying some from you soon. I've never done it, Eric. So here's what I would say. When I would apply acelepryn prior to between March, April timeframe, is if you have a history of your lawn where you've got an insect problem, you got like grubs in your lawn, or you have an active insect issue now, then sure, go ahead and if you want to throw some acelepryn down, that's not a bad plan. Per the label as a preventative, they recommend introducing it between, again, late March, early April, and then whenever you want throughout the rest of the season. So I would really only apply it now, Eric, if you have a reason for doing it. In my case, I'm going to be applying acelepryn like late next month or early April. So late March, early April is when I'm going to be doing it on my lawn. So hope that helps. And for those that know what he's talking about, acelepryn is the preventative insecticide that I like to use on my lawn. It's a great product as far as killing the stuff, preventing the insects and lawn-damaging insects in your lawn that you don't want to be there, while also being safe for invertebrates like earthworms and pollinators like bees. So it comes in a granular form, acelepryn G, or a liquid form, acelepryn SC. Either one of these are going to do a great job keeping your lawn insect-free. But again, for me, I like to do that in the March, April timeframe. Again, unless you have reason to do it early, I would wait until then. Alex is up next. He says, man, too bad. I already bought the Anderson's barricade with the 0.48 of the active ingredient per diamine. Yep, that's fine, Alex. That'll work too. No worries with that. I mean, that's a good product. It's got, I mean, it's just, I believe that's a straight prodiamine. There's no potassium in that, but if all you're trying to get down is your pre-emergent right now, that will work. That will work. We have a super chat. Let me get one in here. And I think this puts Ben over the top. I think he becomes the show sponsor after doing this. Super chat received. Ben says, nice work, Archie. All right. So the super chat is from Ben. I think, Ben, between that and some of the other ones you've done, you are now the show sponsor. So I will make you that now. So I can type your name properly here. Ben Ray Ham. And there you go. Your name in lights for whatever that means to you. We have another super chat here, one from Jimmy Miller. Super chat received. Thanks, Jimmy. He says, I just want to thank you for sharing your time and knowledge. Love listening every Friday from San Antonio, Texas. My Tiff-Tuff front yard is mostly green. I have 12,000 square feet of irrigation / sod in the back to do this spring. Bless your heart. Good Lord. That's a lot of work. So first of all, thanks for watching the content. I appreciate you watching the live stream. If you're going to do that, are you going to do the irrigation and then the sod? I imagine I guess that's the order you would do that in. And yeah, sounds like a fun project, man. Sounds like a lot of work, but at least you're doing it all at once, right? You're not letting the lawn get all pretty, letting the sod get established, and then digging it up to put irrigation in. So it sounds like a fun project. It's a lot of work, but sounds like a lot of fun. Let me find where I left off. I'll put some Tango Bolero on for LG, even though he is not here tonight, while I look for the next question. Thank you so much for the super chat, Jim and Ben. I really appreciate the support. All right. Next up, we have Charles Westmoreland in the live stream. He says, hello, Ron and crew. It's warmer this February this year in Northern Virginia. Got the Let's Go 007 and the Stress Blend 7020. The lawn is majority green. Nice. Well, I like that. So you got your pre-emergent down and you're putting down a higher potassium fertilizer to kick the season off. Good. I like where your mind is. It's good stuff. And it sounds like you should, given that you're in Virginia, I imagine you likely have cool season grass, but you're doing the right things. You get your pre-emergent down and you are opening up with a higher potassium fertilizer. So good stuff. Nice job, Charles. Very nice work. All right, next is Charles Calvin 40 Cal. This is a good one. He says, do you have an ant fertilizer for me? An ant fertilizer? Are you talking about like a something to prevent ants in your lawn? If so, the product that I like for that is, it depends on the kind of ants, but if you're talking about fire ants, Calvin, I would go with Advion Fire Ant Bait. That is a product that I like to use for fire ants. I've got a bottle over there. Really, actually, no, I'll just show you. I mean, I could go get it, but why not just show you here on what I'm talking about? It looks like this. I will put a link in the chat for you, but this is the product that I am referring to. If I can type, and there we go, Advion. All right, so this is what I am, this is what I'm talking about. This guy right here. This is what I like to use for fire ants. I'll apply this a couple times per season. It does a great job. The only thing with this is you want to apply it when you've got some dry weather in the forecast. You do want to put this down when it's going to rain, like, you know, the next day or 2 days after. So apply this, and it does a great job attracting the ants to it. And an application, maybe 2 in the season, it does a great job of keeping ants out of my lawn. So this is the product that I like to use. Advion Fire Ant Bait, great stuff. If you're interested in it, I have a, I'll give you a link here at Calvin 40 Cal, assuming you're still here. Yep. And then Advion. That's a great product for fire ants. I've done that. I've used that, and I've also used, and I'll put it here in the chat for you guys here and on Instagram. I know you guys may or may not be able to click on links, but you'll be able to see it. I've used the stuff you can get at the big box stores, like the white, like the Ortho makes one. It's like a white powder type product, and it like smells really bad, and it doesn't. I don't find that it works very. It doesn't work as well as Advion. And also, if you have a larger lawn, a larger property, like the stuff you get at the big box stores is designed more for like treating an individual mound, whereas Advion, you can use it over the entire lawn. So in addition to that, I've got a video here if you want to see how I like to use that product. Yeah, here it is. It was from last year that talks about what I, how I like to use Advion to get a great result in my lawn. Say ant prevention video. There you go. So you can also watch that in addition to getting Advion. That's what I would use, Calvin. So hope that helps, sir. Next up, we have Zach Salinger. He is back. He says, hey, Ron, when is the best time to begin putting out a Calibrating to prevent grubs and other pests? And how often do you apply? Thanks. Good question, Zach. The time that I like to use a Calibrating is in the late March, early April timeframe. Really, you can do it later in the season afterwards if you want to, but really March, April, in the Southeast anyway, is when that window opens to begin using that product. I apply it once per season, and it does a great job for me. I have not had the need to apply it more than once in the season. So again, if you want to get it, we have that in stock on the Golf Course Lawn Store under the insecticide fungicide section. So so under here, so if you go to the shop and you go to fungicide insecticide, you've got a choice of a granular or the liquid. I like the liquid because it gives you more control over application rates as far as, just you being able to decide. It's easier for you to jockey the application rates with the liquid than it is with the granular. But as far as effectiveness, they are both equally effective. They both work just fine. And as far as coverage, if you apply the liquid at the 0.20, do I have it here? Yeah, I do. If you apply the liquid at 0.20 ounces, this rate, that with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet, you get the same coverage as you do with the granular. So as far as like coverage goes, there's really no difference. It's really your preference as to which one you like more. So hope that helps. And I would wait until late next month, early April to do it. That's when the window opens up, for doing a cellular print. There's people that do it even later in the season. I like to get mine down a bit earlier. Next up is Teron Jones. He says, "Hey Ron, what would you recommend to rent a device to spread the Supersod leveling mix atop your salon?" Well, from what I'm hearing, it sounds like they rent them. It sounds like Supersod will also rent you a machine to do it. So reach out to Mariella. I think she's still in the chat. She should be able to to get you squared away as far as if they offer that. I'm not sure if they do it in all areas or all branches, but ask her. She should be able to get you squared away as far as getting the equipment to be able to spread the material on your lawn. If you have a larger property, having some means of spreading it is a good thing. You will like life. You'll like life much more if you are able to use some kind of machine to spread your leveling mix. All right, Brian C is up next. He says, from real life, he says, "I was pulling in this evening. I noticed a green haze for sure. Seems to be waking up with these temps for sure." Yeah, definitely, Brian. Over the next few weeks, you're going to see a big difference, a big change in the color of the lawn. I mean, it's really will begin waking up and taking off here before too much longer. It's good. We're getting a earlier warm up this year than we did last year, which is kind of cool. And then let's see, Jesse Snow says that looks like a crawdad. I think he's talking about the hole in the lawn. Let's see. Jason Harrison says Caddyshack has some great solutions. Yeah, you got to be careful. Don't be lighting off sticks of dynamite in your front lawn. I don't think your neighbors will appreciate that. It'd be fun. And here's the thing: if you do it, be sure to catch it on film. If you do that, I'm not saying to do it. I'm recommending against doing anything like that. But if you do it, be sure to film it. All right, JJ Price is up next. Actually, I've already given you advice on that. JJ, you had a question about irrigation. So I think I gave you everything I knew as far as advice on that one. Let's see. Isaac Momperous is up next. He says, I think I may have missed the first part of your thing. He says, for chipmunks, I have covered all the holes except for one. Then get a hose and a big empty water cooler container. Start flooding the hole with the hose for 10 minutes. So I guess when you have the container, when they try and jump out or get out of there, then they'll jump into the container. Is that what the water cooler container is for? That's a cool plan, Isaac. I didn't think about that. So it's actually a good way of doing it. So they only have one way to get out, and that's to go into the container. That's cool. And he says, then put an opening of the water cooler container into the hole, allowing the water to flow in, and only escape one hole. But most likely you see bubbles come up and nothing else. Ooh, okay, well, it could go bad for the chipmunks, I guess is what Isaac is saying. But at least he's making it possible for them to get out if they want to get out. So there is that. Okay, next up, I'm looking for the next comment and question we have here. And Alex says, sorry, forgot to mention you helped me with 901C, Nutrisolve, and the Stress 12024. Yes, I do remember your question now, Alex. Yep, I do remember that. Yeah, so I'm glad we got you squared away as far as that goes. So yeah, what Alex was asking about, guys, we can use this as a moment to share what his question was. He was saying, hey, so what should I do to, as far as a product or a combination of products to apply to start the season out and I can use on my lawn where I've got plenty of phosphorus, but I want to add some potassium and nitrogen to my lawn. So what he decided, we went back and forth on and decided to go with was this. So 901C, Nutrisolve, and the Stress 12024. So he was looking for a way to add, again, higher potassium. So if you look at the Stress product, that is a 24% potassium product, which is great, right? And then you got 12% nitrogen to go with that as well. And he wanted to have the primarily liquids, but I convinced him to say, hey, listen, man, if you're trying to feed for a month time frame, what I found to produces great results is to use a granular fertilizer at the beginning of the month, and then you can introduce liquids again on the 1st and on the 15th. So the granular is gonna do most of the heavy lifting throughout, again, as far as your nutrient demands, your macro demands anyway, throughout the course of the month, and then you can use the liquids to help fill in and maintain color and not get too much excess growth. So we went back and forth on a couple of options, and what he decided to go with was, again, the 12024 and then 901C as his nitrogen source. And to help get the complete micronutrient stack, he went with Nutrizolve. So he's going to mix 901C and Nutrizolve, these two together. This is actually what I did last year. This 901C and Nutrizolve is what I ran last year, and he's going to couple that with the stress fertilizer as well. So yeah, I'm glad it was helpful, Alex. I appreciate you you taking the time out to reach out and to ask the questions. And guys, if you guys want, some of you guys have been asking for on the topic of an application calendar. Here, let me show you really quick here on the Golf Course Lawn Store under blog. If you go to page 3, so one, we got a new blog post on plant growth regulator. So we'll talk about that in a second. But if you want an application calendar that is free of sorts, it's not as nice as the one that's in the Golf Course Lawn Academy, but if you go to page 3 and then you go to the last post here, step-by-step guide for getting a golf course lawn, in here at the very bottom, and I added a menu here recently to make it easier for you guys, you just click on the very bottom, so number 8, that takes you to the bottom to a month-by-month breakdown that shows you, at a high level, a program that you can use to get a great lawn. So some of you guys have been asking for that. I added that. And again, there's a menu here now to be able to just go find the areas that you want. I may extend this to other parts of the blog post as well, but the first one that it's on is just on this guide. And as far as new blog posts, as I promised, this week we launched the blog post on plant growth regulation. So how it can make your lawn thicker and greener. It talks about what PGR is, the benefits of PGR, when should you apply PGR, what's the best PGR, what you should use, what kind of application rates you should use, and then like how to apply it. And then here at the bottom is how to avoid tip burn. So one of the negatives that you get out of growth regulators sometimes is you can get a bit of tip burn. So I've got a video to talk about it. And also at the bottom down here, for those of you that don't like video but just want to read it, I explain how the process works to help prevent tip burn in your lawn, whenever you're applying growth regulator. So the link to this blog post, which was launched today, is going to be in the show description. So if you guys are watching this after the fact, it's going to be in the description. I may even pin it as a comment so you guys can find it as well too. But for those of you in the chat that want to check it out, let's see, PGR blog is that one. And then the step-by-step guide with the application calendar in it is this guy. So the application calendar is at the bottom of this post. If you guys are finding enjoying the blog, or just find what's on the blog on the store useful, I mean, one, read them, but also feel free to share them. Share them with friends, family, anyone else you think could benefit. Because again, not everyone likes to watch video, so you can always just share the blog post. That really helps out. If you guys don't mind as well. So it's another way to help support the channel and support the store. So there you go. Both those links are there, and I'll have them in the description of this live stream once we are done. All right, next up is Jason Sewell. He has a question. He says, happy Friday, or Friday. He says, I have a pretty level yard, but it sits about 3/4 to 1 inch above the sidewalk curb. Okay. Let's see, planning to cut at 3/4 of an inch, worried about the reel and any tips for mowing close for not falling off the edge. Yeah, so what I do, that's a good question, Jason. So what I do is, how can I describe this? Is this, okay, so let's say this is my lawn, right? Say this is your lawn, right? This is the My Soil Test Kit. What I will do is I will do a trim pass along all the way around the lawn. So those of you here that on the thing, you can see here, all the way around the lawn. Let me get to a different camera, it's easier. I will do a trim pass all the way around here. And then when I mow back and forth, right, I don't need to run the reel. Say I'm mowing lengthwise. I don't need to run the reel all the way to the edge to where I might fall off. Because really, I've already done my trim pass, and so I can just really go to the edge here, turn around, and then come back. Or you could do it the other way around. You can do it the other way too. You can just make your passes not going all the way to the edge, and then when you're done, use like a trim pass border just to clean up. What you can find is if you are, let's say that this is the edge of like this is the sidewalk or pavement or whatever you have, and then this is the lawn. If you hang the reel and you say, let me get this, make sure I'm saying this straight. So your grass sits. It's level and it sits above a bit above the sidewalk. So that's easy. That's easier than the other way around. So the grass is higher than the curb, right? So if we're looking at this is the grass and like my hand is the curb, and this is the grass. So you can actually run the reel where you're mowing when you're doing your trim pass, where it just overhangs just a little bit, because remember, you're an inch above that. The reel's not gonna get, and the bed knife aren't gonna get anywhere near the sidewalk. Like whenever I mow my front lawn along the side, that's exactly what I do. Because like your lawn, my grass is higher than the pavement. So, I mean, I'm not talking about like half the reel. I'm talking about maybe an inch. You know, you can take it right up there and have it just hang off there just a little bit, and you'll be able to cut right up to the edge, and you're not gonna really have any problems. But again, I make a trim pass around the lawn that way to help to do that. And then when you make your passes back and forth, there's no chance of like going too far and like, running off the lawn and getting onto the pavement. So hopefully that explanation makes sense. It's what I deal with literally on my front lawn all the time, and also my vanity strip. It's the same thing with that. Like that is raised, again, at least an inch between the height of the lawn and the sidewalk, and I just hang the reel off just a little bit. Again, remember, like if you've got a 27-inch wide reel, if you've got like an inch or two of it hanging off the edge of the grass, you've got all the rest of the mower that's on the lawn. So it's not like it's going to tip off or fall off or anything like that. So I've done it that way for years, and I get, there's no problem at all. Again, if I'm understanding what you're saying, where the lawn is higher than the sidewalk. Because if the lawn is higher than the sidewalk, you can do this. If the lawn is lower, then you're not going to be able to get that close anyway. And you're going to have to, get a string trimmer and edge around, or get like a rotary scissors and edge around to do some cleanup after the fact. So hope that helps. That is what I do, and I've been doing it that way for years, and it works just fine. And you said, I'm worried about messing up the reel and the yard. You won't, as long as, again, you're just letting just a skosh, just a teeny bit fall off. I mean, if you're letting like half the reel run on the sidewalk and half the reel run on the lawn, then yeah, you've got the whole mower tilted sideways, and you are going to scalp that area that's bordering between the sidewalk and the pavement. But again, if you're just letting just a little bit hang off, you're not going to have that problem. I mean, again, literally what you're describing is what I do every time I mow the front lawn, and it works just fine. So hope that helps, sir. Again, if I'm assuming I'm understanding the way you're posing the question properly, it shouldn't be an issue at all. Great question. That's a good one. Next up is Meseki, number 1. He says, ready for spring in Maryland. Picked up a Right Sander B mower last season, and I can't wait to have the time to mow twice a week this season. Awesome. Sounds like a good time, Misteki. And we're gonna clap it up. Even though you got the mower last season, it's new equipment, so we gotta acknowledge it. We got to. I'm not saying we want to, we have to. If you're getting new gear, it's gotta happen. Absolutely gotta happen. All right, Archie's up next. He says, would using RGS now harm anything? No, it will not. If you have RGS or any kind of biostimulant, if you want to apply it now, not going to hurt anything at all. No problems with doing that whatsoever. Jim Carson is up next. He says, Ray and let's see here. No, he says, yeah, Ray Antonio got passed over. Ray Antonio, hey, Ron got 6 pop-up heads installed, ready for green up to start in South Carolina. Ray Antonio got passed over. Let me go back up here and see if I can find Ray's comment. Sorry, Ray, if I missed your comment. Let me look here really quick. So I did not, if I did miss it, it was not intentional. So I apologize. I don't see your question or okay, but yeah, but Jim is saying, hey Ron, I got 6 pop-up heads installed, ready for the green up to start in South Carolina. So if that was your comment, good job. This is the time of year to do that kind of work. Any kind of lawn surgery, now's a great time to get that done, because you're not going to be, it's already looking ugly as it is now because it's dormant. You don't have to worry about, messing up your pretty lawn once it's all nice and green. So Ray, I sincerely apologize if I skipped over your comment. It was not intentional. And Jim, thank you for reposting it. I think that's what you did there. So thank you. Thank you for that. And now I got to find where I left off. That's always fun and interesting. And so we got a question here on the Instagram. Let's go over to the gram really quick. So okay, Lawn Guy says, I was given a reel mower, but it needs the carburetor repaired, and I'm no handyman. Yeah, so what I would do, okay, Lawn Guy, is find a service nearby that services mowers. So, it doesn't have to be a real mower because you're just talking about the carburetor. So if you could find any kind of a place that services lawn care equipment, like your mowers, string trimmers, that kind of thing, they should be able to order the parts and or do whatever work you need to be able to get the carburetor taken care of and not on your mower. So that's the best advice I can give you. If you know what brand mower it is, you can just Google, this, True Cut service and repair my area, your city, and you should be able to get you taken care of. But again, if it's just the engine, pretty much any place that works on lawn equipment should be able to get you squared away. It doesn't have to be a place that's specific to real mowers if all you're worried about is just the engine getting tuned up. All right, next up is No Name. He says, Ron, I have an employee in Australia, and the team there had questions about IR. Perhaps we should leverage this into a trip, LOL. So IR is, what he's talking about is incident response. So yeah, maybe, yeah. I mean, the only thing better than going to Australia, paying for yourself is if the company can pay for it, right? But then we'd actually have to work when we're there. See, that's the thing. You wouldn't be able to go there and just go walk around and look at lawns and maybe visit YouTubers and all this kind of stuff. We'd actually have to be working while we're there. But yeah, I don't know. If they had questions about incident response to fly all the way to Australia for that, I'm thinking No Name. That's probably going to be a Teams meeting or a Zoom meeting or some kind of virtual meeting. I doubt they're flying us all the way there for that. Not unless we're going to teach like collecting disk images and reversing, doing reversing or that kind of thing. Just for IR, kind of unlikely. All right, next up is Richard Taylor. He says, I asked about me doing a lawn renovation last week. You told me a couple of options on sod. I'm on more of a budget. What would you recommend if seeding instead of sod? Okay, so if you're on a budget and you want to do seed instead of sod, the thing I want to first highlight is that seed, depending on how large your lawn is, seed is not inexpensive to do, because while yes, a bag of seed may seem cheaper than getting sod, like the prep work for seed and sod is about the same, but the amount of water that you have to use to get a lawn to establish properly from seed is quite a bit. Like you're going to be watering it 3 times a day, depending on the kind of grass you're trying to grow for several weeks. So it's hard to answer this question because I don't remember what type of grass you have or what kind of, what kind of lawn you have or what you were trying to grow. If you were doing Bermuda, if you're doing Bermuda and you live in the Southeast United States, or say you live in Georgia, the time to do a seeding project is when soil temps are around 65 degrees, which is like May-ish time frame. So, you could do your project then, you could do the seeding then, but just, I gotta really emphasize that it takes a lot of water. I'll tell you, I put it to you this way. Like the first time I did seeding on my lawn, granted, I have like 12,000 square feet, or at the time I had 12,000 square feet. It's a little bit less now because a fence got put in. The bill the first time was like $700 and something for water. It's a lot. Now, granted, it's a big lawn, and it's a lot to water that's much square footage, for every day for 2 to 3 weeks. But there's something to keep in mind, So sod, yes, you still need to water sod, but it's not as picky as that. You got to keep water on it. It can't be allowed to dry out to get a good result. So it really depends. It's your call. As far as Bermuda grass seed, there's Yukon, there's Rio, there's Monaco. There's tons of different options as far as grass seed for Bermuda. Depending on where you are in the country, you can pick which one is better suited to your area and also what looks nice to your eye. But that's all I think I can give you on as far as seeding goes. I mean, sod is a lot. As far as just going from like no lawn to nice lawn, sod is a lot faster and, in my opinion, easier than seed. But seed can work. You just got to be prepared to water it and to be able to get it to establish and grow in. If you have irrigation, or maybe you have well water. If you got like well water where like a big water bill isn't that big of a deal, then yeah, seed, go for it. That's not a big problem at all. But it's just something to keep in mind when you're factoring in the cost. Also remember that the water that it's going to take to get seed to establish and do well. So something else to consider, Richard. All right, Raul Dominguez is here from Instagram. He says, hey Ron, mind hitting that super chat on YouTube from me from RD? I can do that.
Super chat received.
He says, sitting in my driveway waiting to go inside. So I got you that super chat. Hit that super chat button for you, Raul, no problem. You're done. You requested it. It's done. So I just hit the super chat button for you. No problem. No problem at all. Oh, wait. Sorry. So you got one down here real quick. I see what you're saying. So you got this one. There we go.
Received.
He says, hey, I plan on using leveling mix during the summer. Wondering if I could start filling in very low spots using with compost and no sand from soil cubed. I scalp on those spots. Okay, so you're planning on top dressing using leveling mix during the summer. Can you start doing the low spots with a bit of compost, no sand from soil cube? You could. The thing you're gonna wanna do is you can put some in and just make sure you pack it down, RD. The thing is, how low of a spots are we talking here? Are we talking an inch or 2, 3 inches, or are we talking like substantially more than that? What I would say, I mean, could you start filling it in now? Yes, you could. But I would still, man, if it were me, I would still be inclined just to wait until it gets a bit hotter and the days are longer and the grass is growing. It's just gonna recover better. Because here's what I'm always afraid of. Anytime I get these kind of questions, as far as doing a heavy application of like sand or soil or any kind of material this time of year, whenever the grass isn't growing like aggressively just yet, is if you get a heavy rain shower, the likelihood of that material staying in place is not very good. You gotta remember, the grass has the ability, or any kind of plants have the ability to help hold the material in place. So if you got a spot on your lawn, especially if it's on somewhere that's kind of any kind of slope, and you put 2 inches, 3 inches of material, and the grass isn't going to start growing for another month or so, or start growing really aggressively for another month or so. I mean, you can, but I'd be afraid that if you got a really heavy rainfall that it might move around a bit. So it's your call. The worst case scenario is you're just going to have to do it again when, a month or 6 weeks from now, whenever, the time when I would do it is around. So it's your call. It's not going to hurt anything other than you might lose some top dressing mix or material if you got a really heavy rainfall, but, it's not like it's not gonna hurt anything. But if it were me, I would wait. I would get the material, but I would wait until the lawn is growing before I start doing any kind of heavy leveling work. So hope that helps, sir. Sorry it took me so long to get the super chat. Thank you for coming over here on the Instagram and getting me, cracking that whip, making sure I'm taking care of you guys that are supporting the channel directly. So my apologies for that. I just missed it. I didn't see it come in. So sorry for that. And hopefully that helps. If you have any other questions, let me know. All right, now the hard part, figuring out where I left off, which is after Jason's comment and after Richard's. All right. Yeah, so our Carter is up next after Richard Taylor. He says, hey, I purchased the pre-emergent kit. Pre-emergent kit? I don't know if we do a pre-emergent kit. We have a Celsius Uncertainty kit. So what we have is this, our Carter. I'm not sure which one you purchased. So if you go to shop and then weed killer, we have this, which is Celsius, Certainty, Surfactant, and Marker Dye. Like these 4 products, that's the warm season kit. And the cool season kit is Tenacity, Sedgehammer, and Surfactant and Marker Dye. So these 4 for the cool season, and then these 4 for the warm season. For pre-emergent, what you probably got is one of these. You got either prodiamine, the 5-pound jug, or the 5 ounce, or the granular. So if you actually got a kit, what you got was one of these 2. So I hope that helps. And this is a good way to save a bit of money if you're looking to get Celsius, Certainty, Surfactant, and Marker Dye, and again save a bit of money and time as far as like the shopping process there on the store. So by all means, pick that up if you feel like you need some good post-emergent weed control in your cool or warm season lawn. We got you covered for both of them. All right, next up is No Name. He says, on a different note, I have seen a ton of ads on IG and Facebook for lawn services. It's definitely go time. Yeah, man. Every morning when I'm like out and about, if I'm just like, getting the mail or just sitting here in my office, and you see like all the trucks that are for the different lawn care services, they're rolling through the neighborhood. And every now and then I'll get out there and I'll stick out my hand and see what they're spraying, and it never fails. You see that yellow stream of pre-emergent, which is that prodiamine is what they're all putting out. Pretty much everyone that I've personally seen is putting out prodiamine. Now they may have some other stuff in the tank as well too, but what they're putting out is largely prodiamine in this time of year. So good stuff. And let's see, No Name is chatting with Richard, so they're having a sidebar, so you guys can do that. I'll leave you to do that. And next up is our Carter. He says, hey, I purchased the pre-emergent kit from your store and I received it in 2 days. I plan on putting it out this weekend. We are expecting rain this weekend. After I have laid out the pre-emergent, when should I apply fertilizer? Okay, so a couple things to unpack. So we don't sell a kit for pre-emergent. So if you bought a kit from us, it is the Celsius, it is this kit. If you bought a kit, it's either one of these. And I imagine you have warm season grass, so it's probably the Celsius, it's probably this one, the Celsius Certainty Kit, right? Which includes these 4 products. This is not pre-emergent, so this is for controlling existing weeds in your lawn. It's for POA, it's for broadleafs, it covers a broad spectrum of weeds that are currently growing in your lawn. So the first part of your question is if you should apply it whenever you are expecting rain. The answer is no. So ideally, you want to apply this when you have a dry weather in the forecast. So if you're going to get rain, say tomorrow, I would wait until after it rains and then apply the Celsius Certainty Kit, because for this to work, it needs to stick to the foliar. It needs to stick to the skin, the skin of the plant, right? The best way to think about that, R. Carter, is you can think of like post-emergent herbicides, like at least these that are foliar based, as like if you're putting lotion on your skin, you would not put lotion on and then immediately go wash your hands and wash it off. You wouldn't put lotion all over, then go take a shower, right? You wouldn't get the benefits of the lotion if you did that, right? You rub it in, you put it on your skin, and then you allow it to dry, and that's how you get the benefits, the moisturizing benefits of lotion. You can think of like post-emergent herbicides, like foliar-based ones, in the same kind of way, that you spray them on the grass, on the weeds that you're trying to target, and the skin of the grass, the leaf, is what's going to absorb the herbicide and then eventually kill it. So you don't want to apply this and then have it rain like an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later. Ideally, you want to apply it when there is plenty of there's plenty of dry weather in the forecast. So that's for the post-emergence. That's for taking care of weeds that are currently in your lawn. If you're trying to prevent weeds, what you need to be applying is what's called pre-emergent, which is another type of herbicide, and that is designed for preventing weeds in your lawn. So for that, as far as what we got in stock now, we had dithiopyr, but it's sold out right now. For that, you can go with prodiamine in a granular. You got that. Or it sounds like you have a backpack sprayer, or you wouldn't have gotten the Celsius Certainty Kit. Or you can get a liquid. So either one of these, depending on the size of your lawn, you can put this in the tank and you can spray that on the lawn, and that's going to prevent weeds in your lawn. So, and these do need to be watered in. So any of the pre-emergents, dithiopyr, prodiamine, any of those do need to be watered in to be able to work, right? But the post-emergence, the Celsius Certainty, surfactant, like those 3 really, the marker data doesn't really matter. You can use that with pre-emergent too. But the Celsius Certainty and the surfactant, those are designed to be applied to a dry plant and when there's not going to get rain in the immediate forecast. So that's part 1. That's thing 1. The second question you had was around when should I apply fertilizer? I would apply fertilizer when your grass is greening up. So whenever you look out near your lawn and it's more green than it is dormant, that is when the window is open for you to apply fertilizer on your lawn. So I would not do that if your lawn is not green as yet. As far as interactions with them, so let's say right now, let's say that you could, that I could Thanos snap, right? And your lawn is green right now, right? And you're also going to be doing your pre-emergent. Can you do pre-emergent and a fertilizer on the same day? Yes. Can you do post-emergent herbicides and fertilizer on the same day? Yes. The two don't interact. There's no, you can do them on the same day if you want to. As far as sequencing is how I would do it. If you are going to say do pre-emergent, what I would do is I would apply the fertilizer first, and I'm talking about granular. I would apply your granular fertilizer first, and then I would do the pre-emergent, because you think about it, like fertilizer needs to be watered in after application. And even though you're putting out a very small amount of water, it makes sense to apply the fertilizer and then apply a liquid type product to the lawn. Also, a benefit of doing your fertilizer first and then your liquid after sorry, your granular fertilizer first, and then your liquid pre-emergent or post-emergent after, is that you're not walking through a lawn that you just sprayed a bunch of herbicides in, right? So let's say you did it the other way around, where you use like the Certainty Celsius kit, so you blanketed the entire lawn with herbicides, so you're trying to kill, get the weeds that are in your lawn under control, and then you turn right around and walk through the entire lawn and put fertilizer down. Like, even though the products are safe, if you're wearing your PPE, you're wearing the proper equipment, they're completely safe to use. It just makes sense from a logical standpoint to not go walk through a lawn that you just put herbicides down on if you can avoid it. So for me, I would get the granular products down first. So if you're doing granular biostimulants, fertilizer, do all that stuff first. And then the last thing you would do are your liquids. So hope that helps. I think that covers everything as far as the sequencing and the questions around application. And hopefully my logic as to the order of how I would do things also makes sense to you. So, but if you have any questions and you have any follow-ups, feel free to email me. There's my email address, ron@golfcourselawn.com, and I'll do my best to help you out. Appreciate all the support. Thank you for purchasing from the store. Really appreciate it. All right, Ben is up next. He says, I keep a cheap from Amazon digital bathroom scale to weigh fertilizer applications. Should be enough to round pounds to 1,000 square feet. Yeah, that's a good idea too. That's a great plan as well, Ben. So if you're trying to, at least initially, right? Especially when you're starting out, if you want to make sure that the calibration that you are the setting that you're setting on your broadcast spreader is putting out the amount of product that you think it is, at least for the first couple of applications, if you're new to doing it, you can use that scale to weigh out, the amount of product that you should have in your lawn for the area that you're going to cover, put that in the spreader, and then begin walking the lawn and putting it out. And you can just kind of judge as you're walking, saying, hey, either I'm putting this out too much, like too much is going out, or not enough is going out, and you can adjust your calibration accordingly. What you'll find though is once you've applied fertilizer to your lawn several times, you know what setting you need to apply the right amount of product over the right amount of square footage, and you don't have to necessarily weigh it every single time. So the first time you start out, yes, weighing it is a good thing to make sure you don't over apply or under apply it. But once you know what spreader setting and your walking pace you need to get the amount of pounds of product to over the right amount of square feet, you don't have to do it every single time. Kind of like a backpack sprayer with calibrating it, right? Once you know what your walking pace needs to be like with a particular spray nozzle and sprayer setting, like a certain particular setup, once you have that figured out, you don't need to calibrate your sprayer every single time you use it. It's just more along the lines of ensuring that you mix the correct amount of product based on the amount of lawn you're trying to cover with your sprayer. So broadcast spreader is the same kind of thing, but it's good. That's a great idea to use a scale, at least the first couple of times, especially when you're trying out a new product. To make sure that on your particular spreader that you get the calibration dialed in just right, so you don't under or over apply the product. It's a good plan. Let's see here. I have a question here on the gram from Wise190. He says, Ron, do you use a lawn care service prior to doing your own thing? For a while, for the first year, yes. I use a lawn care service for the first year, primarily just for pre-emergent. And then I also use them for doing like shrubs, because I hate doing shrubs. So I'd have them come by and do like the shrubs for me. But then after a couple of years, they kept saying, hey, dude, you really don't need, we'll take your money, but we really don't really need to do this. You're doing everything yourself. We don't really need to be out here doing stuff for you. So I canceled them and just did it all myself. So, but for the first year, yeah, I did have a lawn care service, primarily for pre-emergent. And I think that is it. We got Ron. We got another Ron in the house, the Ron Henry in the house. What's going on? Ron Henry must be a good guy. I like your name. Got Alex Soto in the house, Suburban Lawn Care Geek in the house, and Yankees Dolphins in the house here on the Instagram. Thank you guys for coming to hang out and supporting the channel, supporting the show. Appreciate you. And let's see what questions we have next. Let's see what else we have next. We see Richard and No Name are having a sidebar. Yep, that's also good. And Tehran is in there. So Richard is saying he's debating between Bermuda and Zoysia. I will tell you that, well, you can't get Arden-15 anymore, but I will tell you that Bermuda from seed is a slow process. And when I say slow, like all season to grow in slow. Like I have a planter, like if you guys look at all the videos on the back patio, the ones where I have, you see like the grass little on a little pot that's sitting there. Like that took an entire season to grow, and that's Compadre zoysia growing in carbonized PM, which is about really good stuff as far as like a great material to grow anything in. Like it doesn't get much better than carbonized PM. It's a really good product. And what happened is it started growing by the sides, but it took the entire season for the middle section of that to fill in all the way. You know what I mean? So that's another thing to consider as well too, Richard. Even when you're growing grass from seed, it's not going to all fill in equally all throughout the lawn. You're going to have some areas that are going to take off like wildfire and are going to fill in really nicely. You're going to have some areas that are going to be a little bit thinner, are going to be lagging behind. So it's something else you need to be prepared for, that it's not going to all fill in. It's not going to all grow in just all at once and all evenly all across. I mean, it will fill in eventually, but it's not going to be all even, all in one go, especially if you're going with zoysia. Because zoysia is, of the three I did in the years that I did it, it's probably been 2 years ago at this point. I did Bermuda, I did zoysia, and I did ryegrass. Ryegrass, within like 4 days, you could see it germinating. It was growing up. It was like, hey, hello world, I'm here. Ryegrass for the win. And then 9 to 10 days, Bermuda started coming in. Arden 15 started germinating. And the zoysia was like 2 weeks. And it took literally, again, all season for it to fill in. So just something to keep in mind as well, as far as, do you want to go the seed route versus the sod route? There's a lot to consider there. In addition to just getting it established, like it's not all going to grow in evenly all right away either. All right. Next up, Emerald Jones is talking, or Turon Jones is talking to having a sidebar, and then that Texas boy says, "Hey Ron, ever experienced any nematode damage?" I have not. I thought that was something that you mainly, like, golf courses deal with that quite a bit. I have not experienced any of that in my lawn. I have not. And I've not really seen many viewers. I've not had many people reach out to me that have had that on that kind of damage in their lawns either. That Texas boy 04. All right, Robert from Juros is up next. He says, "Sorry, checking in late. It's time to put into gear. Neil, I feel like Ron's suggestion. I have Xeon for 20 years. I'm happy with it, but the difference between it and Emerald is color. Emerald is a darker green. Yes, so you're not going to go wrong with either of them. Emerald zoysia is a beautiful grass. Like the neighbor that is next to Alex, which once his lawn greens up, I'll take a picture of it and I'll send you guys. Emerald is a very pretty grass. It's like visually, it looks like emerald. It looks like that Disney World green. Looks like that, like it almost looks fake, like a fake color. Whenever grass looks fake, emerald zoysia looks like that. It's a beautiful color as far as zoysia grass goes. Xeon is also nice too, though. So you're not gonna go wrong with either of them. And the leaf for emerald and for Xeon is a finer leaf than some of the coarser, or the thicker zoysia leaves that for me personally, I'm not a fan of. Some people like them. I personally don't like them as much as I do the finer leaf zoysia. So something else to consider as well. And you got Robert Majuros there. He is a fan of Xeon, which he's had for over 20 years. So there you go. So we got a super chat here, one from Kevin Grimes. Let me get down here really quick and grab that. Thank you so much for the super chat, Kevin. Appreciate you.
Super chat received.
I'm not sure if you had a question, Kevin, but I do appreciate. Yeah, you do have one here. He says, "I used Dimension granules 2 weeks ago. Can I also double down and spray Preventative next weekend, Bermuda and Atlanta?" I would not. There's not usually if you applied the Dimension at the correct rates, based on what was on the bag, there's not a need to also go do prodiamine like a couple of weeks later. There's no reason to do that. Dimension by itself is going to do a great job keeping weeds out of your lawn this spring and summer. So no reason to go out and double up on pre-emergent. I wouldn't. There's not. I mean, that money would be better spent in buying some Celsius or certain. If you want to be able to take care of if it were me. If you already got your pre-emergent down and you're looking for another way of controlling weeds, I would look into getting some post-emergent herbicide. So like, again, Certainty or Celsius or both of them, like that's good to have on the shelf. So, whenever the temperature gets hotter and you start having some sedges in your lawn, like nut sedge, pretty much any sedge, any kind of sedge, and Kalinga, this stuff, Certainty, this stuff is the bee's knees. With any kind of heat, once heat gets here, this stuff absolutely smokes sedges. Awesome product. And it's also very good against Poa too. So this is what I would have versus going out and applying or going on buying liquid prodiamine and spraying it again, because there's no reason to do it. There's no reason to do it. There's no reason to double up on pre-emergence in the springtime. Assuming you applied dimension properly and you applied it at the correct rates, you're going to get a good result. There's no reason to also introduce prediamine. It's a good question because it's one I've gotten before, and I'm sure if you ask that question, I'm sure someone else also has it too. All right, so let's see, where did I leave off? Next up is, let's see, we got greetings, Lone Star saying greetings golf course family. What's going on, Lone Star? Thanks for coming to chime in here while I scroll up and find where I left. All right. Okay, No Name is up next. He says, hopefully Ron covers it, but at that lawn size, okay, so you have 8,000 square feet. So Richard, remember, Richard is debating between seeding and sodding. He says, hopefully Ron covers this, but at that lawn size, how much did you spend to grow your seed to the beautiful Arden Tifway lawn that it is now? Yeah, I did cover it, No Name. It was like $700 in watering for 1 month. It's a lot of money. It's expensive. And again, my lawn is 4,000 square feet bigger than his lawn. You know what I mean? And I did, like, as far as prep work, I did a really good job prepping it. Like, it got a ton of essential G. It got all the biostimulants. It got all the good stuff, and it still consumed, you know, in the thick end of $700 worth of water. And that was several years ago. It's probably more expensive to do that now. So just, again, something to consider between between seed and sod. So just something else to consider. Like, the cost of water is not a small part of establishing a lawn from seed. And then May in 152 here in Instagram has a question, says, is there such a thing as too much pre-emergent? Yes, there is. I put down on my Bermuda 2 weeks ago. Yes. So, I mean, with all of these products, with Celsius, with Certainty, with Tenacity, with Growth Regulator, with all these products, all of them have an annual limit. Like, if you read the label, they'll say no more than this amount of active ingredient. Usually say either over 1,000 square feet per calendar year or over an acre per calendar year. Like, all of them have like a limit of how much you're supposed to put into the soil. So yes, even with pre-emergent, there's a limit. So for Bermuda, or for Bermuda with prediamine, the annual limit is 0.83 ounces per 1,000 square feet. So for Bermuda, if you are doing prediamine, it's per the label, it's 0.83 ounces over a 12-month period. Now you can use that 12.3, you can use that 0.83 however you want. You can do like split apps in the spring and leave like half in the fall. You could do that. You could do it all in the spring if you wanted to. It all depends on how you want to split it up, but you really should not exceed that rate of active ingredients over any given 12-month period. Because it's true for everything, right? Like, you think about stuff that's even good for you, like water. If you have too much water, it's toxic, right? If you drink like tons and tons of water, that's bad for you. If you take vitamin C in the correct amounts, it's good. And too much of it, it's not good for you. So herbicides are the same way. So pre-emergent, I would stick to the label rates. You don't need to exceed the label rates to get a good result. There are many people that don't even apply it at the label rates. They apply it like, quite a bit below label rates, and they still get a good result. So to answer your question, Mayan and Instagram, I would not, to read the label, find out what the rates are correct for your particular grass type, and stick to those rates. You don't need to go higher than that to get a good result. Good question. All right, next up, and No Name says, this way you can have the idea of your costs and make the best decision. So I did cover it, No Name. So figure a 25-pound bag of Arden 15, when you could get it, you can't get it anymore, was $425. So one bag is enough to do the entire lawn, but then there's water, right? So you figure between the seed and the water, you're well over $1,000, and then that doesn't include the prep work, but that's kind of the same whether you do seed or sod. Although sod is probably a bit less picky as far as prep than seed is, so that's another thing to consider as well. So yeah, either way, it's not inexpensive. All right, next up is Oliver Ridtim. He says, I'm reposting this comment because I didn't see it above. So sorry about that, Oliver. I missed your comment. It was not intentional. He says, Alien Tabby versus the Flowzone Typhoon 2 backpack sprayer. Thoughts? Anyone know? I don't know what the Alien Tabby is. I've never even heard of that sprayer, that brand, so I can't really comment on it. I can tell you, let me look here really quick. I can probably find it real quick. It's called the Alien Tabby. Backpack sprayer. I will tell you that as far as sprayers go, yeah, I mean, this one page doesn't even have a picture of it, so I'm not liking that. That's that's not a good start. Let's see here on Amazon. What does the Amazon have here? So the Alien Tabby. It looks like it does look like a Typhoon. It looks like a Typhoon knockoff. Here's the thing. Without knowing what pump is in it, I'm looking at it here. So it looks from the outside, it's got the metal wand. It has the same like trigger system. It has a stainless wand, and it has the same interchangeable the quick release. It has the quick release that the Typhoon has and that the Yard Mastery sprayer has. The thing that I don't know about this one is like what pump is in it, right? Like what pump is in it? Is it a variable flow rate? I don't know all those things to be able to tell you for sure. Yeah, I can say it says here it has a 36 psi or 66 or 65 psi. So it sounds like it has a lower pressure. It runs at lower pressures than like your Yard Mastery sprayer or the Typhoon 2 do. Like those both support higher pressures. I think the Yard Mastery and the Typhoon go up to like 90 psi, and then the lower end they're around the 40 psi range, 45 psi range, something like that. They're a bit higher than what this one does. So the construction looks good. Again, I've never seen one myself, but the construction looks decent. The thing that I would say, right, is that the benefit of the Yard Mastery sprayer and why I like it and why I recommend it is that it comes with everything. So if you look here, if we go to like lawn fertilizer section, I think it's at the on the last page here. I think I've got the sprayer in here, maybe. Nope, not there. Maybe it's under, we can just use search. That's why I built the search section and just look for backpack. And there it is. There's the Yard Mastery sprayer. So the nice thing about this sprayer is in addition to it supporting higher pressures, it's got the 2-position switch, the low pressure and the high pressure. For most people, whenever you're spraying stuff, the low pressure switch you want to use is that it comes with all these guys. It comes with the attachment, like this adapter, which you have to buy separately. And it comes with the T-jet nozzle, and it comes with the flood jet nozzle. So you got the spray tip for doing soil-based products like your Pre-emergent and other soil-based applications. You've got your foliar-based spray tip. So for your plant growth regulator, your liquid fertilizer, your herbicides, you got covered there. And it comes with the adapter that you need to be able to use these, because the flow zone, to my knowledge, does not include that adapter, and it doesn't include either of those spray tips. And if you factor in the cost, because I had a viewer was talking to me about this like a couple days ago on the comment section of the video that I did on the Yard Mastery sprayer, saying, "Whoa, the Typhoon 2 is a better sprayer. I should get that one because it's like $315 is cheaper." I'm like, yes and no, because the prices they have on their website does not include shipping, right? So it's like $320 or $330 or whatever they say it is, what it's going for. But then you still have to pay shipping on top of that. And when you do that shipping, it gets to like $355. So it's already more expensive than the Yard Mastery sprayer, and it doesn't include the spray tips. So as far as a higher end sprayer, that includes everything that you need. Literally, you buy this, you don't need to buy anything else. You get a great sprayer and comes with all the spray tips, and it comes with the adapter. This price is shipped. It's really hard to beat that. So that is why I like it. The whole thing with the multi-position switch, like the 5-position pressure settings. I mean, it's a nice to have, and there might be some applications where if you're spraying products other than lawn care products, other than like fertilizer, that we're having that the potentiometer or having the 5-position switch is nice. But what I have found, just a high and a low setting is really all you need, because the spray tips, like the T-jet nozzles, unless you're going to go out and you're going to buy a nozzle that is calibrated for like higher pressures, they all are designed to run at the pressure that the Yard Mastery runs at, the low pressure setting. So for me, for lawn care applications anyway, like a 5-position switch is a solution that's kind of in search for a problem that's not really there. So that's why, again, the 2 switch, like a high, low, that's all you need. And less to break, less to go wrong, less to accidentally set it to the wrong setting. and it works well. So if you could get the old, like the Typhoon that I have the older the Typhoon 2, which is just a 2-position switch, and I love that one. Like that one's great because it's got high and low, which I think is all you need. And but the new one, they don't make that one anymore. They have like the I think it's like a 5-position switch now, and it doesn't include the spray tips that the Yard Mastery does. So for me, I think that one is the best value for money in the higher end sprayer market, like a buy once, cry once kind of thing. I think that's the one to get. And the Alien Tabby, based on the pressures, Oliver, that one I think is more like the Cyclone. Like I think like a Flow Zone or FZ spray, they sell like the Cyclone, which is their less expensive sprayer. The Alien Tabby is likely more in line with that sprayer than it is with the Typhoon or the Yard Mastery. So, all right, I have beat that one to death. Hopefully that helps. The Yard Mastery, in my opinion, is still the best value because you get spray tips and everything else to go with it, and it's a great sprayer. So hope that helps. All right, next up is Plugged VIP. He says, I had Poa Annua and I used Advanced on them. Okay, hopefully you got a good result with that. And then next up is David Quigley. He says, Mariella, this is for a question for the Yard Master, for the Super Sod staff member, says, I'm in Mississippi, but very close to Alabama and Tennessee border. Can I get delivery for an additional charge? I don't know. I can't. You got to ask her. You got to work that out. I mean, if you're close enough, they might be willing to do it. And if you ask really nicely, they might be able to do it. You never know. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm sure it depends on how far where your address is from, like, their facility. But ask them. I'm sure they'll work with you, David. You know what I mean? Tell them that Ron said to help you out. I mean, you never know. If you mention my name, they might charge you double, so that might not be a good plan. But if you're just over the border, they might do that for you. All right, next up is, oh no, we got some questions here from Mariella. That's not for me, that's for them. JJ Price says, thanks, I'll give it a watch. You're very welcome. Thanks. Do that, JJ. If you have any questions, you can always email me, ron@golfcourselawn.com. And next up, we have Gary Kellett Jr. in the house. He says, hey, Ron, and all you warm season lawns are gearing up and laying product. Meanwhile, here in Chicago, the weather is playing with our emotions, just like the sports teams. Well, who told you to live? Nobody told you to live in Chicago. You can move down here as long as you can move down to Georgia. We have great weather. That's always an option. You can always relocate. There is that. Although Chicago has some cool things going for it too, right? Like you guys have like a really cool, like if you like museums and architecture, like Chicago is really nice for that. Just for lawn care, sort of like when it gets to April, not so much. But if you like the culture and that kind of thing, I guess there are some redeeming things about Chicago. All right, so from here in the Instagram, we've got May152 says, thank you for the Bermuda tips. You are very welcome. Thank you for joining the live stream. Appreciate you hanging out. Next up is Tom V. And he says, hey, Ron, can you share an example of a deficiency seen in your soil test and what you did? What products to improve the result? Did it make a difference? Yeah, I might be able to show you that. Like I can, I've shown some results already tonight, Tom, as far as that goes, but I think I can find an example in mine, particularly when it comes to a lime application. Let's see if I can log in here, if it's going to work. Let's see. Let's see if my login to the MySoil website is going to behave. When did I do my lime application? I did one, I think it was in the summer of the June, I think it was June 2021. So let me see if I can find that, that sample. Let me see here. So I did a lime application in the summer, and I think I did another test in the fall. So let me compare these samples. Yeah, so this is a good example. So I'll show you here really quick, Tom. So I just logged in, and here are my test results. You can see, so I can zoom in here a little bit, get a little closer. There we go. All right. So this is mine, Ron Henry, summer 2021, and then fall 2021. So from a nutrient perspective, what you can see is for the most part, I did less nutrient applications as I got later into the season, as you would expect, because the grass is not growing anymore, so there's no need to fertilize it as much anymore. So you can see here where my nitrogen levels compared to June to, when did I pull this other sample? In October, they went lower. The same thing for my potassium. Pretty much all nutrient levels started trending lower, as you would expect, because I was fertilizing the lawn less in the fall than I was in the springtime or in the summertime. However, the one thing I did do is in the summer, I did a lime application, a heavy lime application, and you see that being reflected here in the soil test results. So the video, if you look up on my channel, like Ron Henry Lime, or I could post a video in the chat if you guys want to see it. That video was shot in the summer of 2021, and the results of that lime application, which were done like in June, are reflected in the results in the pH just a few months later. So let's see, yeah, June to October. So like 4 or 5 months later, you can see that being reflected. And the lack of inputs in the soil are also reflected across the board. So, so hope that helps as far as showing on my lawn, like, inputs that I've put in or things that I've changed. If you want to see another lawn, I can't show you the before and after because they haven't done the after yet. But if you look at like an example of this lawn, like this is the neighbor reviewer, Randall sent this in on this particular lawn. Let me get some of this stuff off here so you can actually see it. You can see that the nutrient levels across the board on this lawn are low. So like a complete fertilizer, something with nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, a bit of micronutrient would be a great fit for this particular soil type. I can't show you an after on it, unfortunately, because again, they haven't done it yet. I just got this, I just got this tonight. So I can't show you what it's going to look like after they make it. But hopefully that what I showed you on my lawn helps, right? Because I showed like the, where I stopped putting regularly fertilizing, and you saw that being reflected in the results that were taken 4 or 5 months later. But the one thing I did do is I did a heavy lime application in the summer, and you saw that reflected in the soil test results where the pH came up, right? So the soil tests do work. They do work. They do a great job of tracking the nutrient levels throughout your lawn, which is I'm a huge fan of doing them. And so I think that that helps out as far as answering your question, Tom. This is what you asked about, like what products I did, and if you want to see the video of when I did that, let's see, soil pH. I think it is. Let's see, or maybe is it lime? Yep, it's this one right here. So this video, which is shot, you guys remember this, the soil test results, the one I just showed you were like in June-ish time frame. And if I copy this link, actually the soil test samples you see there were right before this. Because if you look at the dates here, I can actually show you here. If you look at the dates of the cores, they were pulled in May, right? So late May, May 28th. And then the date on this video is June 10th, right? So yeah, that makes sense. So I got the pulled the cores, sent them out, got the results back. I was like, good Lord, my pH is trending low. Cannot have that. So went out, got some lime, applied it, and then 10 months, and then a few months later, 3 or 4 months later, to test it again, and you saw the pH was up. And if you want to see the video of when I did that, Tom, it is this one. So at Tom V soil pH video, that one. So you can see it. So you got the data and you got the video. You can see exactly what I did. Hope that helps, sir. If you need anything else, let me know. All right. Let me see what else we have as far as questions. Isaac Momprow says, no snow, by the way. Snowed 1 day all winter in December in my area. Dog pee spots are showing. The grass wants to get ready to go. Yeah, it's getting that little dose of nitrogen, right? The grass is like, ooh, let's go, let's go. Well, just wait. I would wait for it to begin to naturally come up, and then if you want to introduce some nitrogen, then that would be fine. All right. R. Carter says, question, good evening. I purchased the weed killer from your store, received it in 2 days. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that, the shipping department, they're doing their job and getting stuff out to you quickly. Actually, I already answered your question about fertilizer. And you have a follow-up question. He says, also, who makes a spread tip that I keep showing? I already answered that as well. So it's the foliar tip from T-Jet. I've already linked it in the chat, but I will do it one more time just for you, R. Carter. This spray tip here is the one that I use for spraying post-emergent herbicides, liquid fertilizer, micronutrients, and plant growth regulator. That is what I use for doing that on my lawn. All right. Ron Job Will is up next. He says, what's up, Ron and everyone? My 5-day average soil temps are around 50, but the temps are dropping into the high 30s tomorrow. Is it okay to spray prodiamine when it's cold outside? Yeah, it's fine. I mean, here's the thing, John. Even if it's going to get into the 30s, it's not going to stay there like that. Like we are on a warming trend. So even though tomorrow it's going to be 30, you're saying outside, what does it look like? What does a 10-day look like? Is it 30 degrees or the high 30s tomorrow, and then it goes back into the 50s or 60s, over the 10-day? That is what I would do. I would look at the 10-day forecast and then make your decision based on that as far as applying your pre-emergent. Remember, when it comes to pre-emergent, early is better than later. It's better to be a bit early than it is to be a bit late, because unless you're using something like dithiopyr, pre-emergent doesn't have the ability to kill weeds that have already started growing. So you're going to want to get it down a bit early than a bit later. You'll get a good result by putting it out a week or two early than if you put it out a week or two late. So hope that helps. Next up, we have Tom Hoffenkamp. He says, happy Friday, y'all. Ron, so glad to spend the evening with you. Well, I'm glad you're spending the evening with me as well, Tom. I appreciate you coming to hang out. He says, dumb question today. It's not a dumb one, but we'll see. We'll answer it. He says, soil testing in rainy weather. What are the drawbacks? Do I simply need to wait? I would wait. I would not test when the soil is when it's like soaking wet. Like you don't want to test when it's like really saturated, like right after, you got, 3-4 inches of rain. I would wait for it to dry out a bit. And testing in the rainfall. I mean, I've never done it. That's one thing. I've never done that. I've never tested, but never went out and pulled soil samples when it was raining. I've applied Essential G and Carbon Pro G when it was raining or just about to rain, but I've never done soil cores. So I would not do that. I would just wait. Like if it's going to rain, let it rain, and then once it dries out a bit. So if you say you get a couple inches of rain, wait 2-3 days, pull your samples and send them out. I would not pull them right after a heavy rainfall, and I certainly wouldn't do it when it's raining outside. There's no reason to get wet just to get your cores. So I would wait. Next up is Ben Raham. He's back. He says, Ron, thanks for hosting us enthusiasts and all the great advice. Also, thanks for making all the enthusiast semi-pro products available. Is there a performance difference? There's a performance difference from the big box. There is. I mean, and the thing is, it's not semi-pro, it's professional. I mean, it's not like the stuff that a good example, like we'll go over here. It's not semi-pro. It's like pro. It's like real pros. The same stuff the pros are using. Like I'm not sure. I haven't seen Devin in the live stream tonight, but if you come out here and you look, like Miramichi sells Essential G, they sell carbonized PN. Like, yes, they do sell it to us in the DIY space, but they sell like way more of this stuff to the professional turf industry, to golf courses, equestrian. Like they buy a ton of this stuff. The same thing with all their biostimulants. That's primarily sold to the professional industry. If you go over to fertilizer, like all the ferts from Lebanon Turf, like this stuff is used on golf courses. It's not, again, you will not find these in any of the big box stores. It's used by professional turf industry. When you look at the Syngenta products, like the fungicides, insecticides, Primo Max, like all that it's not like it's professional grade. It's like, it's what professionals use. It's what, you talk about what's used on golf courses. They are using Primo Max. They're not using they're not using the knockoff stuff. They're using Primo. If they're spraying insecticide, they're spraying a Celoprin or something along those lines. If they're using fungicide, they're going to be using Headway or if they're spraying liquids, they'll use azoxystrobin and propiconazole. But I'm saying is that it's not like what we carry are like semi-pro. It's like the same stuff that is used by the professional turf industry. It's the exact same stuff. So yeah, it's and I think that you get a better result with them if you use them properly, right? You have to respect the label, as you need to do with any product, but using the stuff that the pros use, there's a benefit to it. There's a reason why the pros use this stuff. And if now that the companies like Syngenta are saying, hey, you know what, these DIY guys, we are worthy, so they start making, Primo in smaller form factor. They start making a Celoprin in smaller form factor. It looks like Bayer starting to come on board. They're starting to make, the Celsius in smaller, like a single use, which is also attractive too if you have a really small lawn. So they're starting to recognize that there are, we count, that we matter. DIY folk, we matter. We're important too. And yes, I'm glad you appreciate it, Ben, and I am happy to bring this stuff to you guys. I'm glad that you guys are getting great results with all the products. Glad you're getting all the results with all the products. All right. Next up, you said a plugged VIP says I have the Poa Annua weed problem. I use Advanced, which I guess is like a big box store product, and they seem to be not dying. Okay. What should I do? How long does it take for them to die? What do you suggest? So here's the thing. The only big box store product that I've ever used for Poa Annua that has produced any kind of result is Image. It's a product called Amazaquin. It is incredibly slow. When I say incredibly slow, like multiple applications, and like in a month, you'll start seeing the Poa start to, start turning a little bit yellow. The best product, in my opinion, for Poa in warm season lawns, is Certainty. Like, it's really hard to beat this. If you have Bermuda, Zoysia, St. Augustine, Bahia, pretty much all warm season grass, you can use Certainty. Like, this is what I would use if you have warm season grass and you have Poa Annua. This is what you use to get rid of it. 1 large scoop, 2 gallons of water, along with surfactant, and that's gonna get rid of the Poa. That's a good option. If you have cool season grass, what I would say is to go with Tenacity. Like, this is a good option for Poa Annua in cool season lawns. Kind of like the previous comment, like, these are not professional grades. These are professional products, and you just get a better result with them. You're going to use less of them. You're going to get the cost per application is much less than what you're paying for application of the big box store products, and they actually work. So, what I would say, plugged VIP, is I would go to the golf course lawn store, and I would go to shop and the weed killer section, and then scroll down and grab Certainty and grab Surfactant. And if you want some marker dye as well to be able to see where you sprayed, that's fine too. But as far as like what you actually need to get rid of Poa, this Certainty and Surfactant, those two will do the trick. That's what I would recommend. That is what I use and countless others have used for getting rid of Poa. And the nice thing about Certainty is it's not only used for Poa Annua. Whenever you get sedges in your lawn, which invariably we all tend to get at some point in our lawns, once we start getting some rainfall and the weather gets warmer, Certainty is also, in my opinion, like the best product for using against sedges in warm season turf. So it's not like you're buying it just for Poa. You can use it for other types of weeds as well too. So that's what I would use. I would get away from the big box store stuff for Poa. I would get some Certainty and call it good. All right, next up is Richard Taylor. He says, I watched the Advion video today. It also gets great reviews. Yep, it's a great product. Advion's a good product. Again, I've tried multiple different insecticides for ants, and once I discovered Advion, I went to that and I have not looked back. Like, you guys can find, like, some of my older content is on Advion Fire Ant Bait. Before I was like doing like the live, long before the live stream, if you go back to some of my videos from like 2018, like way back when, like one of the first products I talked about was Advion Fire Ant Bait. That's how good it is, and I still use it to this day. Like, I haven't gotten away from that because it works. It does a great job. So yeah, you will not be disappointed. Again, the only thing you want to be cognizant of when you apply it is that you don't want to apply it when it's going to rain like the next day or two. You want to apply it when it's going to be dry weather in the forecast. That's the only thing. If you do that, it's going to do a great job of getting rid of fire ants in your lawn. All right, James Kelly is up next. Is at work we have some Star of Bethlehem grass popping up, and a coworker wanted to know if he could do his entire yard with it. What do you think? I don't know what Star of Bethlehem grass is. I'd have to look at it. I don't know what that is. He says, could he do your entire yard with it? Star of Bethlehem grass. I've never even heard of that to know what it looks like. I don't know why. I don't. It's considered. I don't know if I. I don't know if I would do this my entire lawn. I mean, it's I'll show you guys what it looks like here. This is from looks like Mizu's, their website. Like, this looks like a nice ground treatment, like a nice ground cover thing. Like, if you had an area that was like shaded, if it doesn't need a lot of sunlight to grow, maybe, but I don't know that I would want an entire, yeah, I mean, even look at that. That doesn't look good, man. I don't know that I would intentionally put that in my lawn. I mean, no. If you really like it, I guess, but not, I wouldn't. I would not intentionally put that in my lawn. I mean, your coworker can do what he wants, but I would not, no. Answer is no. For me, no. I don't find that. I don't think that looks good. I would not purposely, intentionally put that into my lawn, James. All right. Next up is you see, I want to know what if you could do his entire yard. I mean, I guess if you're asking, is he asking what to use to kill it, or is he asking? It looks like he wants to do his entire yard with it. So yeah, I don't know. If the question is how to kill it, it looks like it is. It's in the wild onion or wild garlic family. So I don't know. Maybe Celsius will get rid of it. I don't know. I also do some research on that one and find out. But if the question is can he introduce it and put that purposely in his entire lawn, I wouldn't do that. I would not. Okay, next up is Gonzo Supertramp. He says, hey, Ron, I'm starting my second season on our new home. My lawn never went dormant this past winter. You must live somewhere where it stays fairly warm then, I guess. We've been hitting 80s and 90s now where the back hits the high 90s. Okay, can I still put pre-emergent down now? Yes, yeah, you can. You absolutely can. I mean, in your case, a couple of weeks ago would have been good. A few weeks ago would have been good. So yeah, I mean, I would still get some pre-emergent down. Yeah, there's no issue with doing that at all. Again, given that sounds like wherever you live, it gets warmer, it stays warmer. You're someone where early February or maybe even late January would have been good for getting your pre-emergent down, because it sounds like wherever you are, it's staying, it stays fairly hot. So maybe you're in Florida, I guess, or maybe SoCal, somewhere like that. But yeah, yes. In other words, it's not too late. I would apply it if you're concerned about weeds in your lawn. All right, so let's see who else we got here from Instagram popping in. We got Rich Girl, Ben Fro, Lawn Time coming. Got a few of you guys coming to pop in here. So thank you guys for coming to spend some time with us here on the live stream. If you guys are enjoying it. Also, if you guys are just coming in on YouTube, be sure to hit that like button. It does a lot to help out the channel and to help out the show. And if you're on the Instagram, you can hit the heart or whatever you guys need to do to show that you're appreciating the content. If you guys can do that, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Let's see. No Name says, hey, Ron, I purchased Advion elsewhere. Do you plan to sell it on your store? Also, there is great info on the blog. I wish I had been paying more attention to it. Yeah, do I plan to sell it on the store? Maybe. There's some things with it that make it difficult to sell on the store. But I mean, I've thought about it. I haven't decided yet if it's something that we're going to do just yet. But yeah, and you are right. The blog has got tons of great content. Like there's a lot of work that goes into to writing all this content and making sure that it's valuable. So if you guys are looking for something outside of the YouTube videos, I mean, granted, definitely watch YouTube content, but there's a lot of great stuff in here too. Like there's a great video on lawns fertilizers for the spring, on how to fix muddy, if you've got like drainage problems in your lawn, how often should you water your lawn? What are biostimulants? Like, all this stuff I talk about, Essential G, the biostimulants from Miramichi. Why do you need them? Why are they important? What good do they do to your lawn? How to kill weeds naturally if you want to do that. When should you scalp? And then the latest one that was released today is around growth regulator, right? So if you want to, what are all the benefits of like say PGR in your lawn? So there's lots of great content that that we're putting out to help you guys out, so you can consume the content in any way that you want. You can watch videos, you can read the blog posts. And again, blog posts are a little bit more shareable for people that want to be able to do that. So if you guys find them useful, please share them, link them, send them out to anybody that you guys think could benefit from it. So really do appreciate that. No Name. And yeah, you are right. There's a lot of content. Like I try to take like everything that I know and put it into small digestible chunks in the blog posts. So that's the goal anyway. All right, let's see what else we have as far as super chats or questions. I got RDs down. I think I can do another one. No, I actually already answered that one question. And the next one is from Eric Linear. He says, hey, Ron, last season my grass would pull up easily in certain areas and not sure if I had grubs. Should I treat now for insects? Yeah, so if you a telltale sign of grubs, sometimes you'll see them when you pull it up, but if you can grab like a handful of your grass and it just pulls up really easily, like the roots are not there, and obviously you can do this, it's going to be dead or discolored, that's a good sign of grubs or some other lawn damaging insects. What I would recommend for that, Eric, if you have a history of it, is to use an insecticide like a Celiprin. So if you go over to the golf course lawn store and simply go to shop and then insecticide, fungicide, you can use a Celiprin in either the Celiprin G, which is a granular, or you can use the liquid, the SC, which is this, which is the concentrate, the suspension concentrate. This, either one of those will work well. That is what I would use for grubs or any other lawn damaging insects in your lawn. Now, if you want a combination product, you can use Caravan. Like this is a combination insecticide and fungicide. So as like a one, if you want to get your insecticide down and also take care of lawn disease, like if you have like a fungus problem in your lawn at this time, you could use Caravan. But I am a fan of using a Celiprin by itself and then using Headway by itself. So just separating the insecticide and fungicide applications, mainly because a Celiprin is such a good insecticide. Like the active ingredient in it, chlorantraniliprole, is very effective against grubs, against any kind of turf caterpillars. It's a great product, and it's also gentle on the environment. So as far as like earthworms and pollinators, chlorantraniliprole, a Celiprin doesn't, it's gentle against them. It doesn't cause damage to them, whereas some of the other insecticides are a bit more, they kill stuff other than just the grubs in your lawn. So yes, a Celiprin, either a Celiprin G or a Celiprin SC, is what I would use on your lawn if you have a history of grubs in it. That is what I would do. All right, James Kelly is up next. It says, have you ever seen coil spring effect from using PGR? I'm not sure what you mean by the coil spring effect, James Kelly. If you're talking about like tip burn, like mild discoloration from the temporary discoloration you can get from after a couple of days after applying PGR, I have seen that. And there's a couple of ways to avoid that, if that's what you're talking about. One, you can mix a liquid fertilizer, so a fertilizer with a little bit of nitrogen and some iron in with your PGR app. So if you're using something like Primo, you can mix Turfplex in along with this. That's a way to avoid that. But another way of avoiding that, and something that I went to last season and got great results with, and what I really recommend, is just simply taking whatever your monthly rate is, the monthly rate is for your particular grass type, and dividing it in half. So say for Kentucky bluegrass, where the monthly rate for Primo is 0.6 ounces with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet, what you would do is you would just take that rate, 0.60, and cut it in half. So you would spray 0.30 at the beginning of the month, and again 0.30 on the 15th. That's going to avoid the tip burn issue, and you're still going to get great regulation. So you get all the benefits with none of the negatives by splitting up the application. And in the blog post that's going to be linked in the description of this video, we cover that. There's a section in there that talks specifically about splitting up the application, doing the half rate, multiple apps to get all the benefits, again, with none of the negatives, other than you have to get out there and spray it in your lawn twice in a month instead of just once, right? So that's the only negative, which is not really a big deal. All right, next up is Higgy Pop. He says, recommendations. I need a new broadcast spreader. The budget is $200. I have got the spreader for you. So Higgy, now here's the thing. I'm biased on this. You asked my opinion. I'm gonna give it to you. My opinion on a great prosumer spreader, you really can't go wrong with the Earthway 2050P. I love that thing so much that I had one. I gave my old one to Alex, and I bought another one of the exact same thing. Reason being, here's why. It's when you go and you look at the spreader settings on like a bag of a Celiprin or on a bag of Lebanon turf fertilizer, or any of your professional level products, like you're not going to find spreader settings for Scott spreaders, but you will find spreader settings for an Earthway rotary, right? So for that reason alone, whenever you're using products, when you're buying products, like the settings or you're just going to have the calibration on the products. If you buy anything from the golf course lawn store, like they're going to have spreader settings for an Earthway on there. Second thing is that it's a great prosumer type spreader, right? So you got the air-filled tires, so it rides better on the lawn. It's rugged. It's built very well. I mean, overall, I had one for 4 years, and then I got another one of the exact same thing. So it's a great spreader. That's the one that I would recommend. So it is this guy here. I will link it in the chat for you, Higgy Pop. You're not going to go wrong with the Earthway. The only thing I'll tell you is whenever you assemble it, if you can get yourself some blue lock. The only assembly is there are two wing nuts. Like it pretty much comes assembled, but you just fold the handle up, and there's two wing nuts that tighten down and hold the handle in place. Whenever you are assembling it, get some blue Loctite. Put some blue Loctite, like a little on each one of them. Crank it down nice and tight, and then you're good to go. And just use it and enjoy it. You can have good results with it. So this is what I would use, which is the Earthway spreader. That guy there. The 2050 is the one you want. The 2050P. This guy right here. I'll actually show you guys as well. So that if you're interested to see what I'm talking about. So that link is going to take you to here, to Amazon, and the 2050P is this guy here. Okay, so it's a bit more. So you gave me 200. Can we stretch at $35 more? I promise you it's going to be $35 well spent. I know it's a little bit more, but this guy, man, the price of everything has gone up. Like this spreader, when I bought my second one, it was $160, and that was like 2 years ago. Wow, it's gone up quite a bit. You might be able to find it cheaper than that if you want. But yeah, this is what I would get. Again, get the air-filled tires, and it's a great spreader. This is what I would use. Again, I'm breaking out of your $200 limit. This is like $35 more, but you will not regret getting this spreader. It's a great spreader. So you can decide if it's worth it for you, but that is what I would go with. So hope that helps. All right, we're burning through these questions here. We got Bernal Thomas up next. He says, hey, Ron, have you ever used azomite in the lawn? I understand it's great for providing minerals to the lawn, which gets depleted during the growing season. I have not, Bernal. I'll have to look up what azomite even is. I don't even know what that is. So that's a good research topic for me. I'm not sure what that is. I'll have to look it up and find out more about it. But no, I can tell you that I've not applied it because I don't even know what that is. All right, next up is Gary Freeman. He says, hey, Ron, hashtag Sharp Action Gam, happy Friday. I see Celsius now comes in a 0.226 ounce pack, but do you think Certainty will have a smaller pack too? Maybe. I mean, not that I've heard of. I mean, the thing is, Certainty comes in like a 1.25 ounce container. So it already comes in a pretty small amount, right? And that one container is enough for, I think it's an acre depending on the application rate. So, so I don't think as much, whereas Celsius is like 4 to 5 acres. It's a lot. Like this will cover a lot. You know, you buy one of these, you can have it for a while. This, you could go through one of these every couple of years, depending on how big your lawn is and how much you're spraying for Poa and sedges, right? So I don't know. I mean, the Celsius pack is kind of cool. And really it's good for someone that has a smaller lawn, or you're just trying to do some spot spraying, like your lawn, you got weeds under control in your lawn, you're doing your pre-emergent, and you just want to have something to be able to control a few weeds here and there, is good for that. If you have a lawn over like 5,000 square feet and you're looking to blanket spray, I mean, you can use it, but I still think that, I don't think this is a better value for money in my opinion. But again, it depends what you're trying to do. Depends on what use case you're trying to go for the whether you go with the single use packet or the 10 ounce. Just really depends on what you're trying to accomplish. That rate, the 0.226 ounce rate, if you really, the way that I like to use Celsius, that is going to cover 2,000 square feet with 2 gallons of water. You can mix it with 4 gallons of water and get, cover 4,000 square feet, but the rate's going to be a little bit lower, and I'm not sure how good of control you're going to get using that. I mean, it could be okay, but I mean, really taking that pack and saying it covers really 2,000 square feet, you're going to get a good result with that versus trying to stretch it to 4,000 square feet. So that's something else to consider as well. And we have more. We have that, again, for pre-order on the store. We had some, and it all sold out. And so if you want to, you can pre-order it, and we have some more that's literally on its way. I have the, the date for it's going to be shipped before March 10th. So I assume it's going to get here before then. And as soon as it gets here, it'll go out. So it just depends on how quickly you need it, and if your lawn is at the size where that makes sense for you. All right, so Kevin is here. I already answered your question, Kevin, about doubling down on prodiamine and dithiopyr. I would not do that. Trav Smitty is here. Says, hey, Ron, I wanted to follow up with my why. He says, I want to follow up with my why plugging Tahoma 31 into Celebration. I remember your question from last week. He says, it is a shadier area, and I read Tahoma 31 was more shade tolerant. Okay, you could try it, but I mean, is it, here's the thing. If it's more shade tolerant, then it's not just going to stay in the shaded area. It's going to eventually spread out into the celebration. You know what I'm saying? It's not like it's only going to stay in the area where you put it. Like a Bermuda's that way. It's aggressive. It doesn't want to. You can't contain Bermuda. It doesn't want to just stay in one spot. So that's something to consider. Even though it may do better in the shaded area, let's say it does, it's going to want to also spread towards getting more sunlight too, which means that the celebration and the Tahoma will be locking horns at some point, which is why, again, I would, unless they look very similar, which I don't really think they do, I would really, I would think twice about introducing celebration or introducing Tahoma into your celebration. So just, now here's the thing. If the Tahoma is like in a part of the lawn that is shaded and there's nothing else that's going to be there, and that area is only going to be Tahoma, then that's going to be a different thing. But if you're telling me that you just have this one spot that's shaded and like right next to it is the celebration, I think that you're eventually going to find you're going to have a Tahoma celebration lawn is what's going to happen. It's going to spread and it's going to end up in the celebration as well. So just something to consider, just something to think about. Next up is HS. He says, what are your thoughts on mixing Celsius and Certainty in a 32-ounce bottle for spot treatment? I don't have many weeds on my yard to warrant mixing a large volume. How would you go about doing this? Thanks. Are you talking about like in a spray bottle? Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I would just mix a gallon worth. You know what I mean? So you can, if you're going to be doing, here's the thing I would say this, HS. If you have enough weeds that you want to go out and spot spray, then mixing up a gallon's worth of product that shouldn't be that big a deal. And there are application rates for mixing Certainty to cover a gallon, and for mixing Celsius in small amounts. And most labels will tell you to mix like 2 gallons at a time of it. So for Certainty, it is depends what you're treating. But if you're doing like nut sedge, you could do 3 to 5 of the small scoops for sedges, or 1 of the large scoop for Poa with 2 gallons of water. And then for Celsius, you can use 0.226 for the higher rate with 2 gallons of water. That's a good rate for that. And the thing I would say is if you don't have enough weeds in your lawn to warrant mixing up a gallon or 2 of herbicide to spray it, then I would say just don't bother using herbicide. Just pull it. Like, you know what I mean? If you've got like a few broadleaves here and there, and why mix up herbicides if it's only just a small amount? Just go out and just get a weeding tool and just manually pull them versus going out and mixing up herbicide to do that. So I'd say like a gallon or 2 gallons is that's a small amount. And if you have enough weeds in your lawn that you feel like you need a spot spray, you'll use a gallon or 2 gallons of product mix to be able to spot spray weeds in your lawn. Does that make sense? So it's if you need to use herbicide, then, or if you have enough weeds and your lawn is large enough to be able to do spot spraying, and where that's the only way to get rid of them, a gallon or 2 is going to be, you will go through a gallon or 2 of this combination to get rid of them. I would not use a spray bottle because you want to make sure that you're applying it at the proper rate. Like you really want to use a proper backpack sprayer to get a good result. So I hope that helps. I would not use a 32-ounce spray bottle. The minimum I would mix is a gallon. Really, 2 gallons is ideal for what most people need for their lawns. Hope that helps. All right, next up is 2 Trilla. He says, I sprayed my in-laws with pre-emergent last week as we spoke, and I found out they do not have Bermuda, but they have centipede. Thank God I read the label before applying image. I was thinking about using the 444 to feed my lawn, to feed their lawn. Any thoughts? Yeah, I mean, the 444, the new organic fertilizer from Miramichi Green, what he's talking about, guys and gals, is this. So under the fertilizer section, Miramichi Green introduced this new fertilizer. It's kind of a cool product. So it's a purely organic fertilizer. It's OMRI listed, so it's like truly organic. You can use it on your lawn. You can use it in vegetable garden if you want to, no problems. It has a bit of iron. It has a microbial package built into it. The way I think about this, guys, is it's almost like if you could take like some of the benefits of Essential G and combine fertilizer with it, that's what you're getting with this. Like I said, so it's a bacteria package, some micronutrients, so some iron. I think there's some calcium in here. There's some other stuff in here as well too. Let me tell you. Yeah, so some calcium, some iron, some humate, a bit of beneficial bacteria. So yeah, it's a great product if you're looking to go the purely organic route, Yeah, and as far as as far as an option for feeding your in-laws lawn, yeah, I think that's a good to go. Also, with it being organic, the likelihood of them burning their lawn with it, if you're gonna like turn it over to them and say, hey, apply this on your lawn, much harder to burn your lawn with this than it is with a more synthetic fertilizer. So just that's another a bonus to that as well too. Just something else to consider. And that's good. You're a good son-in-law to go out there and spray pre-emergent on your in-laws' lawn. All right, so we got a super chat here from Trav Smitty. Thank you so much, Trav.
Chat received.
He says, appreciate the advice as always, man. Your information is always top notch, and I see you're active all over the place. I appreciate you sharing your knowledge with all of us. You are very welcome. I appreciate you taking the time to come hang out in the live stream. Otherwise, I would be talking to myself, which I have done before, but it's more fun to actually talk to you guys, right? All right, next up is Tito Serrano. He says, I have 2-year-old Tiff Tuff. Is there a reason why I have tons of worm castings all over my backyard, but not the front? I do have dogs that play in the backyard. Could that be the reason? Thanks. No, I mean, so earthworm castings are not a bad thing. I have worm castings in my lawn. My back lawn, I get them as well too. And they don't really bother me because that's a sign of healthy soil. Like when I was redoing the irrigation system or redoing the sprinkler heads, replacing sprinkler heads in the front lawn, you should have seen the amount of, when I was digging up just a small little area like this big to replace a sprinkler head, I had maybe half a dozen earthworms coming up and moving around when I was digging it or taking that sod out. So earthworms, like worm castings, are a sign of earthworms, and earthworms are a good thing to have in your soil profile. Like it's like natural aeration. It's just there's like tons of benefits, and I have them in my lawn too. So they're not a negative. It's a good sign if you have earthworms in your lawn. Now you may not like the worm castings. But really, whenever I mow, I use a real mower. So whenever I mow, the front roller just mashes them down. So it's not really something that I go out and take any special, action to try and eliminate. Just the fact that whenever I mow my lawn, they get taken care of. So as far as why the back lawn has more than the front lawn, I doubt it has anything to do with the dogs. Just more that the soil, perhaps in the back lawn, is just better than what you have in your front lawn. But worm castings are not a bad thing. It's a sign of healthy soil. I would not do anything to try and get rid of them. I don't even know if there's really an insecticide that you can use to target earthworms, and I would hope there isn't because it's just you don't want to be getting rid of earthworms. They're a good thing to have in your soil. Like all the stuff we do with like biostimulants and things that help improve microbial activity to help improve the soil profile, like earthworms are an important part of that. So you don't want to get rid of them. They are a good thing. They're a good thing, despite the fact that they make worm castings. They are still a good thing. All right, so we see Ben is giving some options here. Says get the kids involved and let the squirrels and chipmunks eat. Since some PIs again, you could do that. Let me see what else here. Looking for other questions. Yeah, Tito, no name, is also is echoing my points. Says worm castings are a sign of healthy soil. Dogs will play a part if they are digging things up. There's a huge difference in what your yard looks like in the middle. Is there a huge difference in what your yard looks like in the middle of the growing season? Yeah, that's a good question. I didn't ask that, no name. So compare the front to the back. Does the back look better than the front when you're in the middle of the season when it's hot and your lawn is living its best life? Is there a difference there? It will be interesting to know that. But yeah, earthworms, don't get rid of them. Don't do anything to try and get rid of earthworms in your soil. They are a good thing. I would not try and get rid of them. All right, Rio the Hitman is up next. He says, I hate trimming shrubs too, so I pulled my high maintenance ones and installed low maintenance ones. It's definitely a good idea. Yeah, shrubs, flower beds, it's just a bunch of work. Too much headache. Not a fan. Next up is Todd Gillespie. He says, what are your thoughts on Scott's triple action granular for a very small celebration Bermuda lawn? I don't know what's in the triple action. And I can tell you, I've never used it, so I can't tell you good, bad, or indifferent. I guess it depends on what problem you are trying to solve with it. Is it a weed and feed product? Is that why it's triple action? So I don't know. Can I look really quick here? I can see. Let me see. What is Scott's triple action? I can tell you here. Let me look. I don't know what it is. It looks like for seeding, built for seeding. Yeah, I'm not sure I don't know what it is. It's the link I clicked on here is talking about a seeding product. Yeah, it's talking about a seeding product. Yeah. So yes, or so it's a kill. It's a herbicide, prevents and feeds. So it's a yeah. So it looks like it's a herbicide. It's like a it's got pre-emergent, post-emergent, and fertilizer. So it's like a weed and feed. It's some kind of weed and feed product is what it looks like to me. And I don't know what the active ingredients are to be able to tell you. I'm trying to find the label here, but I can't see it really quick. Yeah, so it's so pendimethalin and dicamba. Yeah, so 2,4-D. Yeah, so that's what it is. It's a weed and feed product, and it's a weed and feed product is what it is. So, can you use it on your lawn? I've never used it myself to be able to tell you. I am a fan of using pre-emergent by itself and then using a fertilizer by itself. I will tell you this much, Todd. If you decide to use this product, I would not use it throughout the entire growing season. Like if you want to use it the first part of as your first application, like say, April-ish time frame, like whenever you start fertilizing, you could do it for that. I would do it one time, but I would not use this all the time. Like there's no reason to be blasting your lawn with herbicides and pre-emergent every time you feed it. So if for me, what I would do is I would get a standalone pre-emergent like prediamine and apply that, and then I would get a fertilizer separate to my pre-emergent and I would apply that. That is what I would do. So it just depends. It depends on the problem you're trying to solve. If your Celebration Bermuda lawn has weeds in it and you haven't applied a pre-emergent, I guess maybe, but again, I've not personally used it, and in general, I'm not a huge fan of weed and feed products, at least not to be used all the time. Like the weed and feed product that we sell, like this product here, I'll show you, is technically a weed and feed, right? So if you go to our pre-emergent, this prediamine, which is, this guy is technically a weed and feed. It's got fertilizer in it, right? It's 7% potassium, and it's got pre-emergent, but it doesn't have the 25% nitrogen like what the Scott's product does. And it's really designed as a product to be used this time of year, right? The 7% potassium is a nice way to wake up the lawn and give the lawn a bit of nutrient to start the season, but it's not really designed to feed. It's the main goal of this product is to prevent weeds. So I would use a pre-emergent, like a standalone pre-emergent, something like this for preventing weeds. And if you're going to feed your lawn, I would pick a fertilizer, something along the lines of these, Humic Max, Complete, Distress, one of those for feeding your lawn. I would separate the two. Ultimately, you're going to get a better result by doing that, and you're not going to be unnecessarily putting herbicide into your lawn every time you decide to fertilize it. So that's my thoughts on it. I've not used it myself, but just seeing what it is, that the makeup, it's for people. That product is designed for people that just want to apply one thing and kind of get an okay result. It's not for people that are really trying to optimize their lawn care program. So for those reasons, I would not use it. All right, Jimmy Miller's up next. He says, "You're the man. I put the kids to bed, made myself a drink, and you're still on. Thank you again. Have a great weekend." I appreciate that, Jimmy. I guess maybe I need to shorten up the live stream. I'm going too long. That's what I'm hearing? Is that kind of a compliment, but it means I'm a bit too long-winded? That's what it is? All right, Todd Glebe says, "Back to the live stream. Kids swim, then go to the co-op for dinner, pick up a second half of our 20 baby chicks, kids bath and bed, and time to end up here with a nice old a nice old-fashioned. Nice. I like an old-fashioned. Whiskey sour is probably my I drink more of those as far as like a mixed drink, but old-fashioned isn't bad too. Old-fashioned, just straight bourbon. I can knock that back. That sounds like a good plan, Todd. He says, "Oh, soil test shipped out today. More expensive than the local ag place, but worth it for its convenience. Question: how many samples do you take across your lawn? My Pro Plugger pulls 3/4 inch plugs. So I can tell you, on my back lawn, I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. I do 9 cores. I pull 9 cores in the back lawn. I pull 9 in the back lawn, 2 in the swale area, and 3 in the front lawn. So what is that? So 14, is my math right? So 9, no, more than that. So 9, 3, that's 12, 2, 14. So I pull 2 in the swale, 9 in the back, and then 3 in the front lawn. And that's what I do. So yeah. So I pull a bunch of them and I mix them all up, and then I send that out to get my samples. Well, cool thing, Todd, and I think a big benefit of the MySoil tests is the fact that you get this, right? So there's the fact that for no extra cost, or you can say the cost is baked into it, right? You're not paying extra for it, is the ability to look at your data over time. Like these are soil test results that I pulled from 2 years ago, almost 2021, and I still got all this data. If I go back to my dashboard, if I'm still logged in, I think I am, maybe not. Yeah, so I've got like my soil samples, I got Alex's, I got all these different samples that I pulled over the years, and I can go back and compare any of them easily. So for that reason, also huge fan of these. Like that is money. Like more people should do that. As far as just being able to track your soil test results over time. You don't have to go out and find the sheet of paper that you had and then be able to compare them. It's just it's just more convenient, which I like. Convenience is good. Next up, Todd says, "Oh, and we have an acre yard." Wow. Yeah. I mean, you're probably going to pull more samples over the acre, but I would just spread them out. Just spread them out more, and see what you get. You see what you get here. And looks like you and No Name are having a sidebar. And next up is No Name. He has a question about equipment. He says, "Ron, I have a question for you. Equipment question for you. What should you look for in a used reel mower? I.e., what does a bad bed knife look like versus the good ones? Replacing these parts is expensive." Yeah, that's a great question. Okay, so as far as a used reel mower, assuming that we're already past the point where you can find someone in your area that can actually service the mower, because that's in my opinion one of the most important things, that you can find someone that can get you parts for it, that can work on it, unless you're going to do it all yourself. As far as to know when you have a bad reel or bed knife, when you're examining the reel, if they're if you're rotating the reel and you're looking for it, what you're looking for are like gouges in the reel. So like if there's chunks missing, like someone ran over like a big stone or a piece of metal or something that like physically like took a chunk out of the reel, that is something you want to look for, because that is not easy to fix, right? Like if the reels can only be ground so much, and if the damage to it is such that a grind is not going to be able to clean it up, that could be you could be replacing a reel, which is, again, they're not inexpensive. Same thing is true for the bed knife. If you got like big chunks missing out of the bed knife when you look at it, if it's not like just straight all across, if there's not like big chips out of it, that's something I would be looking for as far as that goes. When you are checking them more, like say you're going to buy a new one, if you're going to check it, get yourself a piece of paper, like a piece of printer paper, fold it in half, like double it over, and then see how it cuts across the board. So if it cuts really well on one side but not the other side, ask the person, "Hey, can I make a small adjustment to see how it does?" Just make sure that it cuts across the board. If you have a situation where it cuts on one end, cuts on the other end, but doesn't cut in the middle, that's a situation where you may have like a slightly warped bed knife or some damage to the reel. So those kinds of things are the kinds of things you're looking for. That, again, any kind of physical damage, like chunks missing out of the reel or bed knife, because those are very difficult to fix without extensive grinding. And extensive grinding on a reel and bed knife is literally, you're grinding away money, right? You're literally going to have to replace the reel and bed knife sooner. So those are the things I would look for from a standpoint of that. The belts are relatively inexpensive to replace, so I wouldn't let necessarily belts hold me back. So in other words, if you find a used Greensmaster, right, and the belts were not in great shape, but the reel and bed knife were in great shape, like I would be inclined to still pick that up, because you can buy belts for 20. I haven't bought them in a while, but you used to be able to buy them for like $15-20 for belts, which is not expensive. And again, they're not difficult to replace, but a reel and bed knife are very expensive. Like you can, like whenever I chip the concrete on my mower with my my Greensmaster, replacing the reel and bed knife on the 1600 was like $800 or $900, and that was them giving me a deal. That was I told them the story, and I think they took pity on me. And that was them replacing, doing me a solid and replacing the reel and bed knife. Because here's the thing: if you have to replace the reel, it's not just buying the reel. If you're doing it right, you're going to be replacing the bearings that support it, and it's just the labor associated with doing that is not inexpensive. So the thing that I would focus on is there any noticeable physical damage to the reel and bed knife, and if it's extensive, I would avoid that mower unless you're going to be able to get a really big discount to account for the fact that you'll be having to replace those, fairly soon down the road. So I hope that helps. No Name. And again, obviously, I'm assuming that if you're buying like a used True Cut or used trimmer or used whatever McLean, that there's someone in your area that can service it. So that is assumed in all of this. All right, E.E. Williams here in the Instagram has a comment. He says, "Can you mix tall fescue with Bermuda if you have a lot of shade?" So yes, fescue does better in the shade than Bermuda does. I mean, can you mix them? In other words, if you have an area where the Bermuda is not growing at all, right? So like for years and years, like it's got a big tree, a big oak tree or something, and the Bermuda is just never grown there. Like it grows up to a point where the shade hits and then it stops. I would feel less scared about doing fescue in the area that is basically just bare soil now versus doing an area where the Bermuda is thin and then you're just going to try and introduce fescue. I don't know if that's going to work out that well. So in other words, if there's a clear point of demarcation from where the Bermuda is and to where are thinking of putting the fescue in, that's less bad of a plan than a lawn that has Bermuda all throughout it and it's just kind of thin because of a shade problem. I would be less inclined to introduce fescue into that because it's just not going to look as well. Because here's the reason why. I should explain the why behind that. Because the thing you have to realize is that Bermuda is a warm season grass, fescue is cool season. And it sounds all fine and good to have fescue and Bermuda mixed together, but if they are intertwined, so like you have an area where you've got like a 1,000-foot section of your lawn that is both fescue and Bermuda, if you ever have to spray herbicides, like the options you have are now limited, right? You can't use Celsius, you can't use Certainty. You have to use some three-ways. Some three-ways are safe for fescue and Bermuda. But even that, with those, the application rate that you should be using on fescue is slightly different than what you should be using on Bermuda. So that's the reason why I'm telling you want to be careful. Like if you can put the fescue in an area and it's just going to be fescue and the Bermuda is just going to be where the Bermuda is, like I think that's a better plan than mixing them. Because if you're also most people don't use growth regulator on fescue, you can, but say you're also going to use growth regulator, the application rates for Primo on Bermuda are very different than they are for fescue. So which rate do you use, right? Because you want to get an effective result. You can't, you're always going to be compromising. So I would do it if you can ensure that there's going to be very limited interaction between where the fescue is and where the Bermuda are, because to your point, fescue does do better in shade than Bermuda. So that's the only consideration that I would make if you decide to go that route. Okay, next up is, let's see here, HS says, regarding my previous question about the Certainty Celsius question, is there a shelf life for Celsius and Certainty mixture, or is it a mix and use and no savings left over? I mix what I'm going to use. I don't ever recall seeing on the label anything about like how long you can have it mixed up, but in general with post-emergent herbicides, with any kind of wettable granule product, you're supposed to only mix what you intend to use. So if you're going to mix it like say today and you're going to spray it tomorrow or over the weekend, like that would be fine. But I wouldn't mix up Celsius and Certainty and then have it sit on the shelf for like a month and then and a month later go pick it off the shelf and go use it. I wouldn't do that. And again, I would not use a 32-ounce bottle sprayer. I would use a proper backpack sprayer or a 2-gallon sprayer, pressurized with a proper spray tip. That is how I would apply it. And again, only mix up what you intend to use. If in other words, and I'll repeat what I said earlier, if the amount of weeds you have in your lawn is so little that all you are looking at is mixing up a very small amount of the product, just pull them. Just get like a weeder and just pull them out like that. I would go that route versus going out and even bothering with post-emergent herbicides. You know what I mean? So if it's bad enough that you need to mix up herbicides, then a gallon, believe me, a gallon of or gallon or two of Celsius and Certainty doesn't go very far. It doesn't cover a lot, especially if you're like spot spraying a larger lawn. So again, mix, to answer your question, I would mix what you intend to use. I would not mix it with the intent of leaving it on the shelf for an extended period of time. All right, next up is Ben Raham, and he says, sorry, Ron, this is why we do this to get better results than hiring a pro when we use what you offered. These things are better for us to use than hiring a hack. That is how I got here. DIY rules. It is. I mean, the thing is, you have to realize too, Ben, is that to be fair to the professional turf industry, whenever you're hiring someone to come take care of your lawn, remember they will produce a result that is good enough if you do, for most people anyway, if you do your part. So if you hire a lawn care service, they're going to likely put out pre-emergent twice a year. They're going to put out a fertilizer, like typically it's going to be a slow release fertilizer. That is going to keep your lawn, fairly green. It's not going to be consistent, but it's going to be fairly green. It's going to look decent. Like what I offer, what the store offers, what this channel offers is really for people that want that extra. Like you want to create the lawn that wins neighbor of the month. being able to really dial in your own program is what you're gonna is what the golf course lawn store with the blog post with the YouTube channel. That's what it's really all about. Ultimately, you will likely spend more doing it yourself than you will hiring like a lawn care service, but you're not comparing two things that are equal. You know what I mean? Like you look at a typical lawn that a lawn care service takes care of, it doesn't look like a golf course. And if you look at what's used on golf courses, like the products that we offer on the store, like there's more stuff that goes into it because you're going to be mowing it more frequently. You're going to be mowing it in most cases shorter. So that's where fungicides come in to help prevent injury. That's where using things like growth regulator to control how fast the lawn grows and also to improve the hardiness of it. That's where using like spoon feeding programs to minimize how quickly the lawn grows. There's a whole lot. It's just a different level of thing, right? It's a different level of commitment. And the results reflect that, right? You're not going to have a lawn care service that's going to work on your lawn and it is going to look like it's going to look like that. This is not going to happen. Like there's that you're not going to have that kind of color. You're not, especially mowed that short. It's just not going to happen. Like it takes what's done on golf courses on some level anyway to reproduce that result consistently at home. But again, so yes, you are getting a better result, but you're really comparing two things that really are not the same, in my opinion. All right, so next up is Rich70. He says, hey, Ron, has Syngenta decided to come out with a liquid Headway G in a smaller package for DIY? Yeah, so here's the thing, Rich. I spoke to them about that. It's a good question. I did ask them about it. It's not off the table. However, the Headway is already available in a larger, I think it comes in a 2.5 gallon already. And the thing is with the amount of it that you have to use, right? So like the dilution rate with Headway with a gallon of water is much higher than like the dilution rate for Primo or for Acelepryn or for Tenacity. So you would have to get, so in other words, you're not going to see like a 4 ounce of Headway. So I believe what it would mean for it to make sense is to have a slightly larger packaging, which for like $1 billion company like Syngenta practically probably takes an act of Congress, right? Like, I mean, it's, you figure like even doing this, as simple as this might seem, right? Like, 'cause they make Primo in like a gallon and 2.5 gallons. You would think this would be simple. I am sure there are months and months and months of meeting and lawyers and all kinds of things that went into just making just this. So it's as simple as it sounds like it would be. It's really not that simple. But again, I've asked every time I get a chance to talk to the reps and the marketing people, I bring it up and say, hey, if you guys made Headway in a smaller form factor, you guys would sell more of this, you know what to do with. We all would love to have it. And they said, yeah, we know. It's not as easy to do as we think. So I'm not saying it won't ever happen, but it's not in the cards in the immediate future. So, but I do bring it up on the regular, Rich. So if we keep bugging them, maybe it'll happen. We just got to keep after them, right? Fairway Bermuda is in the house. Daryl is in the house. He says, what's up, Ron and everyone? Running late, just speaking. No worries, Daryl. Appreciate you coming to hang out. And guys, if you're looking for another channel to follow some content on warm season turf, definitely give Fairway Bermuda a like. He started his channel, I think last year, either last year or the year before last year, and he's been growing it, and he puts out some good content, so definitely check him out. He's also doing that work on Bermuda grass lawns as well. I think he says his grass looks like curly fries. Yeah, so I think this question, the 305 whips, that question about was in, I think he's referring to tip burn. I think that's what he's talking about is tip burn. And the way to prevent tip burn in Primo with Primo Max or Next-Pack Ethyl is very simple. Just 2 ways you can do it. You can either add fertilizer with it. That's going to help reduce it. A way to prevent it entirely is to take whatever the application rate is for your particular grass type and split it and cut it in half. So instead of applying, again, a good example to make the math easy, if you take like Kentucky bluegrass where it's 0.60 ounces with a gallon of water over 1,000 square feet once per month, instead of doing that, take the 0.60, cut it in half, apply 0.30 in the beginning of the month and 0.30 the middle of the month, and that's going to prevent you from having the you're not going to have the issues with tip burn. I did that all of last year and love the results. There's really no negatives to going that route 305. So hope that helps. If that's what he's asking, that's what I would do to help prevent that. All right, let's see what else we have here. Let's see, we got one from No Name. He says, final question, sure, just for tonight maybe. He says, final question probably, I've been fortunate enough to not have any fungus or insect damage in my yard. Is it a good idea to wait until it happens to treat my yard, trying to be economical? I don't think so. What I would say is this: if you've not had an issue with insect damage or disease in your lawn, what I would use is something like Caravan. So I would use Caravan. That's a combination insecticide and fungicide, and I would wait until the May timeframe to apply it. Like that's a good product for someone that is just looking to prevent primarily insect damage, and also the window whenever disease can become a problem in our lawns, as it begins to get like you still have the wet weather from the spring, but it's starting to heat up. That's a great breeding ground for disease if your lawn is predisposed to have it. So a single Caravan application in the May June timeframe would be the way to go. That's going to be less expensive than doing a Celiprin and Headway. So that's what I would go with. No name, because I'll tell you, like it's like anything else, especially insect damage. By the time you see it, it's already too late, right? Same thing with lawn disease. You already start getting some large patch in your lawn. You're looking at weeks to stop the problem and then allow the lawn to recover from it. So I would just prevent it in the first place if it were me. That's my thoughts on it. All right, let's see what else we have. No name says Traps Mini Tahoma 31 is rated as doubly more shade tolerant as Tipway 419 according to the local North GA sod farm. That's all I have. I'm going to test that this year. Very cool. Cool, No Name. You got to keep us posted on how well it works. All right. Let me see what else. The coil spring effect. Okay, the coil spring effect refers to the enormous growth surge that occurs when PGR effects diminish. Yeah. Okay, so you're talking about like the surge growth, James. Yeah. So if that's what you're talking about, so the way to prevent that is to not let it come out of regulation. So that's a good point. So applying it once per month, Primo does about 4 weeks, 3 to 4 weeks of regulation. If depending on conditions, if you apply it every 2 weeks, you don't have that problem. Again, last year I did that all last year, where I took the rate that I would normally apply once per month and divided that into every 2 week applications, spraying it, and I got great regulation, no coil spring, no surge growth in the lawn. So again, the only negative to doing it that way, to doing the split apps, is you have to be out in the lawn twice instead of once per month. So if that's what you're referring to, doing split applications will prevent that. So yeah. And to be honest with you, even when I was doing single applications, I didn't really have an issue with that. I didn't really have an issue where towards the end I would get like a bunch of surge growth. I mean, I know that can be a problem for some people, but I did not experience that in my lawn. So again, another reason to do split apps. One, it's going to prevent tip burn, and also, you're not going to have the coil spring effect. I guess that's a good way of thinking about it. Like it's under, the grass has been being suppressed from growing, and then whenever you let it come out of regulation, it shoots off. It's actually that's a good analogy. But no, if you do split apps, you're not going to get that either. All right, next up is, let's see what we have here. We got let's see. Travis Mini says, are all of us from the Bermuda Lawn Dominators group? I swear I see all these there as well. I don't know. Maybe. I imagine there's probably some Bermuda people in here. Perhaps. Perhaps there are. I would guess from there, and probably from other places too. All right. Hollywood Flash is up next. He says, my phosphorus is high. Do you recommend NutriKelp or something else? Thanks. I would still use NutriKelp Hollywood Flash. Like Nutrikelp literally has 1% phosphorus in it. So it's really trace amounts of phosphorus. It's not enough to really make a big difference or measurable difference in your levels. So yeah, no, I would still, in other words, my phosphorus levels have gotten higher over the years, and I don't really use a high phosphorus fertilizer, and I still use NutriKelp, and they've stayed fairly, they are slightly above optimal. And they've stayed pretty much in that spot, and I use NutriKelp every couple of weeks. So I would still use that. No issues there. You're very welcome, Mariella. Thanks for coming to hang out. Hopefully it was useful for you guys. All right, next up, we got Mark Romano saying, hey, thanks, aloha. So Mark is chiming in from the sunny island of Hawaii. So thanks for coming to stop by for a little bit, Mark, while I say hi to the folks here in the Instagram. And let's see what else we have. We're starting to wind down, guys. Jimmy Miller is saying, And actually what I'm going to do is Instagram, I'm going to stop the stream and restart it because at 4 hours, Instagram boots me off. So I'm going to stop this and I'll restart it, guys. So bear with me 1 second. Let's see. So next up is, so Jimmy says, not too long ago, it's great, awesome info and a good community. I'm sipping on an old fashioned, good stuff. And next up, let me see what else we have here. Also for merch, I have to plug it for you. Yeah, so as far as merch goes, if you guys are interested in that, you can find that here at this link. This is the merch store for the Ron Henry, the hats, the shirts, hoodies, all of that is the updated merch store. So if you're interested in supporting the channel and you just feel like wearing some of that cool Ron Henry stripe action merch, you can find it there. So Instagram, if you guys are there, I'm going to restart the stream. I just have to make sure that that you guys are like, when they have a limit. Apparently, like 4 hours. Instagram doesn't want you to go longer than that for some reason. So once this is done, I will restart it, and then if you guys still have any questions, we can go from there. Mark Tadlock is up next. He says, "You're the man. Keep up the great work." I appreciate it, Mark. Thank you so much for the for all the love and support. I appreciate you coming to hang out and support the channel. And let me see what else we have here as far as questions. We are starting to wind down. We got Ignacio Paez up next. He says, "Hey Ron, love to watch the replay since I have to watch in pieces. Just laid Tiff Tough now. I have 3 different plots around the house. Tiff Tough, 419, Xeon. Fun to adapt to maintain 3 different species. Cool. So you're doing it just to play with it. You're just playing. You're doing all 3 of them just to mess around with. I get it. I mean, I wouldn't recommend that all in one lawn. But if you're doing it for testing purposes and just for experimenting, no worries there. As long as you know what you're getting into, by all means, go for it. By all means, go for it. All right. Next up is Bermuda DIY guy. Actually, there's a question for Fairway. There's a little sidebar they are having. Let's see here. And then he says he's at Liming, but I always try to compare the true price. Lee at re-rollers is almost at cost and may save money if they price match. Yeah, like I said, Lee's a pretty good guy. It's good stuff. And then this is a good question here. So let me restart before I answer this question for you, Gary Kellett, let me restart the stream for the folks on the Instagram before they say like, "Hey man, what the Hades? You booted us off. Why you being like that?" Let's get this here and okay, restarting for the gram. And what for restart? Okay, sorry guys, thanks for the Instagram for coming back. I had to restart it because recording limits. All right, so Gary Kellett Jr. has a question. He says, "Ron, what do you recommend between each granular treatment with Lebanon?" Yeah, so I can tell you what I do, Gary. So I do a split application program where I do the granular 1 time per month, and I follow that up with liquids as well. So I do granular once per month, and I do liquids on the 1st, and again, liquids on the 15th of the month. So I'll show you a couple of options here. So if we go to the Golf Course Lawn Store and we go to the lawn fertilizer section, so let's say you're doing like Humic Max, right? So you're rolling with Humic Max. This is the granular that you're running in the lawn. You would do this 1 time in the month, so the beginning of the month. So let's say we're in April. The 1st of April, you would apply Humic Max. That's your granular, and you're not going to apply another granular until May. Also, on the same day you do Humic Max, or a day after if you want, you would do your liquid fertilizer. So what I have done in the past is there's 2 combinations that I have tested and I've used. You can either do Turfplex and Nutrizolve, and Nutrizolve at a lower rate. So Turfplex at 6 ounces per 1,000. Actually, let me get this up here so you can actually see what I'm showing. Turfplex at 6 ounces per 1,000 and Nutrizolve at 3 ounces per 1,000. So 6 ounces of this with a gallon of water, 3 ounces of this with a gallon of water. Spray that over 1,000 square feet. And you're going to do that twice per month. Again, once on the 1st, again on the 15th. Or another option is to use Release 901C as your liquid fertilizer. You'll mix 901C with Nutrizolve, and you will do these. You mix these 2 together, and again, you'll spray that on the 1st and again on the 15th. With the rates that I apply for the granulars, I'm getting about 1/2 pound of nitrogen from the granular. So if you're using Humic Max or the Complete or the Stress, I'm putting about 1/2 pound of nitrogen into the soil from doing that. And then with the liquids, with the application rates that I just quoted, you're going to put down around 1/10 of a pound of nitrogen by going that route. So if you figure that you're doing, half a pound from granular and then 2/10 thereabouts over the course of the month with liquids, you're getting around 7/10 of a pound of nitrogen, which for me, I've gotten great results doing that. Given the fact that I also do biostimulants, right? So I use like Essential G, and I also spray liquid biostimulants as well, which allows me to get more out of the fertilizers that I apply. So I'm able to get great results while also putting less fertilizer into the soil. I've been doing that for years, and it's been a good program. So I think that answers your question. That's what I use in between treatments. The only thing that you did not ask about that I also do as well is Primo. So whenever I'm spraying my liquids, this goes in the tank as well. So Primo Max goes in the tank again on the 1st and on the 15th, along with the liquid fertilizer Nutrizolve. If you're using the carbon kits, so like Release Zero, those can go in there as well. But all the liquids get sprayed twice per month, 1st and 15th, the granular once at the beginning of the month. That is how I do it. And if you add it all up, the amount of nutrients that you're putting in the soil is actually less than if you were to go out and put a heavy application of nitrogen. Like if you go with the heavier end of the application rates, that's on most fertilizer bags. So if you look here, and actually I can show you that really quick. If you look at the rates that Lebanon gives you, I think I can show you this. Yeah. So if you look, they supply 2 rates on every single bag. They give you a rate for half a pound. So you see there, on the right side for half a pound of nitrogen over 1,000 square feet. And they give you another rate on the left side for 0.9 pounds, or just right at 1 pound of nitrogen over 1,000 square feet. The rates that I use are always on the right side of this graph. So the half a pound, the 0.9 pounds of N over 1,000 square feet is what I run, because I also supplement those with liquids as well. All right, so hope that helps, sir. All right, so let's see what other questions, comments. I think, let me see. No Name says, you mixed my PSA about lawn measurement. Did I? Let me see if I can find it. I don't see that anywhere up here as yet. No Name. Oh yeah, here we go. So he says, hey Ron, I have not a question, but a PSA. And this will be, I think, our last question or comment of the evening. He says, not a question, but a PSA. Measure your lawn. I'm going to say, I can imagine how No Name's saying this. I'm going to say how I think he would say it. It's, measure your lawn so you apply the correct amount of product. Don't waste your money by applying too little or too much. Speaking from experience. This is from your friendly No Name YouTuber. Right? Is that how you would say it? No Name, something like that? But he is right. You think about it, like when it comes to applying fertilizer or applying herbicide or applying micronutrients or applying anything, like the one thing you'll find on any bag of any of these products, any bottle, any bag, anything, they will say this much product over this much square footage or this much acreage, right? And the only way to know how much that is to actually measure your lawn. Now, you can get out there with a tape measure and you can measure it yourself manually, or you can use many of the online tools. You get in Google and you just type like measure my lawn. There's tons of tools you can use that will allow you to like draw waypoints on your lawn. Like you put your address in, it gives you a satellite view. You scroll in and you can draw waypoints. It'll tell you this section of your lawn is, approximately this many square feet. And it's close enough that you're going to get, you can use that to measure or do your applications based on that. But he's absolutely right. Measuring your lawn it's like calibrating your backpack sprayer, calibrating your broadcast sprayer, like making sure that you're putting out the right amount of granular. Like it's one of those things, like measuring your lawn, you only have to do it one time. And then once you're done, now you have the data to be able to make, good inputs, make good applications, because you know how much product you're putting out over how much square feet, and ultimately you're going to get a better result. So that's a great PSA. It's a great one to end on No Name. And hopefully my impression was was on point as far as how you would have said it. Well, guys, gals, everyone, we went kind of long tonight. It was a long evening, but I'm sorry that we drug on for so long. But you guys had a lot of questions, and I wanted to make sure that I answered everyone as much as I possibly can. If I missed your question, it was not intentional. And if you have any follow-up, you can feel free to email me, ron@golfcourselawn.com. I think I've covered everything as far as with the talking points that I wanted to go over. So The growth regulator blog post is live. The new Celsius packet, we're getting more in stock. We had some, but they all sold out. So you gotta wait. You can pre-order it, and they'll be back in stock here soon. That's also in the Golf Course Lawn Store. And I think that's it. The only other thing is, don't forget to take advantage of the ability to save some money on some top dressing mix from Super Sod. It's a great offer they have running. It ends the end of this month. There'll be links in the description of this live stream if you decide to go that route. Thank you guys so much for watching. I really do appreciate all of you guys, and I will see you guys next week. Have an amazing weekend.